Hello, hello.
Hey, hey.
How are you?
Tired as usual, but
What
I
time
got
is
an
it
hour to
there?
spare.
Is
It's
it 9
10
p.m.?
o'clock.
10. Oh, geez,
10,
oh
10 a.m.
man.
p.m. Sorry.
Man. Yeah, that's a long day. Did you work today?
Nah, Saturday.
Okay, so you're off on Saturdays. All right, all
Yeah.
right. Yeah, well,
And
today
you?
is, well, I'm okay. Same old, same old, same old, same stuff, different day. Again, this week flew by, but nothing new to report. Uh, We got Knox's birthday bash today. Knox is backstage. If you want to bring him on out, we can
Sure.
say hello to Knox. There he is. Hello. Good happy birthday, Knox.
Why, thank you very much, guys. Thanks for having me again.
Of course, of course. So, what have you got on the agenda for today? Just gonna hang out and do your thing?
Hang out. I got a couple locks that I'm going to try to pick, but more importantly, kind of do like a small little year in review. So things that I've acquired, both locks and picks, and other gear along the way. Just kind of update and a couple things, I guess, to maybe show off a little bit, as well as a kind of rebranding I'm doing. So I got a few things to give away as far as stickers, and I got one for the one lucky person. I have a regular pack lock, the 90A. I don't have a pro to give out, but I have a 90A in the green stylus today. So one lucky person will bring that home. But I got a few sticker packs, and if you want to call them birthday, whatever, take home bags, so be it. But I got a few of those, and then like I said, just some things to display that I think are cool.
All right, that sounds pretty awesome. I'm sure everybody can't wait. So let's see who everybody is. I know I saw earlier comments. I missed once the live starts, it cuts off the prior comments on my channel, so I can't see them. So I know. I thought I saw Lockchuck was first. So hello, Lockchuck. Adam Harris is here. AJ Magnet Fishing, Trucking Lock, Dog Picking Lock Sport is here with us. Let me see. Viper's here. Steve, hi Steve. I saw Steve saying something. All right. Gerard's here. G Keyman. Who else? I know I saw Brett Sucks is here. Did I say hi to Adam? Adam's here. I said hi, I think. Adam Harris. Or is there two Adams here? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Going down. Thank you for the super chat, Trucker. Picksmith is here. The Squiggledork is here. Otter Arms, hello guys.
Thank you for birthday wishes.
Kiwanaka, Zeph Trust, Piccolo, Pocket Woman's here. Dig is here, that's right, Dig's here. Who else do we got? Tequila Dave, he's watching rugby, but he'll be back later, he said. Jay Gabriel's here on the phone with Sadistic Picker, so tell Sadistic we said hello. We missed Sadistic. Loose Shirt's here. Hi, Loose Shirt. I'm still scrolling. Oh, thank you, Trucker, again. Trucker. Let's see. Downfall's here. Deceptive Autobot. Jeff and things. Hi, Jeff. D-Mac. Where'd it go? I'm losing track now. All right. Goodness gracious. Okay. Ash W is here. Zoe the Cat. Hi, guys. You got a lot of people showing up for the birthday today, Knox.
Ah, beautiful. Thank you very much.
He would not get gifted some memberships. So we've got a few people got memberships there. So congrats. Oh, Sadistic Picker says hello.
Oh, Sadistic. How you doing, buddy? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Awesome. And if I missed you, you can flip me the bird in the comments, and I will say, I will call you out and say hello. That was my bad. So yeah, what do you got first for us, Knox?
Okay, let's see. All right, basically what I've been up to for the last 3 or 4 months, and why I really haven't been making a lot of videos, is Sparrows reached out to me. So when they saw how I made the Wonderland boxes, they were interested in the Wonderland box and what other ideas that I had, as they saw the 2 killers and the cutaway. So long story short, they commissioned me to make X amount of each one of the boxes, and I really got to thank Mark from Bare Bones for kind of coaching me a little bit, as somebody who's, you know, I'm not really business minded or oriented. You know, I'm in lock sport for fun. You know, I really wasn't whatever, but he really coached me as far as, hey, as somebody who doesn't have like capital up front, I don't have, you know, 500 locks of my own to you know, modify or do what I want. So really, I didn't have a lot of, you know, legs to stand on, so to speak. So he kind of really coached me how if I was going to do it with Bare Bones, how it would have to be done. And with that mindset, that's how I approached Sparrows, and they were like, absolutely. So, you know, from there, they commissioned me to make these. And my Krampus box, last one is sold out yesterday. That was awesome. Like the fact that it sold out the same night it was listed. I thought that was real cool. Yeah, let me know if there's enough interest in there to you know, continue going, or and then I'm going to show you what you get, and then I'm going to show you the price breakdown and kind of how it works out, unfortunately, in a way. But okay, so the price here.
Sure, you want to do that because we got a lot of people at the door.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's something maybe for later. Okay, so I'll just show
everything in the first minute.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Pace myself. We got time. Yep. So I got basically.
Who just got here? That was Pocket Woman. Hello, Pocket Woman.
G'day, happy birthday, Knoxs.
What was that, Pocket Woman? Yeah,
happy birthday, mate.
She said happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
And another doorbell. I think that's gonna be Dig, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hello, Dig.
Hello, everyone, and happy birthday, Knoxs.
All right, thank you very much, Dig.
Very nice.
Very cool.
Oh, we got somebody else. Oh my gosh. Who is this? Connor's here.
Howdy,
Welcome. Got another happy birthday, Knox.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Oh, goodness. Pixie, what's up?
Hello.
What's happening, Pixie?
Not
Thank
too
you,
much.
buddy.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Celebrating the day.
Good.
What did you do to celebrate, actually? Did you do anything, or is this your celebration here?
Yeah, no, this pretty much is my celebration. Yeah.
Okay. How's it feel to be 21?
Yeah, forever, right? Okay, so the point of me bringing up the locks is over the last year, from 2 angles. So I was going to bring up kind of like a question for everyone to kind of pass it around hot potato style. So for lock project wise this year, for me, it would have to be the chopped and screwed, particularly the 2 killers cutaway things for Sparrows. So that would be mine. And then on the pick end, the Jimmy Long kit that I put together. So to me, I mean, I just love, this is a repurposed Peterson pouch, and for Petersons, they're horrible, man. Like when they come, I don't know, you know, not everybody could afford. I bought this 2.5 years ago, super lucky, on sale for 50% off. I think it was like around Christmas time or whatever. And it was the Phoenix Ultimate. And unfortunately, the picks come one up, one down, one up, one down. So when you try to set it up proper like this, the picks don't fit, or you have to like warp it in such a way that it's horrible. So I moved them into a Sparrow's pouch and just been sitting there collecting dust. So I started putting the Jimmy Longs in there, and as Jimmy's come out with more and more products, it's just filled it perfectly. So, you know, I have it kind of broken off into the flats. That's the 19,000s. Then the flats over here in 23. Then that's the rounds in 19 and 23. And you come over here, those are the gems and the half diamonds, 19 and 23. And these are the full tank set with the double-ended tension turners. And then over here is the tension turners he sells separately. So it all just fits in here beautifully. And to me, I mean, I don't know. It just looks perfect with Jimmy's face on there. When you open it up, you see Jimmy's mug smiling at you. You see a nice makes you want to go commit a burglary or something. Like your tools are going to work.
Jeff and Thing says, dang, that must be all the Jimmys. And then Adam says, I've been drooling over the Jimmy Longs. He's always sold out when I have money to buy some.
Yeah, Jimmy's been super cool, man. That's no problem shouting him out. It's been 3 years in the works of putting this kit together, as far as, when they were available, when I could afford them, when that kind of thing. But yeah, 3 years in the making. So this would be my favorite put together as far as picks. And then, the two killers would be my favorite as far as locks. So, whoever wants to take the hot potato next, what's your favorite project that you've done for the last year? And then what's your favorite pick you're either using or, pick related something you're doing?
Well, I
got a bunch of conversation topics. Someone's just got to answer the questions.
I can go. I've just been enjoying making a few challenge locks here and there. I just finished one that I showed last week, which was Holy Moly Squared that Gabriel sent that destroyed itself, so I had to rebuild it. And so it's a compilation. And then I just finished brand new pick.
Oh wait, is that one you made me, huh? No, that's not mine. No, I'm just kidding. I just
to get better light on this.
That's pretty sweet looking. Wow.
Desert ironwood.
Wow, that wood is gorgeous.
Yeah, that is beautiful, dude.
Jeez,
Silver tube with copper inlay, and then it's hard to see in this light, but there's silver and brass dot inlay to kind of create a little flower pattern. Another silver tube pin with copper insert in it. And then got the XP Mods undercut gem as the profile. And I just love this pick, so I love sharing it too. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Desert ironwood. It's called Desert Rose.
It's gorgeous.
Been having fun with that one. Yep.
Cucumber says, thank you in advance. I don't know if he was talking to you, Picksmith, or what. And
it's very cool. What did you use, if you don't mind me asking, Picksmith, to backfill the middle part of that pick to make it with the wood on wood, like flush like that?
Which do you mean?
Like when you put the scales onto the pick, do you use anything in the middle of it, like besides the brass pins to hold it together? Do you use anything? What? Oh no, I see the metal now. I didn't see the metal when you were spinning it. Okay, I see. This
is a full tang pick. So it's been epoxied together, two scales put on top of each other, desert ironwood, two pins of the main 1/8 inch. Basically 925 stainless or silver tubes.
Very cool.
And then I took some copper wires, got it down to the right size, and filled in the tube to create a mosaic pin in there.
What's so cool looking, man?
Very clever.
Yeah, that one will be going actually to the Netherlands. I'm kind of doing a trade for the leather pinning mats from
Jim. Random Jim.
I know you have my address, so
I know I have a lot of picks to make for a lot of people one day.
LockHeat, Random Jim was going to send you some coasters as well for giveaways. For giveaways here, because I'm running into some issues with having out of country mail. So our last 5 or so winners was all out of country mail, so it kind of added up to a big amount. So what I wanted to do is when we do, Knox, you're doing your giveaways today, so I'm not worried about anything, but for next week what we're going to end up doing is if it's like an out of country winner, we'll do LockHeat. We'll give out the sticker pack, and hopefully he'll have the leather coasters by then from Random Jim. And you know, then it'll be whatever I have here if I have anything, you know, like extra to put with the sticker packs. So we'll do it that way. Then you'll have some prizes on your end for stuff, LockHeat, because those are going to be really cool looking. But yeah, he was cool enough to say he's going to send us some stuff. I'm amazed by that. He does such a great job.
Yeah, it's cool to
Cucumber
watch him
said,
do that.
yeah, Cucumber said he heat shrinked a bunch of his picks. He should have done that a long time ago. Aesthetic and comfortable. Even did some of his Jimmy longs, but because he's not a huge fan of the Jimmy handles, it dries his hands out. I never even thought of that. And then
I'm sorry. What's his hands out?
Dries them out.
Dry. Okay,
Dries
from the
them
rubber.
out, yeah.
Gotcha.
And then Piccolo said he bought some on the Vent site, but they ran out of stock, so they offered him some Mokies instead, but he said,
No.
Steve love the Jimmies. Yeah, AJ Mokies are really, really nice. They definitely are. You know, let's see.
Yeah, the Moki is a nice pick. Nice. The Jimmy is a nice pick. You can't go wrong with any of them.
Okay, so Piccolo said now he's got 10 Mokies and he loves them so much, even the tension tools. So they sent him the Mokies on, you know, instead, and he ended up really loving them. So that is awesome. And then Cucumber, like I said, it's his birthday, so he just automatically assumed like that pick was for him. I can tell he's really upset right now. So that's okay.
He's not the only one.
D-Max just got 3 Moki picks to try. He says very nice. And okay.
If anybody hasn't seen D-Max latest pick is really cool too.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I don't believe I have either.
He shows it. I think he put it on the LPU, and he also put it on Custom Pick Makers on Facebook. Just like Tiffany's been showing some of his new picks, and his last one is an ironwood from Australia. Oh my god, that wood is gorgeous.
I've got some of that wood. I'll tell you what, it is tougher than concrete to try and work with.
That's the hardest wood he's ever had to work with.
It's the hardest wood you can get. I think in the world.
We're talking hardwood here, people. Hardwood.
When you see the trees in the wild, they're real gnarly bark, and the color is stunning once you cut into the wood. When it's, you know, you pick up a branch off the ground and you just snap it. It's just gorgeous. I've got quite a few pieces here that I collected out in the bush with permission of the landowner, and it was just there's only small pockets of ironwood forest left.
Wow.
And on this land there was a little pocket, and it was just, I grabbed as much as I could and carry in the van, really.
Right. Well, Pocket Woman, now that you're talking, what was your moments, your you know, best project for the year and your best your pick?
Truth. Put me on the spot there, LadyLocks. Best project.
Well, that was Knox's question, so I was just
thank you for reiterating it. I appreciate that.
I figured we would continue on that path and
best project for this year. For last year,
the Lock Explorers a lot. I'm digging the Lock Explorers a lot. They're a lot of fun.
Nice one, LadyLocks. Yeah, that's it. It would be the Lock Explorers. It's been awesome, you know, bringing them to you all, and actually, you know, showing all the locks that we see on a day-to-day basis in lock sport in Australia, actually in their natural habitat.
Yeah,
it's and what they're used for, and the businesses they're on, and the houses they're on. It's that's got to be the highlight. Getting the guts up to do that. I've been doing it for 2 years now, but really ramping it up this year since I haven't been able to pick as much. There seems to always be something going on that's taking my time away from picking, and now I've got this going on, so it's I'm learning to pick on a vice, so that's a nice little challenge that's begun this week. Is picking in a vice. So I've been.
What did happen?
Because you had an open backstage before we started the show, so.
Yeah, I just got it open a few times just then, so I'm pretty happy with that because I haven't been able to pick a 410 in my life. But yeah, I slipped on some dog slobber. So the dog drink of water, and he collected it all in his jowls, and he walked it all through the house and dribbled it everywhere. And for like, what is it, nearly 3 weeks now, I've been walking around with socks on and just soaking it up with my socks. And this day I thought, no, I don't want wet socks. I'm going to put my sandals on. And I put my sandals on, and I stood in it, and I slipped and went ass up and hit the deck.
I'll tell you what, it's a bad day when it takes you out of commission. When dog slobber takes you out of commission, that's a bad freaking day. Oh, exactly. I'm sorry to hear that.
I had my breakfast in this hand. I had my knife and fork in this hand. So this hand was sort of landed like that, flat down, and the plate just went like that and shattered, and food went everywhere. And this hand had the knife and fork in it, so it was held. And so I was holding knife and fork like that, so I landed with my thumb taking the full brunt of it, basically, and with my left knee following closely behind. And so I have I've affected my back to the point where I've lost sensation in my lower back, and nerve stuff's all ramped up again in my legs. And I haven't broken my wrist and my thumb. I've just sprained them badly.
Well, at least it's not broken. So
yeah. I've damaged my shoulder.
Alp, he's all jacked up because he broke a bone, so at least it's a sprain and you can continue on.
I didn't do something as deadly as Doubt did me. I just slipped on dog slobber. I mean, it's not as exciting as losing it on the flying fox, is it?
Yeah, but that was crazy because it didn't even look like he landed that bad. I mean, it really did not. That would have just been like a normal land, and he shattered everything. It's crazy to me. But the smallest things can mess you up, just like dog slobber. And you never thought that would ruin your next few weeks. Jeez, man. So how are you getting along in the vice? Are you getting used to it, or what? Is this your first day messing with it, or?
No, I've had a 2 days practice after I did left hand Loki's challenge. Where I tried to pick this little 30 mil out the packet. It didn't really do very good. Because I thought, I'll pick that in the vice, and then I realized, it's left hand. You've got to reverse. I've got it. Yeah, I can't do it in the vice. So I thought, okay, I'm taking the vice home with me because I'm still house sitting, pet sitting, so I keep coming home to do lock sport stuff. So I grabbed the vice from home, and off I went, and then I spent the day practicing.
We got to get you one of those 3D mini chucks, man.
Mini chuck, yes.
Yeah, I wonder who could print you one out over there.
Yes, that would be an idea.
Talk to Space Nut. He knows a couple printers over there.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Pocket Woman. If you asked Mark, I'm sure he would probably print you one from Bare Bones. I'm sure he would. He got the printer.
Oh, there you go.
All right, yeah. Yeah, that's
real nice and light. You could take out on the go, no problems. You know what I mean? You don't want to be lugging that big vice back and forth. You could just, Yeah,
well, this vice is quite little, but it's heavy as.
Mm-hmm.
It's a heavy little vice. It's a machinist vice. Stored in the garage sale for $10. Awesome.
It's not going to move on you, at least when you overpick on things.
Exactly. So so the lock explores have been a lot of fun, and I'm just surprised at how many. There's so much abandoned stuff going on. It's incredible, and they're all getting knocked down faster than I can film them. And I've just done an explore of. I've got so many videos I've already done that I need to upload. and I have managed to. I got into. It was 7 businesses. They were in a row. There was, I think, 3 or 4 out the front and 3 out the back, and they're old stuff. So we're talking maybe 40, 50s onwards, the buildings, and they were all being demolished. So I went past, and they were all locked up, and then I went past again, and they were opened, and they had all the asbestos removed out of them. And I thought, right, now's the time to go in, because they removed the asbestos first and then they demo them. So I thought, right, I'm doing it. So I didn't explore. It took me, it killed my legs because there was a lot of stairs, but it was well worth the effort. And it took me probably 45 minutes to go around to all the businesses, and it was the different eras I was walking into were pretty awesome, and I've gone past again, and of course they're all, they're half demoed now, so I'm taking like progressive photos of them being demoed.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Put them up as a post, so when I put the video up, I'll show the photos of the progressive of the demoing, because they've already demoed 2 of the back buildings and 2 of the front buildings, and so yeah. And I went there yesterday on my way past, and they were demoing. They just had 2 blokes on site, one in the digger pulling down a back wall, and they had a dude underneath directing him. The dude underneath, he had no hard hat on, he had no mask on. It was like, and he didn't have the hose running. So he's broken 3 OH&S laws right there. And it's like, you idiots, you are 10 meters away from a digger that is pulling down a wall, a concreted bricked wall, and you are standing there with no hard hat on. And then the dude got out of, they had a smoke break, and the dude got out of the digger, and he didn't have a hard hat on either. And it was like, mate,
the world.
These dudes are these are doing. This demo team's doing it incognito, so there's no signage, nothing to say where they're from. Their vehicles have got no signage on them, and they'd park their personal car and work ute in and next to the building that they were pulling down the back wall of. And it's like, mate, it just takes one mistake, hit one of those supporting beams, and you brought down the whole building on top of your cars. Like, I was just blown away by how unsafe that work site was.
Well, next time get yourself one of them little yellow jackets, and I know it's not called OSHA in Australia, but just show up and be like, yeah, hey boys, I'm from OSHA, I'm here to do an inspection.
Give them all heart attacks.
Yeah, well, I filmed them, and so I can if anything went wrong on the day, I could say, well, actually, this is how they did it.
Right.
This is why the accident happened, because we've just had a miner killed in a work site because the employers have got them to do something unsafe. So, workplace accidents are real. People aren't coming home from work, and if you can avoid it with simple things like, stand 30 meters away from the digger instead of 10, and put a mask and a hard hat on, simple things, because it was, an asbestos site, which means there's going to be debris and stuff around. So when you are got dusting going, there's nothing to say that there's not any more asbestos particulates floating about.
I'll tell you what, when they do asbestos removal buildings here, Picksmith, I'm sure they like tent that shit and make sure they have like machines.
They just put up a sign saying asbestos removal, and then they go in and do it with a little hose, and that's it. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, that's crazy.
Thank you very much for this. Much appreciated.
That's just me.
That's right. Sadistic, where the hell have you been?
We miss you, dang.
I know.
You could at least post a little video saying you're alive. Come on, man.
You fecker.
Yeah.
Come on, do some of them LadyLocks I sent you. Get them up on screen.
He's just been busy.
Are they giving you a hard time? Because they should be giving you a hard time because they sent you the hard time ones. So I wasn't going to pick them.
I just got a batch that I bought off of somebody on Reddit, and he said, I sent you the one horrible one that I hated. It was like some 1100 that he said it was a horrible one. I thought, you sent that to me? That's horrible. You know, I hate them anyway, so. Who just showed up here?
Parky.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
Happy birthday, Knoxs.
All right. Thank you very much, Parky. How you doing?
And many more to you, sir. I'm doing pretty good.
So you got your new Chuck Vice. That's awesome.
Hey, LockHeat, LadyLocks, Picksmith, Dig, Cater, Pocket Woman, Knoxs. How's everybody tonight?
We're here. We were just listening to stories of Knoxs sent out a question. I was just going to say, hey, Dig, I know Dig has some cool stuff been going on. You want to talk about anything of your year that was pretty interesting? What was the question, Knoxs? Your most notable lock sport?
Well, for the year, on two ends, either lock related and then pick related. So over the course of the last year, what would you say has been your favorite project or your favorite thing that you've done? So either lock or end pick, you know. So it's up to you how you want to answer it.
Okay, pick. It will be definitely my project of my Destinator.
Yeah, that was cool.
I still don't have finished it, and I'm probably going to buy one just to know what a real one has to feel like, and what my kind of lacks on features basically. Because I'm picking right now a Apis Plus with butterfly discs, and you have to, if you want to use a front tensioning Destinator pick, you need to tilt it into the disc and into the sidebar basically. And I think this one has problems with that because I only have the pick shaft to kind of build this momentum. If I go like lever on the back, it only allows a certain way on the tip to move. And I need to show it maybe like that. You see how much it moves. I don't know whether that's enough or it's not enough. And I'm testing around with getting the nose more far out. But with that, I don't have a centering aid. And yeah, I'm basically put it higher in the keyway, put it lower in the keyway, try to put it kind of tilted already in the keyway. And I'm trying around, and I have the biggest problem is I never had a real Destinator pick, which is kind of a proof that it works.
Right.
And I think that is a problem. And I'm probably going to buy one just to finish this project because I still think this project could be really cool. And
it is cool already. I mean, you made a Destinator pick, which is pretty awesome, you know.
Yeah, but it needs to work.
Well, it does work in the front, doesn't it? If you're just tensioning on a regular lock.
This is normally a rear tensioning or a random tensioning lock. It has parts in there, the butterfly disc, which will defeat the normal picking approaches. And a normal one without butterflies is no problem with that. It's easy pickable. But
then it works.
Yeah, but I really wanted to have kind of yeah, okay, it works. Yeah, so and lock related. Oh, I have so many projects lock related. I think from the ones I picked, it was definitely it was the twin 6K, and I actually was picking something totally different. And yeah, someone asked me if he can buy it because I had 2 of them, and I thought like, yeah, but I want to show you what's inside of there. And it was a double euro with only 1 key. And yeah, you need to what did I do? I ended up that I got it basically open and I could gut it, but when I kind of pulled out the core, I bricked the lock. And, the first key pin fall out, and there were master wafers in there, and they got kind of tilted in the rear of the keyway, and I didn't saw that, and that was the reason I couldn't shove it back in. And I was kind of trying, and at some point I hammered it a little bit on the table, and it got again in, and I was so happy. I was like, okay, now the core only in neutral position, and I'm good. And I turned the core, and I heard a click, and then I saw the key pin still laying on the table. And from that point, I was forced to pick the whole lock without progressive pinning at all. And I was kind of forced to do that like that. And it was a pretty cool kind of task to open it. And after I got it picked, I could kind of rescue it. And then I picked it again for a video. I didn't upload it yet, but I got it on video, and it was a cool project because I kind of was forced to pick it without progressive pinning. It was basically my first black belt lock without progressive pinning, and you kind of really have to sink into it and have to imagine how everything works in there, and it was a really cool lock. And then I sold it. No, I traded it basically for a gin one.
Did you pick the gin one yet?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Not on video, but that was also very cool. Yeah, I had just the problem that I had kind of everything on my table, like still right now. I have kind of this one still on my table. And not for picking, it is just laying there because I cleaned it. And this here also, that is cleaned but in parts. Oh god. Can you see it?
Holy crap.
Damn. And I cleaned it with my ultrasonic, and I'm still trying to speed up the process, but it was completely dirty. Everything was full, and here's everything for towels and it kind of paper towels like these things. And I have kind of challenged.
What do you, Diggs, if you don't mind me asking, what do you use to pick those side fingers? Like what do you use for the sidebars? The pick wise?
A dimple flag. I'm
the whole time. Okay.
Yeah, basically. I started with probably something like for the V10s, for example, I used my multi-pick ones.
Gotcha.
And later for sidebar stuff, the multi-pick ones were pretty awesome because they are the smallest ones I have in my kind of small collection here. And then I bought also like something like the hooks and like that, for example. Oh no, honest. And my tips kind of, I had only left flags in my set, and I bought like 3 sets and all had only left flags. And I got so annoyed by that I bought actually this thing here from Gozo. And that has kind of, you see the flag here is basically this flag. And an original would be looking like that. Way longer. Oops, sorry. Like that.
the hell is in this log?
But these here, that is the original Honest. I didn't file it really much down, but yeah, I still have to sand it down a little bit. That has a little bit of flexibility, and the one, I don't know where it was, I think here. This one here from Gozo, I really like them because I also got this thing. That is basically only for needles or something. It's kind of a small tube. I really like that thing. And I kind of exchanged it for the needles out and the flags in. And yeah, that's kind of a spare flags I can use.
Put it up higher. Oh, there you go.
Okay, so it's like a pen set. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And I can wait. I need to find.
So where's that one from?
Wait.
Outer
I
space.
think you said Gozo.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of from this. That is the Gozo set.
Oh yeah.
And they have kind of only this pen, and yeah, I with the first one I had problems, but this one is very good. You just unscrew it, then it opens here, and then you can pull out the pick and replace it basically. But I use that only as kind of a additional handle basically. And yeah, I kind of replaced the Honest flags where I need, for example, a neutral one, which doesn't have left or right. I like neutral ones with one of these. And yeah, they are really sturdy. They really good in keyways. And I basically use this one here for my V10 for the sidebar. For the what is the V10? It says side pins, right? No finger pins, side pins.
Yeah, side pins.
Yeah, and I use this, and I think a smaller one from Multipick. And the real dimple flags like the Honest, like that, the bigger ones, or the hook set, which I got later, like that. These are my main picks when I want to attack a dimple pick or a dimple lock. Something like pin and pin, multi-lock, something like that, where I kind of need to fill the keyway that I can.
That's the hook set. Okay.
Have a shoulder basically inside of there. Yeah. I wanted to test. I wanted to find out myself if Isaac is lying.
About what?
No, and LadyLocks too, because they both like the hook set more than the Honest. But yeah, they are very good. So these you don't have the problem on these that they come only with left flags or something, because they have numbers on, and yeah, there's
I like the hook set too.
It looks like they have nice wide handles on them as opposed to multi-picks. Like that's the one thing that multi-picks are very slim handles. Those look nice and wide.
So I really enjoy.
To be honest, I like the hook set too.
Yeah. To be honest, I like the hook set. Yeah, so the Honest Dongxi, I really love them because I can replace. Can you see something? There's a screw. You can replace the tips, but yeah, it's just kind of.
But if you get all left, then what the heck's the difference?
Yeah, it's size. But normally it should be half right and half left flags. And yeah, I bought like 3 sets, and in all of them there were like 8 left and 2 right flags or something. And it's basically really annoying. And yeah, but it's cool that you can replace it. The handles itself are worth the price basically, but if you want to go straight, just send a little bit down, and don't want to waste too much time with this stuff, get a hook. The hook set is better in shape. Basically, it is already slim. These here aren't any sanded down yet. And what the hell? Since when you can unscrew the rear? Is it supposed to be like that?
No, they all spin. The hooks just spin on the back.
Okay. That's so you can, but really bad. It's nothing like a screwdriver.
Well,
it's totally stuck. Okay.
One of the things that I've done to my hucks is I added O-rings to the front.
Yeah, I can understand that. But
the back does just spin on all of them.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's basically the thing with screwdrivers that often have also like a rotary point, and you can kind of twist them, but it doesn't make sense for the dimple picks, I think, or does it make sense? No, not really. So that's again something like a company which don't use their own products, and they don't know how to make it correctly, but it's still. The price is very good for what it is, and you just need to sand it a little bit down, and then they are almost perfect. So,
and I haven't even sanded mine down.
No,
yet.
mine neither. So I got to the point. I have now like the multi-picks and like the honest, and they are sanded, the honest, because I got them first, and the hook, and I got to a point where I thought like, when I go sand down now, all picks down to a certain size, what is if I need a bigger one? And I already got to the point where I had to use a bigger one because it was kind of a low quality dimple picks or dimple locks. No idea. There are so many. Bazi makes some, and there are so many cheap dimple locks with keyways which are like so big, and if you have a really slim one, you really need to have a tensioner which is basically filling the room, or you can kind of clamp it in there some way that you can lever your smaller dimple flag from the edge, and that's sometimes very problematic or difficult, and then a bigger one is doing a good job.
Yeah, I think if you're really getting into picking dimple locks or some of the, well, maybe just dimple locks, because once you get into those like side pins and stuff, the multi picks work fine, but I think it's worth it to get a couple of the different sets, like the Gosos and the Hucks, and just mess around with them, see what they can do
you can
for you.
Take one and change a profile if you need a sidebar one, put a dimple into it,
and not feel bad if you mess them up. If you shave off a little too much, it's not like, oh no, I just ruined the multi-pick. You know what I mean? It's not quite as
well. The multi-picks just you replace the tips, and the tips aren't. They're kind of cheap anyway. So
once you get your initial set, it's not so bad to keep up with them if you mess one up.
Yeah, it's just the handles.
Just like regular picks. Also, got to get some different ones and test them out. And I have a question here, Cotter. What I see your vise there, it is super bright colored. Did you make that, or did you have someone make it?
Yeah, no, I made this. I printed this the other day. I did have this one green, but I printed. That. So this is this modular arm I printed a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I was using a clamp for the bottom of it. Well, I thought, I've got this extra lock chuck vise base, so I designed and printed this little piece here to connect it to this. But I had red in it from this, so I just used it here.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, so I like this. It's I just took the ball out of his kit, out of his design, and then one of the arms out of the modular one, and just put them in merged them. So
that is what I love about this.
I'm seeing a theme here.
Yep,
it's the alien chuck vices.
There's just so many different things that somebody thinks of from something else, and it just kind of grows. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Hey, Dave, could I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you were saying, you were mentioning what, like, I couldn't quite hear one part of what you were saying. So you were saying, you were talking about at some point what you were using to pick the sidebar on a Twin 6000, right?
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
What are you using to pick the side? Because that's what I'm working on right now. So
I just basically, what you're going to do is basically search the biggest, or I go with the biggest flag first, and it doesn't fit, and go then lower. And at some point, it fits the keyway, and you can touch the fingerpins. But sometimes you noticed that you kind of if you turn it, you get stuck at some point, or you feel it doesn't fit really that good. Then you go one step lower, and that is most likely the perfect fit. And sometimes you need still the other was kind of tilting around and moving with the tip. It's kind of a little bit weird, but yeah, I kind of most of the time I have like 2 dimple flags out for picking side pins.
Yeah, I have some hucks on order, but I've just been using this little like half diamond thing because that's what I have. But
yeah, that I also did. I also did that sometime with the smoky. I also did some. Yeah, with this one, or with my soul swords before I had this one. That is also working pretty good. But if you need to lift deeper, often you need flags.
Yeah.
So also one other point is, I heard many people saying like these are. When I got them, I was like, wow, these are really small. It is like that. They are really small, and the handle is totally thin. And but what I noticed is because of the format of the pick, you really can't apply too much torque because it is so small. When you kind of apply too much torque, it just slips through your finger.
Mm-hmm.
And I really have no idea how you can kind of break these flags, because I can't pull up put up so much force on the small handle that this flag can break.
Right.
So I really can force as much as possible, and it will slip just through your finger. And another thing, okay, that is a little bit annoying if you have kind of pick sessions. I know it's different when you start. When you start, you are like, no idea, you're picking like 30 minutes, 20 minutes or something, and you are like, I can't pick anymore. I need to break. And if you're picking up to black belt locks, it is like, okay, 1 hour is gone. Okay, now it will be open. and you're picking really, really, really long, sometimes way too long. And yeah, sometimes your fingers get sweaty, and you basically lose feeling on the dimple pick or on the flag, and you really have no sense anymore whether you are turning it or it is touching something. And sometimes it just kind of slips through your fingers, and at that point you should do a break. But yeah, I think the small format, so many people said like the community edition is way better, but I think with that one you are going to break way easier your flags, and if you just kind of started out and don't have the idea how much torque the lock will allow, or the flag. And it's the same with picks. When you are a beginner and buy a 0.4 millimeter picks, which is basically the smallest we can get here, you will most likely bend them and break them. And you need to get a feeling for that. And yeah, once you got the feeling, you probably can go with way smaller and way bigger handles, but you need to have the feeling for it.
Yeah. D-Max says it took him a while, but he's gotten used to the multi-pick handles, and he actually prefers them now.
The bigger one, the community?
I don't know. I think he might. Same here. John Holistic says he loves the multi-picks too.
Okay, again, question. The community, the bigger one, or the originals?
No, he says the originals. He says he's not tried those bigger ones yet, hoping they might send him some to review. Hope Complex says he's got the multi-pick starter kit recently and finding that the screw is loosening as it's used, so it ends up with the flag coming out. Is he missing a trick to getting these right properly?
Just tight it, but the thing is, I never changed something on mine, and they sit so perfectly well in there, so I never lose.
Are you putting the flag back in correctly? Because doesn't it have to be on the shoulder dig when you put it in? The screw has to be on the shoulder.
What shoulder?
The shoulder of the flag itself.
So it sits flush.
I don't know how
what
the
are
shape
you talking
is
about?
There. Is it a round shaft, the flag, or does it have kind of a flat point?
Hope Complex says he's got the multi-pick starter kit recently, and he's finding that the screw is loosening, and so the flag keeps coming out. Is he missing a trick to getting these right properly? And I just know, I think it was
coming loose.
Yeah, I don't think it should be coming loose, but I had those dong shi ones or whatever, and I know those had like a little shoulder, and I kept putting it in on the flat side instead of the shoulder side.
No. That multi-pick don't have that. And I know what you mean. I did it like that. You can see it here. That is something I did because I needed to exchange, or I wanted to exchange the tips here. I tried to get my light a little bit better.
Yeah, those ones.
Here you see the screw, and there it goes straight. I kind of screwed this. I screwed the set screw or grub screw directly to the kind of, what is it? Is it the blade, the shoulder?
Yeah, I just
to the small narrow part,
shoulder or whatever. But
on
D-Max
the big screen, I've got the tip out of a multi-pick.
Yeah, D-Max said there's a flat spot on the tip. The screw needs to be aligned.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay, let me see.
Let's show how such a flag looks like.
Where's Picksmith here? Hold on. Okay, I got you.
You got me?
I think I got you up there. Wait. That's not working. Hang on. Picksmith. Bam. Oh, it keeps putting.
I was up a second ago.
Okay.
There you go.
So,
okay, got it.
The flag.
Oh, sorry,
LockHeat has a little flat spot. Let's see if it'll focus.
I saw it for a second there. Yeah.
There it is. So you've got to get your set screw into that. That set screw lines up with that flag.
It even holds it. It's inside, and it stops rotation.
Wow.
Yes.
That is a great idea.
So if it's on the angle, it'll spin on you, but it shouldn't come out once they're set. And it's got to be set into that. You just kind of snug it. And multi-pick, the screws are pretty much flush with the top of it. Unlike if you're using multi-pick in a lockpicking dev, his are a little proud. But it's the same thing. This is a multi-pick into somebody else's handle.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, he says there's a groove in the flag that the screw goes into, but I do find them loosening off often. So that's not good.
That shouldn't be. That's kind of strange. I haven't had that problem at all.
If you have problems with that, contact multi-pick, because they kind of have really good support, and they really want to have a good reputation. And they are basically want you to have a good experience with their picks. So I
just let them know. I'm sure
they're phenomenal. They ship in like 48 hours. It's at your door. Like, they're phenomenal with the DHL delivering it, and with their customer service. Like, they're awesome. Multi-pick.
I really think if you are in the decision to buy one, they are so expensive, and there are way cheaper options which do the same job. But once you got them, they are so awesome.
Yeah, and I won't sell them. Better for side pins sometimes. Those finger pins, right size. Like the finger pins, I feel like the pick needs to be so tiny that it's It's so annoying to have to file one of those bigger ones down. But like Dig said, once you get them, you can always buy replacements if you wear something out or whatever, and they're not that bad to buy the replacements, But once you just have to get them. Brett Suck says he had a bad experience with multi-pick. That's not cool.
What the hell is up with this freaking lock?
Well, I got real fortunate as far as dimple picks with I won Locksport Vikings custom made one, and when I won, he asked me if I wanted it as is, which is kind of like the way it looks, or if because I didn't have a dimple pick then, he would cut it, drill it out, and put it in there multi-pick style with the little grub screw. So he did that for me, and every other set that I've had, I have the small multi-picks. I only have 2, the ones that come with Lock Noobs, the Lock Noob set, and then I got the community one. And the tip of the community is about as wide, but then they taper, very sharp taper, so they're very small, like for the whole rest of your hand to hold. So really, like, I don't think I'm going to find a better one for me. I got big, than this wide one that I won from Locksport Viking. So
that's really nice. That's really nice. Wow. I like those custom made ones. Was that is that Nigby made those?
Yeah.
And then Dev makes some nice ones, and now Locksport Viking. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was really nice of him to offer me to drill it out for me like that. So like you said, I could buy any multi-pick flag and just swap it out now, as opposed to it being, really cool. It was made for the DeGuard, so it's like a very, very small, almost flat tip, because the DeGuard got the pin and pins, so it's it's way above my pay grade. Yeah, I've never gotten it.
How about Brett Sucks? He had a really bad experience with multi-pick. He said the picks aren't cheap and they won't send him free ones.
But it is super cool of them to stand behind their product. So if it ever breaks, you just give them the serial number, send them a picture of it, and they'll replace it for free. So I mean, that's kind of cool of them to have a lifelong.
He's got the Nigby dimple, and it's great. Jealous, so jealous.
Yeah.
But Trucker says they're only $10.95 for a replacement tip anyway, so that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
But I
once
would
you get the handles,
sure, hope I would let them know. I'm sure
that
they'll
was
fix it for you.
One of my birthday presents to myself here was I got myself a Schwick, and I wanted one for a while. I finally saved up and got one, and I was talking with the guy who works for them. He's a partner who makes these cutaways, and he saw that I ordered one, and he's like, hey, I'm the guy who makes the cutaways. Let me know what you think. I'd be happy to cut anything that you have if you wanted to have it in a cutaway version. So as I was reading the email and talking with him, I went to pop out the top of Keyway, and the magnet came out with it. And it was like, oh man, like it's literally brand new out of the thing. Like the first time taking I don't want to touch it. It could, slide anywhere. It's fine. But I just got to, put a drop of glue, Loctite or something, JB Weld, whatever, and sink it back, anchor it back down there. But the first time plucking it out is whatever. And the guy explained that they had problems with that and since it's kind of been made. And you make sure I use something that's very thin. I don't want to say velocity, that's the wrong word, but very thin consistency, as like a Loctite as opposed to a Gorilla Glue that would expand and possibly take over the magnet. So I just got to do a slight repair on the Schwick.
I need to hop off a few. I have no idea how long. Should I stay on screen or should I leave? I don't know how long I'm away. Maybe 30 minutes.
It's up to you, Dig. Whatever you want to do. You could go off, or you could go backstage, or whatever.
It is a requirement if you stay on camera to put a sign up saying "I'm away pooping."
Yeah, you have to put the sign up though. If you want to stay on screen.
I lost my sign, unfortunately.
Well, as I do, even have to at least be right back sign. Everybody's got to have that.
I don't know where it is. That's the problem. It used to be here on my table. Probably this is my table. Yeah, I found it.
See, there you go.
There we go.
I
Yeah,
love it. I love it.
All right, I have to drive quick. Bye.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit.
Yep.
Yep, see ya.
What about you, Carter? Did you have any interesting things for the year you wanna talk about?
Well, I mean, I think I've been doing this less than 3 months, so I don't have a ton of timeline. But what were the questions again? What kind of interesting what?
Just kind of anything
Projects,
worth
picks.
projects, picks, anything worth noting.
Yeah, whether it be picks, locks, something you've worked on that you've accomplished, or that you've whatever steps you've made this year so far, a couple months that you've been in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got my Sparrow set for Christmas. I just got my brown yesterday.
That's great. Congratulations.
Wow.
Jeez.
I made my little.
You got your gold P then? Did you pick that one?
I got the gold P and a Desmo.
Wow.
And I did this little. It won't focus, but I did this little jiggle tester for the Desmo.
Oh wow! I hated the Desmo. I
Really?
vouch for your greatness. I don't know. I gave mine to Sadistic Picker a long time ago because I didn't like it.
Oh, I love it.
That's what I do with locks that I don't like. I give them away.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, that's
a big accomplishment though for the year. Even though you've only been picking 3 months, that's a really big accomplishment.
Yeah,
it is.
Congratulations.
But it's every time I finish one, I'm like, oh, I'm out of locks, and then I get depressed. But and this Twin 6000 showed up in the mail this morning, so I.
Oh, nice. How are you doing with it?
Well, I was going at it, and I'm starting to get the feel for it, and then Dig mentioned progressively pitting it. I was like, yeah, I should do that. So I just took a bunch of the gens out.
I think I'm actually going to do that with the one I'm working on because I'm getting really good at it, but I haven't gotten the barrels to set. Is that a gin or barrels lock?
Gin.
Gins. Oh, do you have to pick that one counterclockwise, I believe?
Do you?
I believe so.
Wait, why?
White is the one who told me about that. And that's what I ended up doing with mine. I'm pretty sure. And I think it's just because of how it binds, but I'm not 100% sure. I know I picked my barrels one clockwise though, so I don't know.
He was like so far today. I will give that a go.
The key goes both ways.
Like it seems like it should go both ways, but what I found is I only have 2 pins in this right now because I'm trying to get a feel of the sidebar.
What do you have? 2 ergo turners in there for tensioning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying all sorts of other ways, and I don't know. The only thing I've float picked ever was a.
Looks like it's snug as a bug, dude. Looks like it fits great.
I was gonna say that looks perfect.
Like I measured it with my calipers, and it's like.
Oh wow! You really got it in there. Okay.
This is was it the 28 and the 32?
Oh yeah, you're real snug then. Okay.
And it just I have to really shove it in, but it fits. But the only thing I've ever float picked was a Ruco 500 with gens, and
very nice.
That I could do different. And this, I was just trying every combination of tensioners, and everything was like just taking up the whole keyway.
Right. Yeah, that's annoying when you have to use two different ones on 2 different spots. I can't really do it on these locks.
Yeah, I really want to make some sort of tensioner that fits kind of like reverse tweezers or something that barely fits on the top and the bottom. So you can, I don't quite know what it is, but I keep picturing something that you could, it would barely fit in the top and barely fit in the bottom, and then you squeeze it and it kind of fills out the space, and then you could do it over here or something.
So shaving the length, but then adding the width so it wedges in there without taking up so much space of the length?
Yeah, it would be something where it would be like, it would fit kind of like at the top and the bottom like this.
Oh, Oh, almost like one of the auto ones, the ones that just grab it from the top and bottom and leave the middle of the keyway open. Okay.
Like auto ones,
A Y wrench.
Squeeze it, it would, it would torque these so they would fully fit in the space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite know how that would work because I am not.
I think they're made with elastic bands as the thing that holds them together and gives you that pressure.
I have not seen that holistic. What are these?
They do it with float picking. When they started originally doing float picking and stuff, they come up with all trippy ones, and that was one design that was come up with.
Well, Pocket Woman, I can barely hear you. What did you say?
When they were doing float picking,
mm-hmm.
They designed all sorts of ones that would hold together like that, and they designed one that was with an elastic band around them that gave them that held them together, but gave you that pressure, the springiness.
That's right. That was a good idea too. Was that Ronnie Kane did something like that?
Yeah, and Luce did that too.
That years ago.
What the heck? Oh, there it
I
went.
got something weird going on with my light. It's a brand new light, and it is just flickering, and it's annoying that annoying me badly.
Can I ask Oh, sorry.
Yep, go for it.
Another pinning question on this Twin 6000. When just practicing with the sidebar, you can't really aggressively pin the sidebar, can you?
Yeah.
You can.
Does it?
You can.
Does it feel the same? It seems like the bar would wiggle.
No, it binds a lot harder. You have to do it evenly. Well, you should do it evenly. I found that when you don't do it evenly, like 1 and 5, if you do like 1 and 2 instead of like 1 and 5.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Definitely feels weird, and it doesn't. Sometimes you can't even get them to pick because they just won't bind right and stuff. But if you do start out doing it, do 1 and 5. Now, when you go to do it and put more pins in, obviously what's going to happen is they bind less and less, but you still get them to bind. It's just not as more. It's like not as prominent. But you'll know, like, if you have to click number 5 3 times, you still have to click number 5 3 times, no matter how many more pins you put in. So at least you can get the feel of them that way,
Or what about just taking all the gens out and just doing the side?
You can do that.
Because I think I feel like it's really, there's just something where I'm not getting the feel for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember not to turn the plugs too far without a key or something where if anything could fall into something.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I am already in. Oh, shoot.
Hello.
Hello, chat.
Nick.
Hello, everyone.
It's the other snake.
I've seen the stream title, and it says Knox's birthday bash, so happy birthday to Knox.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey there. Hello. Yes, I'm still getting my things set up, but I figured I might as well hop in.
Well, how are you?
I am good. I hope you like my the outfit I've chosen for today. Little different from the one I had last time, but you know what? Let me go to my OBS really quick. I've got my covert instruments tools out, so time for some tactical activities.
What the hell is with this freaking thing?
That mini heart attack.
I'm having the same effing problem over here because for some reason my shim is stuck in the lock, and I don't know why.
Oh no! Stuck tools are the worst. I had to deal with that while I was sort of testing things out with my Arbiter set before. I think when did I receive it? I think it was 2 days ago, maybe before that.
This is bad.
Snakes are everywhere. Yes, indeed. The OG snake number 1, I am Snake the Squeakquel. Yes, I think I am. I think I am about to make LadyLocks somewhat jealous because I very quickly learned. Did not take me long to get acquainted with that.
Goodness.
No need for the.
This is so wrong. What
no need for the ergo combs there.
Oh my gosh! Sidebar springs. Don't you dare! Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew. All right. What you got over here? You're gonna make me jealous. Let me see.
I don't need the ergo combs to comb pick. So these are the like full tang comb handles, and it took me like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, they were on sale. I grabbed them a couple months ago. They were on sale for like, I don't know, 25% off
like
or something like that. I grabbed them.
$16 on Covert Instruments right now.
There you go. Okay.
Since they only have 2 major sales a year, I anticipate that it'll stay that way because I
thought they were trying to sell them out for the ergo turners. You know what I mean? Like I thought they were just gonna put them on sale till they closed out the thing, but they've been there for like I said for a couple months now.
Well, it's good that I got my hands on them and then because in getting the Arbiter set and the quad combs, I now finally have every Covert Instruments tool with a handle that looks like this, which was one of my goals for my tool collection.
When you say like this, I can't really. Is that the one with the CI on it, or the CI? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, with like the
my key.
With like the full length handle. So I've got the Genesis picks over. Oops. I've got the Genesis.
Yeah, I got the full hard one with no initials carved in the original ones, the old ones. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm really happy that I now have. How many Master Lock 140s do you have? A lot, and all of them are susceptible to this bypass attack, including some of these black Master Locks. Some of these black 141s I actually purchased in 2024. So Master Locks still have not fixed this.
See, I wanted to get a bulk like that on eBay, but they're all key to light.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. I did get 4 of my black Master 141s from a key to light set, actually.
Well, that's not bad when you have that many of yours, because you could just throw them in the pile and you don't know when you're getting the same ones again. You know what I mean? If you only have those 4, it's kind of a little redundant.
That is very true. But
thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you.
4 of the 8 black 141s in my collection are key to light.
Gosh, that was ridiculous.
But I swear, I really need to get. I need to get like. My wallet is shaking in fear because I now need to get locks that I can that I can demonstrate all my Arbiter tools on. Like I need to buy an Adams Right door lock. I need to buy a commercial door lock.
Well, hold on. I was going to give you this one little warning. Be careful with some of the bypasses for Cranky Lockpicker was very nice in sending me a package this year, and he sent me ones that he made videos of so I could demonstrate the same things he was doing, like, as far as the same thing, a knife bypass, comb bypass, you know what I mean? The whole run of basically the bypass, the Arbiter set.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'm going to send them to you. He's like, but warning, you need to fix them before you can use. And I see what happens. Like when you bypass it either wrong or too much, it makes it so it doesn't work anymore. Here's one of them for an example. So because he went all the way in, hit the actuator, it will no longer close. So he just taped it up so it doesn't fall apart. And so he has a couple of them like that. So the knife part worked, but it broke the actuator or the whatever.
Yeah. The knife tool bypass. The knife tool bypass is the one I am the most concerned about because it's a pointy, pokey, stabby thing.
Yeah.
It's a pointy, pokey, stabby thing. So that's the one I'm the most concerned about. But I did experience another sort of mind-breaking fact while I was getting acquainted with these tools. This is, good old classic American Lock 1100. This was a lock that I purchased in 2024. it came to me with its core unshielded.
No, they didn't put the wafer in the back.
Yeah.
The 1100 typically, it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't, because it's the lower grade of the lock. They'll put it on the higher grades.
Yeah, they did put the wafer in my 5100, but I was just like,
yeah, because that's the higher grade lock.
But yes, a lock I purchased in 2024 came to me with its core unshielded, and that like broke me for some reason.
See, when I normally make my pack lock challenge locks, I take the wafer thing that comes with them out, so that this way, in case something happens with the mods that I make or the challenge lock like seizes up, at least they'll be able to you know what I mean, bypass it and open it or shim it or do what they have to do.
Wait a second, I thought the driver bypass doesn't work on pack locks because with the way their UCS system is designed,
that's because the wafer is there to. I thought it doesn't work anymore because the wafer is there to stop it.
No, I thought it didn't. I thought it never worked on pack locks because.
So what's the point of the wafer being there?
No, that's true. Yeah, they wouldn't need a wafer if it didn't work.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, like, I've seen the pack locks. Maybe I'm thinking about a different pack lock then, because I've seen the pack locks where the core and the actuator are the same piece. So even if you could,
that's the 98 Pro. That's the 98 Pro. The 90A.
Oh, that's the 98 Pro.
Little pieces. Yep.
Okay, so so I was thinking about a different pack lock then. Okay. Bypasses are fun. Just took 70 pounds of locks off a bridge. Hey, you're doing well, I'm not, disclaimer, I'm not religious, but you're doing the Lord's work. Imagine being able to commit an act that constitutes littering and vandalism at the same time for the sake of your relationship.
For your relationship for you mean putting a love lock on?
Yes. Imagine, yeah, that's why I say it constitutes littering and vandalism at the same time.
Technically, I guess, yeah, it does.
Anyway, I think I need to do some like real shenanigans today. So, do I know the combinations to any of these, or did I reset them?
Well, Locks has asked everybody to state their biggest accomplishment of the year, whether it is in picking or in, like, you know, with their picks or whatever. So, do you have any of that?
Huh?
Yeah, like a lock sport accomplishment of some type.
Probably, gosh, I'll have to think. Probably my CI practice lock with 6 check pins in it so far.
Oh, nice.
But the other thing that I'm hoping to do is this particular 1100 with this like super annoying bidding. I've never been able to get this one. Maybe I'll go for that today.
There you
I'm
go.
not sure.
Man,
I don't know. I really need to get my hand on. I need to get my hands on a 98 Pro at some point so I can start actually trying to advance.
Wild.
What are you working?
Weird? I've been trying to pick this, so I decided to pull it apart and see what the hell was going on with it, and I just didn't know. I couldn't even get a shim into it. So this is a CES Euro with this funny-looking keyway. Let's see if it'll show it. So, and I didn't know, and I didn't even recognize it, but on the bottom it has this little blue dot. Well, and it has this little micro check pin that doesn't come out that you can activate through the keyway. I had gotten this into a false start a bunch of times, and it's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Just a heads up, your camera is running at like less than 1 FPS, by the way. Just a heads up.
I don't know what that means.
Frame per second?
Basically, yeah. Your camera is running at like less than 1 frame per second. It's down to like seconds per frame. So it's kind of hard to see.
Well, so is it jiggering?
Strobe light.
because for me, it's
Like you're doing
perfectly
stop
clear
motion.
and everything's shiny.
It's basically
stop motion. There you go.
Your camera feed is basically a PowerPoint presentation right now. That's how slow it's going.
Stop motion lock display.
Well, I don't have a clue on how to change that. So
Yeah.
because
I don't
it's
know.
set
It
for
might
what
be
it
just
is.
your internet speed or something for that. You know, it might just be your internet bogged down for a minute.
Oh, hey, Jack. Glad you showed up, brother.
Connor's
But-
putting up a sign.
BRB.
That's
I
so
saw
strange
Steve
because
popped in too. Hi, Steve.
Hmm.
Where'd Steve go?
That's
There you
it.
are.
Crunch.
Hello, everybody. Happy birthday wishes.
Hey, good afternoon. What's up, man?
Like what-
Parkinson or
I
Steve,
did
either one of you guys
in
have a big
my picking time
accomplishment.
tray.
I
Hey,
love it. Love it.
If Steve
Look
wants
at
to go
that.
first, that's fine. I'll go next.
I love that he put an arm on there so he could pick on top of the tray. That is great. I love
Cool.
that. That
Yeah,
see,
that's
that's another
clever.
good idea.
I drilled through the tray. I drilled through the tray and put a
I
screw in
love
there.
that. That's great. That is great.
I need to buy a 3D printer at some point. I swear.
Fun.
Southpaw Pete.
Yeah,
No, yeah. Why don't you take this one, Pocket Woman?
Haha, it's one of these.
Well, my biggest thing.
Oh, I know. There were
He's made
so
a
many
lot
of
of
those.
They've been awesome.
Someone in chat, Southpaw asked, "What is a lockout tagout lock?" A lockout tagout lock is a lock that looks like this. It generally has a plastic body, and even though some of them can be quite pick resistant, they're not designed to secure. They're not designed to secure stuff. They're not like this heavy nestling.
Yes, they are. They are designed to secure stuff.
Secure an area, not wait.
Well, no, it's not for an area. It's for, like, for example, a
machinery,
circuit
too.
breaker or a vehicle.
Exactly.
That needs to be repaired.
And
Well,
they can come in aluminium, metal, and any sort of padlock material that you get normal padlocks in. Safety, LadyLocks can come in those as well.
Yeah.
And they're not all just in plastic. And with Australian OSHA laws, they sort of got to be a 6-pinner. They've got to have security pins. They've got to come with one key. The key's got to be numbered to the lock, so it can be recorded that who gets that lock and that key. And yeah, like Lockwood produced this as their lockout tagout lock.
And then it'd be registered to the site, right? So like whoever is working at that site, they would have that registered lock there to.
Well, in their workload, you know.
Oh yeah,
So
Pocket
that's
Woman's
all-
got that pink one. This one's just an Avis lockout tagout, but check this one out. It's like heavy duty.
Wow, yeah.
No, that's just a laminated padlock. But
This one
laminated
was
padlocks
listed as
can
a
be.
lotto lock.
But it's also a lotto lock.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Master number 3s. Master.
Oh
number
wow, look at
3s
that keyway. That's worded like crazy. That must be a pain in the butt to attention.
Well, that
And
is
it
an
has
that is an
number
Oh
active.
wow, Lockwood. There you go.
So that's aluminium with a 540 keyway.
Yeah, and they usually have aluminum or plastic bodies because that makes them lighter, and people who use them typically carry like dozens of them at once because they have to
Yeah.
lock up a whole bunch of equipment.
You'll
The
also
Avis
find
does
the
make it-
410. The 410 has a metal or a plastic shackle, depending on the environment it needs to go into.
And the Avis 7240 is also used as a lockout tagout lock. It's a
Yeah, true.
6-pin.
Trucker. Trucker said any lock could be a lockout tag out if it only has one key. I was thinking about when I removed the shackle spring, so it didn't pop like that. So it had the literal dead core. And then I guess if you only had one key, I mean, I guess if it was known at the site,
it has to be key retaining as well. They use them sometimes because, like, if there's like 10 guys working in a mill and they need to secure something at the end of the night, they can't get to whatever it is to lock up the place until all 10 people have unlocked their locks to get to it, so they know everybody's safe and everybody returned back from wherever they were working.
Another thing, lottos do have to be registered with the site and individually tracked. You can't just bring your own lock, even if it has like security pins and is key retaining and whatnot. You have to lock something up with a lock that's registered with a site. You can't just bring any old lock that meets the rest of the criteria. Because every lotto lock that is used on a site is individually tracked.
It depends on the use. If you're an independent contractor for an electrician and you're coming inside, it doesn't need to be registered. Just if you need to get extra keys, that's a whole different story.
Oh, yeah.
It needs to be marked with the user, though.
Yeah, because you can get different colors, keyed alike, with multiple keys for groups of people. But typically, it's just one lock from an electrician locking down a circuit breaker, or a repair tech locking down a forklift. They have various uses.
Yeah.
I forget who did. I think it was Deviate Olim had a really good explanation of all the different ways that lotto locks can be used and implemented.
And you can see, I mean, like Pocket Woman had one from Australia, so they use them everywhere. You know, the Abus is German. I mean, so they're used in a lot of places. So I'm sure there's different rules for different areas and things like that.
Used specifically for electrical stuff. That's a federal.
Yeah, Pocket Woman's like the queen of lotto locks.
Probably knows how to pick every single one too. Wait, did I just?
So, I used to work for a place where I had some lotto locks assigned to me while I was working. And basically the definition that I got was they're used to lock out an energy source like electricity or air or something like that, so that the machine wouldn't run. And
you know what?
Get hurt lots of videos in the wild showing where lotto locks I've found in the wild are, and this particular lotto lock I have found on a gas supply pump outside the hospital. And there was like 6 of these little locks, these 232 on that machinery, locking off all the systems, so that the public didn't come along and open it up on them.
Whoa, dangerous.
And these are 6-pinners, and these are only these are only like 30 mil that way and probably 35 that way. They're tiny, but they are 6 pins, and they do have security pins in them. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Ooh,
that little lock is evil. You can ask Parky. I sent him one without a key.
Yeah, thanks for that.
I need to blind pick something at some point, I swear. Like, I need to just buy a lock, tape the key up, and then not look at the key until I picked it.
Yeah, you shouldn't worry about the keys too much. That shouldn't be something to think about. You should definitely not look at the keys.
There's a whole series on my channel called Lotto Lock Tuesday. Anyone can do videos and participate, and I'll put them on the playlist. And they are showing everything and anything to do with lockout tagout locks. So if you want to know anything about any kind of lockout tagout lock, chances are someone's done a video and whacked it on the site.
I want to buy some of the Bovisky dimple lottos at some point, just so I have more locks to abuse with my dimple rake.
There you go. Those ones are. I have one of those, and it only one of the dimples
just
picked.
one of those today.
Oh my
Almost
god!
feels like a
By
toy.
the way, by the way, LadyLocks, I did watch your video on how to pick the Master 576.
The 575
or 575, it was the 570 something. But I have a 576, and it has helped me make some progress because what I realized was actually my 532. I only need to pick 3 of the pins here because 2 of the pin stacks, the key pins are so short that the driver pins sit below the shear line. And I never thought about the fact that that was probably the same thing that was happening to my 576 and why it was so difficult to pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's your springs get all bent up if you try to tension it too hard. If it's happens to be laying on that spring, you know, when it's time to pick that one, they could be. I bent up the spring on my other one, and I ended up ripping it apart. And it does have spool pins. It's all spool pins.
Yeah, this Brady's probably one of the hardest locks for lockout tagout that I have. Like with the key for this.
Really? I like that.
I want some of those. I want some of those because it has like everything that I want out of a lock to pick.
So if you want to know all the different kinds of lockout tagout locks, check out the LockHeat series, and you'll find all the different kinds of Brady's. And Avis, you've got the ones with the sliders as well, and the rubber protective shield that you have to get past. And that's a difficult little pick. And that was their new safety lock, new design they brought out. And you've got all the pack lock for lockout tagout locks, your 90A Pros, your PL40, your PL90 Pro. Is your plastic one, your 90A is your aluminium one, and they're 7-pinners. They were brought out specifically to go against master locks, lockout tagout locks. The master lock 410 is the best core that they actually do in a master lock, is in their lockout tagout locks.
Yes, the mythical.
It has the highest tolerances. It has 6 pins.
The mythical master lock paradox. What I'm showing on stream right now, because I was talking about the 576. These two, these are my 2 nemesis locks. What I call them. These are
the American
2 locks.
1100 is a lockout tagout lock.
It is, yes. But these are 2 locks that I have never picked. I don't know what it is about this particular bidding, but I can't get it open, and I don't know what is happening with this 576.
Show us the bidding on the 1100 again.
The bidding on the 1100. I mean, theoretically, I know how to get past it, but in practice, I don't know. Yeah, there's a 0 lift in number 4. And both of my hooks can reach around that to lift number 5 without touching. But I don't know what it is about that bidding. It just, something about it just doesn't. My hands just can't.
It could be that you have compressed springs. That'll make those really difficult to pick.
Yep.
Pull your lock apart, give your springs a little tweak, open them up a bit, and try again.
Maybe I'll gut it to try and find out what's up with
it. Do it. Got it right
That's
now.
The one. What's that one called again?
We love gutting
that's
on Picking Time.
That's the what do you call it? It's basically a tubular core flat.
I think it's called the safety key.
Oh.
It's a little bit different.
What kind of sliders are those?
Video showing picking this.
They're not really sliders. They're more like
it's like a push key. Lock. But this is one that has a plastic shackle for electrical.
But
so it's non-conductive. Okay.
Yeah.
To pick that, you have to get past that plastic weather ring on the inside, and that is a tricky little thing because it really impedes your feedback and your tensioning, and you need to tension those to the center of the lock.
Mr. Inferno in the chat, a reach around without touching, for shame. Oh my god.
Okay.
Chat left. There it is.
Okay.
Dev's here. Hey, Dev, how are you? I don't know if I know you were here for a minute. I think I saw earlier, but it slipped past my mind.
We were showing your pics.
Yeah. Hello, everybody I didn't get to say hello to.
Okay, so there's no security.
Yeah, we were totally showing your pics, Dev. Very nice. Very nice.
So just a warning, when LadyLocks says they like gutting on picking time, what she's really saying is she wants to see a disaster, so be careful.
Yes, much I'm
waiting to see springs go everywhere.
I see you're actually gutting again there, Parky. I'm proud of you for doing that.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Random Jim's here. Hello, Random Jim. How are you?
And these are the other two little Brady's. So you've got a bigger one and a much smaller one.
Yeah, this
and they're both really fun picks. But this one is usually, that's the one that, was it Knoxs was saying? That's a difficult pick. And this one's they're all 6 pinners. So these are focus.
Oi.
So yeah, so you've got
it's number 2.
What is that?
Hello? Key pin number 2? Are you gonna come out? Thank you. Oh god, what did I drop?
I have one of those little
baby. Oh wow, that one can
dolls.
come out. Okay.
I have that little baby doll.
4. Okay.
It's a fun one.
That's cool. That one's repinnable.
On 4. Is this a serrated on 5? Yes, this is a serrated on 5. And then we have I'm gonna assume a serrated on 3.
What's that say? I can't read. I've had to turn my light off.
Does anyone know if because Brady's actually no longer owned by Avis. So does anyone know if like the newer LadyLocks still have the like standard and 5 spools in them?
And this one has the Avis keyway that says Avis.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I do
no idea, dude.
Avis is doing a full-size Avis core now for the 8345 here in the States. I haven't seen it yet, but it's available. I want to order one just for the fun of it.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a full gut. Oh man.
Yeah, buddy.
4.
It takes me a while to do it, but I can do it.
If you use your imagination, that said Avis.
Oh.
It's
what was in there?
Standard spool, standard. What I want to do is I want to change one of these pins, but I want to make sure it's the right length so the key still works. I want to upgrade this lock. This lock is called
serrated on 1.
I called Gutty Works. This is my Gutty.
Show me Show me your key, show me your key, Parky. Okay, so in Quickset Defiant, they all use the same length of drivers in every single one. If you're curious to switch it out, stick the key pin into the plug and then just drop the driver on top. As long as it's above the top of the plug without the key in it, like it was in the lock, then it's golden. Just put it in. Do whatever you want to.
Yeah, I thought I would upgrade and practice. Another way to practice gutting and picking, just keep upgrading the pin here and there one at a time, keep it different and fresh.
Yeah, so this number 1, actually, this number 1 pin stack, which is the highest lift in this lock. So it's not a problem with the fact that the entire pin stack sits below the shear line. Let me think.
It is a problem
I see nothing,
if it fits it.
I see nothing out of the ordinary with this Nemesis American lock. It's just got 2 spools and 2 serrated spools and 3 serrateds in it. Let me take a quick look. Oh, we got someone. That means somebody's hopping in, doesn't it?
Yep.
Sweet.
Chuck, the man.
Lock Josh, what's
Hashtag Chuck Vice.
Gosh, Chuck. Hey, buddy.
Hashtag lazy Chuck.
He never does shit for us.
Thank you, buddy. You're the man, man.
You're the man, man.
He's there, but not there. There he is.
Okay, so yeah, I literally have no idea. I have no idea what's wrong with this lock or why it's like giving me such a hard time. And gutting it has not given me any answers.
What's your bidding?
Put the pins inside of the core, the key pins inside of the core again, and then put all your drivers right on top of them, and let's look at your pin interactions.
Yes.
See what you gotta pick.
And what's the bidding of the key?
The bidding of the key code. Let me take a look. The key code on this one is 12374.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the same one you were working on last week.
Yeah. This is a lock that I've not been able to figure out for the life of me. Let's see. The only pin stack number 5 will get me into a false set. Yeah. Number 4, theoretically, I'm gonna look closely at this.
If you
number
can get
4
to the false
theoretically,
set, then you're just 2 pins away or 1 pin away.
yeah. Okay.
And knowing if you can get back to that false set, and now that you know where those are, which ones are they actually in?
What, the spools?
Yeah.
Technically only 5. Because the number 4 key pin is actually not short enough to put me in a false set.
Where are your spools?
4 and 5.
Take your spool out of 5. It's worthless there. Go have some fun and put it under 1.
Okay.
Because when it sits over 4, which is a 7, it doesn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Move it around and then make your have some more fun with your lock.
All right, let's do it.
Because your 4, I think you said, was a 3. It was like
my 4 is a.
No, your 4 is a 7, but
this goes to the computer and this goes to charge.
Oh, that's right. 4 was
the charge.
Your 4 cut is in the 5th position.
It would be 2 cables.
Yeah.
And if you're getting to a false set, then if you were in a false set before, it was just your 5th pin you had to pick.
Don't put them in.
Yeah. Okay, that explains a lot.
Because what it is, the way the spool works in that particular lock, for example, where you had it set up that way, you'd have to pick 4, touch 5, pick 1, 2, and 3. That gets you the false set, and then you just need to lift 5 for the win.
Right. Well, I have moved the spool in number 4 over to what is it? Over to number 1 now. So I'm gonna see if that makes it any different. Moreover, I'm gonna see if that makes it easier or harder, because
it's gonna make it harder because now when you hit your false set, you've got 2 spools to contend with.
Okay.
But now you know that they're in 1 and 5 when you hit the false set. That's all you need to play with.
Yes.
Have a look at your springs. Make sure they're not compressed.
Oh, they always are. They're American. Their springs suck.
I didn't see any compression on the strings, but I don't know. Maybe I already put the driver pins back.
What you can do is the next time you go pull it apart, stick the springs in the Bible and then just stick the pins back on top of it. You'll see they're barely proud. They don't work well.
I can just push it until the 5-pin reveals itself.
Over the baggie right there. Yeah.
The number 5 spring anyway is imparting a decent amount of force, so I'm gonna assume that it's fine for the time being. I mean, I know what happens when we assume, but I just want to finally get this thing picked, so I don't care.
Well, if your springs are compressed, you might not be able to pick it.
They're not. All the pins pop out when I push the core back.
Did you hear the way she laughed when she said that?
if your pins are down, you'll still be able to pick it. It's because it'll be under tension, then it's gravity helping you along. But if it's upside down, you can get it to a point where you can't pick it because a deep pin is falling into the upper chamber sometimes, and you're manually locked up. That's why it's like there's such a pain.
There we go. Okay. So we've got all the key pins put in the core now, and the way I do it is I just use a pick to smush all the driver pins above the shear line. Now we have a core that's locked up. Key works. All right. It still baffles me that there's no security wafer back there.
It's not needed.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think I've ever seen an 1100 with the blocker on it.
I've had a couple, but I've had like 2 or 3.
Have it. 2 of my 4 1100s. Oh, 5. I have 5. 2 of my 5 1100s have that wafer in the back.
I know the higher end locks, any of the 5000s will have it. The 700 will have it. It's just a different class of lock than a $10 lotto lock.
Right.
I can't handle this practice lock Jack Fox sent to me. Maybe it's the covert instrument. I mean, if it looks like this with the 6 with the 6 holes at the top and it has the covert instruments logo at the front, that's how you know it's a CI pack lock mortise. Is if it has the covert instruments logo on the front, right above the above the keyway. So it is a covert instruments practice lock if that's the case.
That shouldn't be pack lock. I didn't think they were making mortise cylinders. It's usually Ilko is what people buy.
Pack lock? No, pack lock does. I don't know where the mortise itself comes from, but pack lock does finish these.
What's the keyway for
it? They may finish it, but it's probably Ilko would be my guess.
The keyway?
What's the keyway run? Yeah.
It'll be like C.
Is it from the pack lock line? Like, is it from like the pack lock style, or is it?
It's an SC1. That's all I know.
Oh, Sledge SC1. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Schleg SC1. Oh, it doesn't have a logo, so it may not be the covert instruments. It may not be the covert instruments one. Then it probably isn't if the covert instruments logo is not there.
Okay, so you pretty much have a mortise cylinder or something like that, and you just
the other snake makes a good point. It might be one of the older ones before they started stamping them. Like they did send them out just like the original Genesis kits. Like they didn't have the covert instrument stamp on them when the challenge locks first started coming out. So it might be one of the original ones or older ones.
Yeah, it could be old also. The telling signs are that number 1, it's like this Adams Wright style mortise cylinder with the cam on the tailpiece. Number 2, it has the
it's not Adams Wright.
It's mortise of each pin chamber. And number 3, the entire thing is knurled. There's no threading on the outside.
Then it's been modified. That's what it is. Because and a mortise cylinder was not first done for Adams Wright. It was done for mortise locks, which was an old version of lock. Adams Wright happens to be a style of mortise lock, which is for aluminum storefront locks.
If that's from covert instruments, maybe it's been modified to fit in their core train or whatever they call that thing that fits all the locks.
Right. And if it's been knurled, it's made to hold in hand as well too.
Yeah, so if it is light,
that's why I love my ovals. That's because I'm a hand picker. So that's why I love my hats and my Ruko.
Not the covert instruments one that. If it's threaded, it's definitely not the Covert Instruments one, because the Covert Instruments one is knurled.
If it's threaded, it's original.
You know what, Adam? Send a picture of it on Discord to LockHeat in his inbox, and he can put it up there for us. Just take a picture and then send it through your Discord to LockHeat. Or I think you could post it on Picking Time in the Discord server. And then LockHeat can fish it out and pop it up there for us.
What are we looking at?
His lock.
Cool.
The lock he wanted to show. The lock you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
He's like, how can I show it? He's like, how can I show it?
Hop on.
But either way, it's probably just because it's, in a mortise cylinder. They're pretty tough to kind of get the hang of when you're first picking them, and they have very nice tolerances sometimes and things like that. So it's just going to be a tougher lock. You might have to progressively pin it.
Yeah,
sorry.
Especially if it's a nice one. Yeah. As you said, they can vary. The Ilko is okay. Old American mortise cylinders were horrible in tolerances, but a lot of the new ones nowadays are getting really good, which is nice. And then anybody can attest to the tolerances in a Yale and a Sargent.
Warning, Marmite is making peanut butter
What? No. He's lying. Brett,
Why?
You're lying.
Brett, go away. We love you. Go away.
Why?
Go to sleep. It's your bedtime.
I can't wait for... No, we need to send How to Basic to Marmite's factories now. We need to send How to Basic to just tear the place up. Somebody get How to Basic on the phone and tell him crimes are being committed.
G'day, Isaac.
Isaac.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, Southpaw Pete's got to run. Take care, Southpaw Pete.
See ya.
Hi, Pete.
Stopping by.
D-Max texting at you, Lockchuck.
Okay, I'm gonna get the vice
Where'd he
out.
go?
This is ridiculous.
Wait, did Lockchuck disappear? Where'd the Lockchuck go?
Lockchuck's making way for Isaac.
Ah.
Okay. I'm picking this in the vice. I don't care.
Can't pick lock today.
Isaac.
Hey guys.
Hey, how are you?
Isaac.
Good. How are you?
So you got a couple of questions to answer,
Woke up
Isaac.
from a nap.
Let's try something ridiculously hard.
I have something for you, Picksmith.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a black belt.
Oh god.
Abus 64 Ti 30.
Abus 60. Wait, doesn't that have a fairly standard?
Yeah, it's like a yellow belt lock.
What? It's like I sent you that black belt.
Or did you modify it with a black belt core?
No. Picksmith sent me a master lock that was virtually impossible when I went last year sometime, and it was like black belt, and we passed it around the community, and I think Steve was the first person to get it open, and then we haven't seen another lock like that for a while, and then I just happened upon this 64 that I just cannot open, and I was like, yo, yeah, I'm like, I need to send this around. So Steve, if you volunteer, I'll send it over to you, and then you can send it over to Picksmith.
Perfect.
It's ridiculous. I just don't even understand. I just don't even understand what I'm feeling in there. I'm just like, what is this?
Isaac, you've got 2 birthday questions to answer for Knox.
What's that?
You've got to answer those questions. What's your biggest accomplishment this year?
By the way, happy birthday, Knox.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
What questions do I have to answer?
Kind of, what have you been accomplishing this year, and what have you projects that you've enjoyed? Anything on picks, locks, anything?
Well, it's still pretty early in the year.
All right. Well, all right. The retro is from my birthday party last year till now. So from last March to this March, what would you say? Whether it's picks, whether it's locks, what would you say is your milestone or something that you're proud of, or something that you've created, or a project you're working on, or something you're progressively picking, or progressively working on? That thing.
Okay. I like that.
It like specifically lock sport related?
Nah, whatever you want, dude. It's just a conversation. You know what I mean? So you can take it wherever wherever you want.
It's like, for example, you're back in school. You're accomplishing learning.
Yeah.
Right. So should I go into like any like philosophical concepts or like?
you can.
Sure, dude. Yeah, if you've learned something that's enlightened you over the last year, yep, definitely. Please share. Go ahead.
Or is it just supposed to be like a 2-minute thing, or like?
You have to talk for
we'll give you a 3.5 minute. We'll give you a 3.5 window, 3.5 minute window to answer, starting.
Well, that's kind of like in between, like a short and like a long. Well, not like a very long, but it's like between a short and a long short.
How about just tell us the philosophical lesson you learned?
No, but what Kurt was saying is the school is definitely good progress. I'll tell you what I learned from school was that I need to focus on not worrying about like trying to get the highest mark in the school or anything like that, but in the end focus on trying to make progress in everything altogether. It's if I'm focusing so much on the school but it's taking my attention away from everything else, then it's not like worth it. So I need to make the balance proper. So I think just balance is the main thing that I learned.
Goodness. I feel you there. My relationship with school is long, complicated, and ongoing. So,
yeah. And then as for accomplishments, I'll talk about the challenge lock that HJ sent recently. It was a D12 keyway, and I'd never picked anything like that. So just the D12 keyway is just such a unique keyway. It was a cool thing that I kind of had to learn and figure out. And see, at first I didn't think I could get a pick to fit from the one side to the top, but
very cool. Yeah, I got one of the challenge locks right here. One of John's, is number 2. That's nice. The 2 challenge locks I've been working on for really this year, basically. One is from John, that's the number 2, and then from Snake and Jay Gabriel collaborated and made this one called Medusa, and both of them, they have very unique pin work on the inside. So like in John's case, for this one here, it kind of has a spring related key pin, so it kind of really messes with your jiggle test to try to find a binding pin or the binding order. And then one from Snake and Jay, I'll actually show you because they give you a kind of teaser on the top of the kick. That's what the pin, when you're inside and you can't make heads or tails of it, that's actually the style of the pin that's holding you up. So that's what's on the inside. But
nice.
So it's loaded with those. And yeah, so that's Medusa. Those are the 2 challenge locks of the year that have been stumping me.
Very cool.
Oh, click with some movement on 3.
Yeah, Adam, I don't see that on the general thread on there. I don't know if it didn't upload yet, maybe.
Okay, hold
on.
Oh, no, I did not like that. That was an overset. God. This lock is going to be the end of me.
Do you use heavy tension or light tension?
I'm kind of leaning on the heavier side at the moment.
Perfect. That you need to lessen just to feel if something needs to move or not, but I find heavier tension is better.
For those who are familiar with White, I just recently bought from him this really cool ASA 500 with the old pill shape ASA logo on there. That should be belongs in the background. That's my autofocus.
Oh,
But
nice.
yeah. So I've been working on the 500 here a little bit, wide open, a little. Okay.
That's a Yale keyway, right?
No, that's awesome.
I'm going to show you the Yale one. Okay, so
it looks kind of Yale-like, at least.
It may be, but ASA does not use a Yale keyway. They
hold
use
on.
their own.
Yeah. Here's the 3 ASAs that I own, and you can see this one in particular has a very Yale-looking keyway.
Yeah.
With the curve on the top. That one's very flat and kind of wide open. That one I got from the Bosnian bill sale, and then that's the one that I got just recently from White. And you see some of them protrude from the thing, some of them are flush. So, I mean, they definitely are unique, each in their own right.
ASA are kind of known for making some of like the most pick-resistant locks that the lock sport community works with, right?
They do. They had the whole twin series, V10, Baltic.
Yeah, you're not kidding, dude.
Triton,
Like, there's a lot.
6K, Max, Max exclusive. The list goes on and on and on. And the 700. And then just even their regular stuff is a pain in the ass. The 600, the 500, same thing.
Oh, that's
with
what I like about the 500. It just has the standard tapers in there, so I don't have to go crazy with gin spools or barrels or anything. So
They do have 500s with gins.
Yeah, I have a Bruco 500 sleeved.
Yeah,
with,
that's
gin.
Yeah, that's I got one of those right here too. Just saying.
Two of the
I've
names
never picked a sleeved Ruko, but I can imagine that it's
guy.
probably at least a purple, but probably like brown or.
That has a very almost Yale core like core is very like wide one looking with the curved top, like the top of the keyway curve like that.
Yeah, but it's very unique to ASA and Ruko. They have that keyway.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's like you can say it's reminiscent of a Y1 or the Yale 1A, but
however,
it's ASA's.
I gotta say I got lucky in the sense I had to make this key. So when I got this ASA from the supposed Bosnian bill lot,
I remember that. That.
There's no key for it. So literally, this comes from a Corbin Russwin lock with a Yale cylinder in it, and I had to cut it to shape. But I mean, it fits all 7 chambers and
nice job, Knox.
Turns the core.
Wow. Nice job.
That's an old trefoil key, so that would be pre-1930 that those were made. Just the key alone.
Yeah, so this is my little trophy lock that I Lockpicking dev was cool enough to print me out when I ordered one of his picks.
There's Adam's lock that he's having trouble with.
Oh, that's a
Sergeant keyway.
I was gonna say that looks almost like I mean, I would have misidentified and said that was a KW1.
Yeah, an LA keyway.
Yeah, LA or RA, one of the two, but most likely LA. I forget.
Yeah, that looks like LA.
Which one it is? But that's a Sergeant keyway. That is not.
That is definitely not the CI pack lock mortise. No.
Yeah, Sergeant, in my opinion, is like harder than any of the other commercial types of.
But that is that is in LA. You're perfect, Isaac. But that's a knockoff cylinder. That's probably Ilco or it wouldn't be GLS yet. GMS, one of those knockoffs because it's not labeled. So
I find even still they're still
okay.
Yeah, they're still pretty tricky, even the knockoff ones.
They're just a pain in the butt, and it'll have standard pins and everything in it. There won't be any spools.
I think
my dad once showed me. My dad once showed me a key that I wasn't sure what it was that he uses to get into his workplace, and I did some asking around and figured out that it was actually a Sergeant signature, which was interesting.
Yeah, they have the dimples on the side for the 2 sidebars. They're kind of cool. They come in the regular keyways too.
That's as a hand picker
on it.
I got this Ruko 500, and unfortunately, the half that I got, it has the I don't know what the cutout exactly is for, but it has the cutout to fit into the whatever slot it's supposed to be in. And man, does it make it uncomfortable to hold in hand. I mean, like the cuts here are so sharp. I mean, it's really uncomfortable to hold.
The two locks fit like that. With the two, so the cutout is for a screw to go in one side, and on the other side of the door, the cutout's on the other side for the other screw to go in. That's what
Oh, so on both sides you had it. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually have the other half of the cylinder. This is the inside version of it where the screws go through to lock into yours. It's for the old Scandinavian oval cylinders.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Okay, guys.
They look really cool. They look like a face.
I'm out of gas. I'm gonna say good night, everybody. Good night.
Night, Parky.
Good night, Parkinson.
Good night, Parkinson. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Hey, no explosions tonight, so good for me.
Yay.
There you go.
Take care, buddy.
I love you all very much. Good night.
Have a good night, buddy. We love you too.
Take care, Parky.
Okay. Okay, what is... Good Lord. All right. Ah, what have I done? Here we go. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, so...
Hate this lock.
It's set, but it feels set. Jeez, oh man.
Next, what about a giveaway?
Yeah, good idea. Go ahead, run one. Let's see. I'll show you what the what it is you'll be winning. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, you'd be winning one of these mailer birthday bags, and on the inside, well, let's see. So that's the whatever the bag itself. That's going to be my year 3 stickers for the night school thing that I'm going to be teaching. And let's see, you got the new Knoxtober stickers. The for today's Knox Locks and Loaded, my original, the night school version, and then the YouTube banner.
Ooh.
So you get all the year 3 stickers, and then a couple lucky people. Let's see, I have another one. This will be I only probably have like 2 of these to give away for tonight, but a white version of the bag that you saw, except it's for the particularly for the birthday. These are the leftovers from the ones that I had sent out and got returned, but same idea with the stickers, except for you get added either keychain or a little lapel pin, and then all of them, I don't know why it wasn't in the black mailer, or I just couldn't see it, but there's also the little tattoos, so kind of like the one I have on the back of my hand. I wanted to get these out to people, whatever, about a week ago, so we'd have the tattoos and play a game of, whatever, who has the tattoos, who could pick something, who could whatever, and, have the tattoo as a whatever prize or whatever, but didn't make it out in time, so. All right, so for a black bag giveaway, for one of the body bags, go ahead and set it up, LockHeat.
What have I done?
What do you want to do? Pick anybody from the chat or do a
hashtag? Yeah, go ahead. We'll do it like that. Whoever enters or comments.
Ah, I got it. Okay. Saved. I hate this lock. I made a mistake and dropped all of the dropped all the driver pins into the plug by mistake, but luckily a comb pick saved me.
Oh, you're able to push it back up. Okay. Oh, yeah, you did get lucky.
Push all the driver pins back above the shear line. So I didn't brick this core when I thought I was going to.
Oh, and ding dong.
What are you calling me?
Now we got J. Gabriel hanging backstage, but we have to do the giveaway first, and I can put him in.
Jay.
Saved by the comb. Yes, exactly. So now what I'm doing is just trying to see if I can, because I don't have any spare springs, so I'm just trying to see if I can stretch these springs a little bit, and maybe that'll help.
So you know how it works. If you haven't done so, leave a comment in the chat to be entered in a giveaway.
Snake, why are you stretching the strings? Did you compress them when you used the comb?
No, I think they were just compressed already, and I wasn't realizing it. And that's probably why I wasn't getting very good feedback when I was trying to pick the lock.
Is it an American 1100?
Yes, 1100.
And is the springs, how low are the springs sitting when there's no pin in there?
When I like dropped the springs in, they were sitting below the shear line.
That's normal for it to be kind of right below the shear line, right at the shear line.
Yeah,
a little bit below even.
Bible, so.
To be honest, that's kind of where they should be, but it depends if it's to the point where you can't even see it, then it might be too compressed.
Yeah. So what I'm trying right now is just What I'm trying right now is just stretching the springs a little bit. And with any luck, that will result in better feedback when I try and pick.
Shall we roll it, Knoxs?
Sure.
Let her roll.
Here we go.
Where is it going? Oh,
hey.
To Steve. Nice.
Congratulations, Steve.
Nice one, Steve.
All right, Steve.
Thank you.
If you can, Steve, either hit me up on Discord through Picking Time on Discord, or my
Thank you.
My email is locks4Knoxs@gmail. Just message me with your info so I get that to you.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
I still can't believe we don't have ways to send stuff to people without their addresses yet. Like, if you wanted... Everyone would have to rent a P.O. box, basically. Oh, God. Okay. Well, the strings
what will probably end up happening in the next, decade is that everybody's going to have 3D printers. Anytime you need to send something to somebody, you'll just send them the file, and then they'll just print it.
Yeah, it's a print out right there, almost like the way Star Trek or whatever just has it beamed out right there to whatever they want.
There'll still be a lot of things that need to be sent normally. But I'm just saying that I think a lot of stuff will be, transferred over to that kind of... It'll be almost like teleportation.
Okay, my lock has just done the worst kind of magic trick.
Jay.
Hey, y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me? I didn't know. Yep. I didn't know. Okay, right on, man.
You are live, sir. Yeah. You are live.
All right.
Okay, I thought I was still backstage. I was concentrating on this.
What you got there? A piston pin or rattlesnake? We
it is. I'm making a telescopic rattlesnake. This is one of the. You said that you wanted me to make one, put one together for you. I was going to send one to Truckers, send one to Knoxs, send one to Tenny. So here's one I've already got made. This one a little bit different. I don't know if you can be able to see exactly the smaller segments on the inside of the inside. So basically it's like a double pip, but it's all segmented like a telescopic rattlesnake. You're not going to be able to...
Why do you hate us so?
Well, I'm not putting it into a challenge lock. I'm giving it to you to toy around with and to reverse engineer and, torment others with it. There's going to be a time soon I'm going to be taking me a good long break from this. I'm trying to get many of you people out there sick and twisted as me, and preach it to the many nations wide.
You've done a good job of that, brother.
I try, man. I try. Next Friday when I get paid, I will be sending out some poker chips finally. So I'll at least get that taken care of. And among some other stuff, but yeah. Oh, Knoxs, Medusa, that pin that you seen on top, the 3 pins that are on the inside look nothing like that anymore. They look nothing like that anymore. I bastardized them. I took them to hell and back, man. They don't look like that anymore.
Because I even tried to go at it with the leashy, and I couldn't even. I wanted to see just what it would give on the leashy, and that thing was a bastard just going with that. No. So it was even super light tension.
Spoilers. I'll send you spoilers in a DM on Discord, man.
Something nice.
You know, so if you decide to gut it and try to progressive pin it to see how you can get past it, that's fine. I don't mind, you know.
It's that nice blunt edge, man. It catches it almost kind of like a trench trap style. Like it locks it, and to get that to go around the one and then have another one that's tapered drop again. Oh man, dude, it's frustrating. Like it's a back and forth battle. Like that's a.
Oh, there it is. Thank God. Okay.
Sound like he got it, maybe the one he's after. Probably not.
Did you get that snake? Or what happened?
I thought I lost a serrated spool.
But
no, I know D-Mac. Not Brian. D-Mac sent me my first ever rattlesnake pin. I was fortunate enough to win D-Mac's, I want to say it was like his 300 subscriber giveaway or something like that, and I won his, came in first, and I chose his Nessie. So he had a homemade handle. Very nice handle, awesome Nessie. And he was nice enough to throw in a couple of rattlesnake pins. So to get that in your first 6 months of lock sport, man, you know, it's kind of a big deal. And it's like, oh, wow, you know, to get rattlesnake pins and to be able to mess around with them, that was very cool. And then Jay sends me so I could put in my pack lock 2.5 millimeter rattlesnake pins. And they're made out of steel. And they're even more. And it's like, oh, wow, dude. I mean, that to have that caliber of being able to drill down through 2 millimeter to make the rings and then to cut the rings and put it all back together on a smaller than 2 millimeters is like, wow, dude, that's
you're giving me more credit than what was done. That I didn't drill through that, man. That's tubing. That's stainless steel tubing I got. I took the easy way, man. The easy way.
You still had to slice them baby carrot thin to be like,
I did. Yeah.
You have to do that, like the wafer size.
These right down here, down here, those as well as those right there. I had to drill those out from 2 millimeter to 2.16 or 2.18 millimeters, just so that these 2 millimeters will be engulfed and enveloped by those.
And that, I mean, when you serrate the core, forget about it. That thing's jamming up every which way that you go. Like it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Sounds like a pain. Oh my word. I mean, I'm still. I still need to get all of my blue belt stuff together. Making the challenge lock is going to be the hardest part about blue belt for me. Because I don't have any,
no, it's not, dude.
I don't have any of the requisite tools yet.
You know, you could do like some people just to have a blue belt, whatever. You just grab your file, get you some rod, get you some not key pins, but drivers, and just scratch some stuff in them. That's what's, you know, that's if you're just after the belt. But when you do that and you realize, like, man, I could have done better. I could have put more time. And you take a little bit more pride in it. Yeah, you know, look, get you a set of needle files. Get you a hacksaw blade, even a jigsaw blade, even some of these coping saw blades.
Harbor Freight is very well priced.
Harbor Freight.
Yeah.
They got like a 20 pack of these little different types of pins. That's what I first started off with. So I started getting the hacksaw blades. Now, this thing, that's a whole different story. I love this, and I need to get some more blades. I'm getting to run out. That's the only downfall with it.
Main thing is I actually remember hearing the name Harbor Freight from Shane from Stuff Made Here. He's talked about Harbor Freight in some of his videos.
Yeah, you can find a lot of stuff there. You take $50, you could probably get everything you need, don't you think, Jay? $50?
Oh, you don't even.
Oh,
need
even
that.
cheaper. No, I was gonna say from Home Depot. As I bought this file, it's a Husky file, and it came with all the different. Right now, I have round ones. I've been cutting keys, but it came with all the different files, and then the handle. You can use this one or a T handle. I also bought the. I use it for threading or for drilling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Husky's the brand.
You don't even need a Dremel. You can just use a drill motor, cordless or non-cordless.
Wow.
And you don't need rod. You can just use the existing pins too.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the assumption I always had was that I would need to like figure out how to make like the world's tiniest lathe.
No. Well, you already have it.
If you have it,
it's a
right
Dremel.
there. That's my lathe.
To getting a lathe.
My lathe.
Yeah.
That's what I ended up doing whenever I did the 7 Deadly Sins, Jay. I put my Dremel into my vise and held it.
Oh, you got a literal drill.
I picked a lock. I picked a lock.
Yeah, that vice. That's the way. You know, even when you're trying to pick a Master Lock 19, that's the way.
Jay,
a little.
GP Man's asking you a question. Are you saying are those double-sided razor blades or actual saw blades?
Oh, these razor blades, they're actually saw blades. They're like about 70 teeth per inch here. Let me pull it up. I don't know if you're going to be able to see the teeth or not.
Stretched a little. Oh, God.
Maybe. Hold on a second. Let me try it this way.
Watch, at the very end of this, I'm gonna lose my mind. By the end of this, I'm gonna be like speaking how to basic. Dremel Stylo Plus is 20.
Yeah, Cucumber, you're not wrong, dude. Right around 20 to like $40, you got pretty much a whole set between the Dremel and the files. If you don't mind, like the name brand that you have, like dude, you can get started for.
Wow, I thought Dremels always costed like upwards of like $50 or something.
When it's
you get off brand. I got it's in the garage where all my my stuff is. I got it's called Tech something, I believe, but it's like $15. I got it off of eBay, and it's a rechargeable cordless one. I mean, it does the job.
Oh, I mean, all I really need is like a thing that spins, huh?
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
And some files. And
mine has a little phone charger, like it recharges the battery, so I don't have to have it, plugged in. I don't have to worry about whatever, and just do whatever mods I need on the fly. Kind of cool.
Yeah, it's not. A lot of people underestimate how simple it can be, but then again, we also understand that a lot of people are tool challenged.
I think it's also. I mean, I'm decent with tools. I think the main problem for me is that I just get caught up into like the idea of wanting to do something really extravagant.
Oh yeah,
for my challenge lock.
But you don't need to.
Yeah. I just need to buy like a commercially available lock and modify the pins, huh?
Yeah, that's as simple as you need to do. And if you mess one up, go tear apart one of your other locks. I mean, just get the basic mortise cylinder. That's all you need. A kick cylinder. Mortise cylinder is just easier to work with.
I might have a couple kick cylinder. I might even have a mortise cylinder with a key around here, but I might be able to send you something, Snake. Just get a hold of me on Discord or something. I have Picksmith sends me 75 pounds of locks every 3 months, so I'm good. I can send you a couple.
It's funny seeing the pictures of the scales too. Like it's literally, I had to take 2 pounds out. Sorry, like it's literally.
Yeah, my wife said, you cannot send her 69 pounds of locks. Pull it out. Come on, they say 70. I'm trying to get to the. I want to see if UPS will actually deliver the limit.
I know. I was thinking like I would probably find a trail of locks around the neighborhood where like the rest of while he dumped them out so he didn't have to carry it all. That was so funny.
Somebody say 69.
It looks so unassuming. Like the box just looks so unassuming because it's just like a box, you know? And then you go to grab it and it's stuck to the wall. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's a medium parcel box that weighs 60 pounds.
It just looks hilarious. It's so weird compared to how heavy it actually is.
Yeah.
You know what I've yet to pick? I've yet to pick any of those. What are they? Are they LFICs in there? I've yet to pick any of them. Yeah, I've never had been interested in picking that, and I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's just a Schleg 6-pin. There's nothing different about it.
I'm gonna have to give them a couple of them a try.
Speaking of unassuming looking boxes, this is something I ordered a while back. It's very small,
heavy.
And it's only about 9.4 pounds.
I can fit that in a small box.
I remember wanting these for something at the time that I ordered them, but now I've forgotten, and I'm just kind of stuck with 500 balls.
You know what, Snake? You got a lot of balls.
Yes, I do have a lot. Like the joke I always make is, how many balls do I have? 500. But please don't make me get the box and count them again.
Well, at least you've always got a good random guessing game thing going on when you come to do your giveaways.
Exactly. Just put a cup full of those and go, how many balls are actually in here?
Count my balls.
How many flies are in this jar?
You can do that for a giveaway. Nick's Picks, was it Nick's Picks did the jelly beans? You could do the balls.
Yeah. I think I am going to have to use the medium
balls
hook,
on the pins.
Because I thought by looking at the key and holding a pick next to it, I could lift pin 5 without oversetting pin 4, but I don't think that's the case because of the shielding. And the shielding adds a little extra length that I didn't account for.
Are you talking about your American?
Yeah, I'm talking about this.
No, there's no warding in that. You can stick any pick from the bottom and go up to the pins.
No, I'm not talking about the warding. I'm talking about this retaining plate. The retaining plate adds a little extra length.
No, but it doesn't affect you in picking at all.
Because your pin is situated further back than that. If you're hitting that, then you've got your picking too far.
Yeah, and because you'll be in position 6 because it's a 6-pin cylinder, but it's only pinned to 5. You just need, and 4 to a 7 is only 3 cuts away. That's a medium hook at best.
Yeah, but I've been using a short hook for this.
For just that back one, you'll need something just a touch longer. Once you get to that false set, that's when you switch. Use your short hook to get all the pins set to your false set. Then is when you're going to, now you have 1 in 1 and 1 in 5. Once you get to that false set, then you switch to a larger pick, because the other thing too is picking a high pin in position 1, a short hook, you're like, your pick is flat to the lock going, I'm trying to push it up, and it's really hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then back in 5, I mean, a short hook probably is more than enough. Where's a Jimmy short? Where's any shorts?
And also count your pins so that you know you're not picking that empty 6 chamber.
Yeah. No, I've got that nailed down. Oh my god, I think I overset 4 again. Did I? Hold on.
4, you should only have to touch once, and it will just click. It'll just be a little tick, and that's it. Because it does have to move. It's not that. And that's it. And then just get behind it and push up on the next one.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna try this again, because I literally just got the false set. Okay, so let's see. This is 1 right here.
Okay.
One should be about 3 or 4 clicks.
One has nice springiness to it. Okay, so let's see what I can do here. Okay, so
Actually, that's right. One's a spool, so you're not going to feel it. So just ignore it. Concentrate on 2, 3, and 5.
Okay.
And you'll
Nice one,
probably
Chuck.
nudge 4 right by trying to get back into 5.
Okay, so we got
Chuck just got his Lockwood 334 B45.
6 out of 2.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, 2 won't go.
I can only pick a Yale. What the hell is this today?
3 is going crunch. 3 won't go. Here comes 4. Click out of 4. 4 won't go.
You should also be able to feel 4 is going to feel stiff on you.
Yeah. 4 won't go, so I'm pretty sure it's set. 5? Click out of 5. Okay.
The other thing too is
Back to
listening
spinning.
for the quality of the clicks too. That's a big thing in those.
Tiny click out of 1. Let's leave it alone. Nothing on 2. 3 won't go. 4 won't go. Okay, let's try resetting.
No, you were good.
Yeah,
Okay, hold
you
on.
should have went back to 1 and just.
Nothing on 1.
Kept pushing on 1. 1's a high lift.
I actually do what you do. I like to reset whenever I'm not sure, and then going back to get to where I was, and then that way I call that progressive
Oh,
picking
that's right.
instead of
But now
progressive pinning.
one has a spool
It's a very good
and
way to
one's the
learn.
highest, so it just needs a little click to start to get into the spool section. I forgot about that.
Okay, 3 went crunch. Now, now 3 won't go.
Sometimes it's a matter of just understanding
of
the kind of
forward
pick
movement.
pressure and tension that you need in order to set the pin properly. And doing
also
it a bunch of times will help. Yeah.
And knowing
Like doing
what
it a
a
bunch of
pin
times
feels
will
like that
help.
needs to move, that
5.
has a little touch of feedback on it.
Hello,
There you
everyone.
go, Dad. Nice tensioner. There you go.
1 is loose.
Dev,
Hello.
how are
Yes,
you doing?
Hi, how are
Hi.
you?
I'm doing good. You know,
Miss
live
you.
streaming. Happy birthday, Knox.
Thank you very much, dude.
You heard us
Yeah.
talking about
What,
you
so it has to
earlier.
be someone's birthday for you to come and see us?
Here we go.
Yeah.
4 won't go.
I was honestly getting ready to lay down and take a nap, and I saw a
5.
notification for it. I was like, oh shit, I'm not napping today.
No nap for you.
No.
5 won't
You're
go.
still young, anyways. You walk all over the place. You're good.
Oh, hell. If I told you I was diagnosed with narcolepsy for 7 years, you'd change your tune.
Oh, okay.
This asshole don't sleep.
Click out of 1.
What's your year been
So
like, Dev?
technically,
On
Oh,
2.
sorry. Go ahead.
this is
Sorry
a
about that.
Master Lock. This is a Master Lock 19 core that I have. So
Ooh.
technically, since I put standard, or I made standard driver pins for this thing, technically this is been modified.
No way,
Pick up
lockpicking lawyer. Wow, thank you very much, dude. Thank you very
Hello.
much.
Took all the
Yo,
Yeah,
lockpicking lawyer in the chat. Wow.
Oh, hey, LPL.
Hey,
That
LPL.
was
Yay.
not something I expected
Welcome,
today.
LPL.
Anyway,
Hello
You put
there.
standards in. You're
Here we
supposed
go.
to make the pins normal, like what they're supposed to be.
Or
Now,
you
this
just
really
practicing
is
it?
the
well,
lockpicking
I did that
lawyer.
already.
Oh,
I
okay.
did that already.
Now you just do. Now
Then
you're
I
just
was
putting
having
regulars
fun,
in to pick
and
it.
I made standard pins. And
You got to join us on camera one time, LPL.
I was trying to make it easier.
Oh, that would be fun.
Damn spool.
If that happens while I'm on stream, I will try not to get too
That would
excited.
humble the hell out of us real quick, right?
Just don't let Lady
No, I
Lock's
bet.
husband be on stream when that happens.
Getting some motherfucker.
He's just gonna get like I don't know. He's just gonna get like 5 Packlock 98 Pros open in 2 seconds.
You know who we haven't seen in a while is Pugs. Remember when Pugs used to come on here and
Yeah.
just do crazy stuff?
He's
Okay,
been,
hold on.
How do you do it on camera?
he's been
There's a
publishing
link in the
videos
description.
at least.
LPL wants to know how does he join on camera. You want to explain it?
It's the
There's a
There's
link
a
in
link
the
in the
description.
description. You have to
Do we
go to
need
the
somebody to-
StreamYard link and then.
Does somebody need to get off to get him on here?
Oh, if we're 9 deep, yeah, right
If we're
deep.
9 deep, I'll step off for a little bit.
Yeah, I think. How many
All right,
people
yeah,
are
let's give
Well,
him
let's see if
room.
he can figure it out first, and if he says that the studio's full.
Yeah, there's a
But,
link.
yeah.
Follow the StreamYard link.
Then you just.
That's good. One of my questions too for a conversation was, who's your favorite YouTuber / lock supporter that's no longer making content? And that's kind of wow. That's awesome that LPL's coming into our.
The first name.
Right
the
on
first,
cue for the question.
The first one I can name. Even though I need to get into more of his content, but the first one I can name is Bosnian Bill.
Yeah,
I know there are
for
probably
sure.
others.
Oh, gee.
I tried to think a little outside the box. I figured most would go my route of from the gut to first thing Bosnian Bill or Lockpicking Lawyer. So my thing was, my person would be Fish
No,
Pick.
Lockpicking Lawyer still makes content.
Well, no, I get it, but it's mostly for covert instruments. I mean, his long format, meaning a whole 15 minutes. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
I
the
see.
whole.
On really challenging locks, right?
Yes. Yeah.
They're more
Lockpicking Lawyer Otter.
I'm Miss
informing the
Abjo.
public of how.
I mean, I had a lot of downtime, and I binge watched a lot of both Lockpicking Lawyer and Bosnian Bill. You know, multiple dozens of hours. So in my time
agree.
being sick.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree though on Fish Picks. Fish Picks is just really had a style to him that was really cool.
Yeah,
And he connected with me. Even calling my people who weren't lockpickers muggles and saying stuff like that, even just using Harry Potter slang, you know, and stuff like it was just cool. I liked his flow, I liked his explanations, I liked his.
LPL laments is lamenting in the chat. No one watches his long videos. Yeah, so I can understand. I mean, he talked about it. He talked about it in his SaintCon presentation too.
Oh, that was great! I love his SaintCon presentation. That was game changer. That was awesome.
That does give some insight into why he moved.
You should make
away
like a
from,
second channel for long format videos or something, so that way it doesn't need to mess with your main
back
channel.
Because I mean, all channels kind of what I call run the gambit, meaning you say, okay, here's the lock. This is the parts where they're called. This is how you pick the lock. Here's security pins. And you go, you know, like spooled, serrated, mushrooms, and then what the core mods do, and then that Bible mods. That's what it is. Challenge locks from then on. So, and then every year, every couple of years, they remake their, or re-go over the same content. So, because there's only so much you can teach. So in the teaching of that, just the way for me, Fish Picks on my other board, besides today, what I had out in front of me, my normal board, I had the big three and the small three listed on there. And the big three was Bosnian Bill, Lockpicking Lawyer, and Lock Noob. And then on the small three, those were just YouTubers that got to me, like after I've watched so much of the big three, but yet so that was number one would be Helpful Lockpicker. He just made things make sense to me. Like, I don't know why, I watched enough about of the big three to kind of almost like one-on-one tutoring, you know what I mean? Almost one-on-one. It was nice. It was slow. It was, if I watched him now, it might be a little too slow in the long format, you know what I mean? But at the time, that was exactly where my education needed to be. And then in that bottom three, or the small three, that Fish came in fast-paced. I already knew a little bit enough to, understand things. And from Lock Lingo, which was his first breakdown video, to, his whole line, and, it was very short. But, I mean, to me, I thought he was great. From entertaining, from educational, and, to actual practicality. Like, he hit all of them, on the nose.
I mean, I think for me, my big three started with actually more entertaining, and that's what got me into lockpicking. And then my small three go into like the more educational. So my big three were definitely Lockpicking Lawyer, McNally, and Lock Noob would maybe be the third. And then my small three right now are probably Sandman, George Jim, and
Jim.
Gosh, I'm trying to think of the third one.
Jim's Legend, for sure.
Third one would be Artichoke, I think.
Artichoke makes
Artichoke
great
2000, yep.
videos. He won many Lockie Awards almost every year for
Yeah.
so many different reasons.
Rightfully
With
so.
Fix was he was a media teacher, and so he knew how to make the videos entertaining and fast-paced, and a lot of video editing and stuff involved, which took from us just pointing cameras at our desks to a whole new level,
Here, I'll get
which
off.
was really entertaining and informative at the same time. And then you had Artichoke come in, who just
Is the
was
studio
able
full?
to
Oh,
just give us
okay.
the inside of Locks so that we could really visualize what was going on and see what was going on inside Locks. He took that whole inside of a lock to a whole
Well,
new
yeah.
level.
See, I love that Pocket Woman. How Lockpicking Warrior did that right towards the end. The inside the lock. So it's literally the inside of the lock perspective. So it shows how the actual pins are working inside the lock. Yeah,
That
that's
is
great.
hard as hell to get set up. I have tried doing that, and that is a pain in the ass. Let me tell
Artichoke
you.
has
Respect for
actually. Artichoke has also done some inside perspective stuff for like gins and barrels and stuff like that. So
We should get Artie in here as well sometime. I'll make sure
that would
to
be great.
send him a message and ask him.
Oh, Picksmith hopped off. He said if LPO wants to try to join again.
Yeah.
Those
Is
cameras too.
Artichoke still making videos though?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to join. It's
I've got a
not bad.
playlist on my channel for just Artichoke's videos because they hit the chord so well.
I watched so many of Artichoke's videos when I was trying to actually see what the heck was going on in certain locks, because
Yeah,
but like
so
you're
I
right,
fucking
Dev,
really-
trying to get a camera on the parts of the
Yeah.
locks that you want to see. is
What you have to
terrible.
do, I talked to them. I think I talked to Mr. Black Magic was somebody that did that too. And I talked to him about how he did that. And you have to find a specific camera that has a 2mm focus point. And most of them are much further than that. So that's what screws it all up because you have to get it pretty
You can
close.
also-
It has to be this focus point.
Yeah.
You can also get a boroscope and then connect it, like those small little boroscopes off.
Yeah,
of
through the back of
Amazon
Keyway
for
or something
cheaper.
like that.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
it's
hard
right
to
down.
get it.
Well, those
2
borescopes too,
centimeter focus point.
that's still the same thing with the borescopes. That's what he's talking about. Even with those, you have to have a specific focus point on them. You have to pay attention to that.
Yeah,
Right.
Dig has a nice one that he showed, and I ended up getting it, and it's great for yourself to see something. Like if you're having trouble with like visualizing something and you want to see what actually it is you're dealing with from that point of view, it's great for that, but pretty much nothing else because you can't keep it in place. And like Deb was saying, you have to move it to get it to see other things, so it's not like it can see the entire inside really well, like the things that those guys are using. But yeah, some of those videos were very helpful just to see it for a second, and be like, okay, that's what it is.
Oh, you bastard.
And it had like 1,000 other issues. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah,
still wanna see
that's
if I can
true.
get this to work. Where are my gloves?
Norland and Snow are also really, really good. And Legend of the Samurai. They're really good teachers in how they do things.
Podcast on YouTube.
I want to see if I can. Oh my god, there's crumblets everywhere. Everything is getting covered in crumblets.
But for those who don't know, Fish is actually a teacher. That's his profession, so that's why he's so good at teaching.
He's a media teacher. That's why he was so good at videos.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
I wish I was better at making videos. I would do a lot more teaching. Cause I feel like
I wish
if you
I was
look
a
at that,
student
like,
in his
videos are
class.
tough. Oh, really?
No, I said I wish I was a student in
Oh,
his
you
class.
wish. I thought you said you were. I was like, holy shit. Wow, what a
We
coincidence.
all were a student in his class. Anyone who watched the video, we were all students.
Yeah, no joke.
Okay. I figured it out. Kind of.
You got it?
He's hitting it.
There it is.
By the way, Mr. Inferno, did you show that M-Heart video to your boss?
Not sure I can join without my full name showing up. Maybe next time.
No, it doesn't. It should just put your YouTube name up. It should put your YouTube channel name, and then you can change your name to whatever you want it to in the. As long as you're
whatever nickname you want.
If you're using
there's
the
two
channel
name
you're
sections.
typing
There's your
with-
main name and the nickname. But
Yeah, if you're using the channel you're typing this with, it'll come up as that channel name. And then
Set your nickname to not a fluke.
Yeah, then you can type in a nickname or whatever. But let's see.
Isn't your snake in the chat?
Yeah, it doesn't bring
snake
you right
on
on
snake.
camera either. It takes you to your own spot where it's like
They have to
before
admit you.
backstage. So you get to a before backstage spot. You'll be back. You'll be like behind
Snake
stage.
says, "Isn't your full
And
name
then-
Lockpicking Lawyer?" Oh my god, that's brilliant.
LockHeat, if it shows any like sensitive information about LPL, then just let him know and then don't bring him in.
Yeah.
That way he knows that we're looking out for him too.
Please, Sam, thank you.
Yeah, it'll just bring you to a pre-backstage area where you can adjust your camera settings and things like that, and then you'll click to join, but you still don't join on camera. You go to a backstage area then, and that's where you can double check everything before you actually put yourself, or LockHeat puts you onto the actual video.
Before he gets
Okay,
here,
you're getting a bit slack, mate. Where's me woohoo?
A couple weeks ago we had well, I wasn't on the stream at the time, but we had Robert Pingor on board, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so very neat. What did I do wrong here?
so we were talking about everybody's. Hey, Nathan. We were talking about everybody's accomplishments this year. I figured I'd show you a couple things I'm working on. One of them everybody's probably already seen is the keyline guides for impressioning. So I made one for Schleg. So you take your key, stick it in there, take a marker.
How do we make that big?
You make your
Oh,
lines
that
through
wasn't
it
Okay.
all the way around.
Boards grow.
There you go. And you have your impressioning marks for when you're impressioning now to follow.
Oh,
So I made that for Schleg.
Oh,
and-
Dev, yeah, I just had I had Eshlins make me one of those. I have one right now. Hold on, that's what I'm using to cut my keys.
Oh,
hold on.
nice. Yes,
Yeah,
Cucumber,
thank you very much
I
for
made
that.
And I actually am finishing up the Y1, Y2 version right now. So you can see that the holes are a little bit big on this. The next version of it should be on my printer right now, finished up, so the hole should be more thin. But I should have one for Y1, Y2 for all those impressioning the Euro area. If it would stop being blurry.
that's
There we go.
awesome.
But yeah, the lines
Nice.
lines up pretty nice. And here I actually have a steel cylinder right there. So if I stick in, you can see the lines line up perfectly in there. So now I just got to get it to look pretty, and I'll put that one up online next. And then I have
Here you
to
go,
work
Dev.
on I have to work on Lockwood next for the Aussie. So
I
yeah,
have
we have our,
McDonald Poor says, "I want to hear LPL. I bow down to his greatness." Imagine how I feel
There he
being
is.
on the stream and voice chat.
Welcome, LPL. How are you?
Thanks. Can you guys hear me?
yes.
Wow, yes,
Hey, welcome.
Welcome. Not a fluke.
Thanks a
That's
lot.
funny.
Let's see if we can
Not a fluke.
adjust this. Adjust this, and actually, I need to get some locks here.
It's
Well,
not the
we will.
famous table
We'll
that we
continue
know.
chatting while you're doing that. Let's see.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll
The
put
good
Knox
news
up
is that-
and he can chat.
We all have to remember, like, there's no highlight thing, so we can't remember people's, like, we can't see who's talking, but with you, everybody already knows your voice, so they'll know right away.
Oh, so you
Oh,
got
yeah,
a couple
Knox, you
of
do.
those
Nice.
too, Knox.
See, Dev? Yeah. Like these are Eshlins. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but Eshlins printed that out for me, along with
Nathan in the chat, this fun hangout. How I can join? I think it's at capacity right now, Nathan. But there's a link in the description. So when it's not at capacity, you can just click that, get everything set up, and then you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Once you
What
get
are those
added.
for, no?
What was that for, Knox?
That's for cutting. This one's for the SC1 keyway. It's built off of John Locke's design. So each one of those is a different depth cut
Okay.
So
to use with the
Oh,
Lishi cutters. And then Lockpicking Dev created for the key so you could mark the indentations of where the filings are going to go or where your cuts are going to go. I have two different color ones, just one's black, one's red. So you just like Dev showed you in his example, you just slip your key in there and it allows you to mark the spaces in between the, where you're going to be filing or cutting the depth to.
So Knox, you mentioned the Lishi key cutters actually, and I've heard there's a lot of problems with getting those to stick on the key nicely. So
yeah, there is a little bit, yep, for sure.
So I will be publishing.
On Covert Instruments as a plug spinner.
I'll be publishing mine soon.
We will soon.
So I believe the upcoming Project Spin is not actually a plug spinner because McNally showed it in one of his videos.
Oh yeah, that's something totally different.
Yep.
But there is a plug spinner that has been prototyped and is, well, assuming we can get to the point where we're happy with it, it'll be out in relatively short order.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah, see that's what I've been doing right there. Exactly what you're doing. I got a bunch of keys I got to cut for the Sparrows order that I have. So I got the keys from CLK. And they're all like in the shape of guns or swords or whatever, but they're either quick set or just like SC1s.
Those are cool keys. I like that sword one. Is that the same one Rook used for that Sword in the Stone challenge lock? That was neat.
Oh, they got a bunch of different ones. They got brass knuckle or like trench knife ones. I like that. I'm going to use that one on one of the ones with the trench traps that I make. So I figured a trench knife on a trench trap. That's kind of ironic. And then, they got different swords and guns and stuff. Yeah, so it's
on the topic of Zeph's comment though. I did see when Robert previewed Project Gravity on Picking Time, and that had me really excited.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can grab a prototype.
Hey Knox, let me know if those Ishi jigs work, how accurate they are, because I heard that might be an issue too. So that's why I kind of took on the project as well to redo them.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Yep. Yes, welcome.
You mean something like this?
Pick Smith in the chat.
Oh.
Yes, that one.
Yeah. This is we're pretty close. Yeah. We're putting together just some fun stuff, some things that'll be more toys than anything else, but obviously you'll be able to pick with them. But they're really cool little fidget toys. And I don't have the turning tool in the back of this one right now, but there'll be anything. I mean, when we were playing with these things and refining the process, I mean, it was really annoying to be around the office just because everyone was just flipping these things all the
time. I mean, that's why. I could totally see myself just doing that when I eventually get my hands on one. I remember Robert said it's gonna come with the Genesis profiles though, and I've ever since then I've kind of just been puzzling over like because when when both of you demonstrated it, the same one came out each time, so I've just been puzzling over
it's you literally would just remove this screw and then put a new one in. You can only have one staged in there at any time.
Okay. Oh wait, so it takes.
You'll get 4 different tips for it, but only one can be in the.
Hold on. If it's held in with a screw, if it's held in with a screw, you got the gears in my brain turning. That means could that potentially mean it takes the what is it? The same like SSF tips that go in the Covert Companion?
No, we tried to do that just to make it easier, but it just didn't fit. We couldn't make that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, there's we have at least 3 fidget picks planned. This one's in production. The other one, the next one is in the prototyping stage. We actually just got the first prototype yesterday, I think. Yesterday, right before I left the office, it came in. So. And that one is as or more fun than this one.
Easy way to get people in the lock sport as fidgeting more. That's what I thought as. It's a great fidget.
I know McNally previewed Spin in one of his shorts, so I'm guessing that's another one of the fidget picks.
No, that was just something that he was having fun with, and we just thought, why not? Let's give it a try.
Oh, okay. Because I think it said in the comments that it was in the vault, but I could have been mistaken.
I don't know if we did put it there or not. I don't remember, but yeah, I'd have to go look. At a minimum, it has not reached the prototype stage yet. I'm not even 100% sure we've decided that it will definitely be a product. But it's something that's a lot of fun, and that's what we're all about, is just putting fun stuff out.
AJ in the chat. AJ in the chat. At LadyLocks, please ask LPL to introduce himself.
Oh yeah, they want to hear you say, and this is what I have for you today.
No, I got nothing for you.
Listen, he's more than just a voice box.
Yeah, that is true.
It's not just a button that we can press.
Oh God, somebody's gonna add that as a soundboard now that you've said that. Let's see.
That
I
would
did
actually
see.
be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Have
I
you
did
guys
see
seen
Robert
the
using
someone
that
made a
for
rap
example,
video of my of like normal statements like, this is the lockpicking lawyer, that's all I have for you today.
Oh, I saw that.
It was a while ago.
Or did you see the one who made like this is the lockpicking lawyer like 1,000 times over?
No, I missed
He
that.
took all the intros to every single one of your video and then cut that intro section and then stitched it all together in one like hour-long video.
The click on 1 and click on 4. There's another one where if someone smashes together, you're saying to click on this and to click on that, which is great.
Or the one where you break into the bathroom.
You can do that.
There's someone sitting on the toilet and it's like, oh, click on 1, click on 2, you hear your voice.
Oh yeah, it doesn't sound bite.
I forgot about. I was trying to think for a second, and I realized that was on the CI channel, right?
I can't remember where I saw. I saw it years ago at this point.
Oh no, we're taking different things then. I don't know what.
If I can find it, I'll post it in the Picking Time channel.
Is it possible that I just have a video I don't remember? Jeez.
I don't know. I'm almost 2,000 of them up there. I'm sure there has to be a couple I slipped remember. I mean,
I've always wondered how when you get in 1,000, you remember which locks you've already done.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't even imagine how many like.
I'm at 300 and I don't have that memory.
Yeah.
I have stuff that I could have sworn I've done, and I can't find the video. Yeah, this one's just sitting on my desk because I could have sworn I did a video on it, and I was looking for it just because I couldn't remember what pins are in it, and then I realized I didn't do a video on it. So
something so basic.
This is Schleg's version with just a normal key and knob cylinder in it, so you can put anything high security in it, but it comes with just a garbage lock.
Yeah,
all standard pins, super easy to open.
I never get those ones because they're so heavy. I mean, I can't even imagine how much a drawer full of those weighs.
Heavy boy. I mean, I've got this Magnum M930 right now, Master Lock's strongest.
Yeah,
with the pin that can be ripped out to defeat the lock.
You know what's weird? The M930, when I featured it a long time ago, I mean, it's probably pre-100 videos. The one I happened to get had all standard pins in it, I think.
Oh, wow.
And I've never seen one like that ever since, but that's going back a number of years. But
oh yeah, I guess you could start doing repeats on locks because of some, pins changing what's inside of them and changing them. By now you have to do an update on this one.
I've had stuff sitting on my desk waiting to do repeats of it as soon as they close the freaking vulnerability to comb picking. But I mean, it's been since I released this exploit in November of 2000, and I can still walk into Home Depot and get locks that just so you can comb pick them. Oh, and I have these sitting out just to remind myself every now and then to check.
Yeah.
And see whether or not Master Lock's gotten around to it. And they just haven't.
Yeah. What a
My
coincidence!
friend had a theory, and I think it goes into. I think it goes into that a little bit. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was I was kind of freaking out because I talked about that early on after I joined the stream. This is a Master Lock 141 that I purchased in 2024, and it can still be combed. Same goes for this American 1100, also purchased in 2024. It came to me with its core unshielded.
A lot of 1100s. I was actually just talking to McNally about that yesterday, and we were debating what the percentage of 1100s that come with unshielded cores, and he thought it was lower than 30. I thought it was around 30, but it's a decent percentage of them.
Yeah.
Maybe I should check the 5 ones that I have in my possession.
There you go.
I know I can bypass these two. So that one's definitely unshielded. This one.
Well, some of even the unshielded ones are not. They modify them in a way to make them hard to bypass. They put less space or something.
Yeah.
I think you just got to put a little more force on them. The newer the lock and the less kind of beaten up the actuator in the back is, the harder they are to. You really need to kind of give it a what for to get that tool in there.
Yeah, well, there was one that I was able to get the tool in constantly, but I wasn't able to turn the thing, and but I was using a Sparrows one at the time, and I had heard that one wasn't working for a lot of people, for some of them.
This is a surprising one on the that you're still able to bypass. They've needed to shield this forever.
Oh, thanks. Wow.
And for some reason they just don't. I mean, it's this big, massive lock, that ball-bearing locking mechanism, great boron alloy shackle.
Was that just a straight knife?
No, this is a.
Oh, you have the turning type.
The American lock bypass. The
this
guy.
Okay, I'll have to try that on this later, because I have this in here. I've been picking on it. It has some heavy tension, but I didn't know there's a bypass to it.
Yeah, well, I did the same thing. My original video, I was comparing this to an equivalent master lock, and I gave this one the, oh, this is better. And I had to make a video 2 weeks later saying, I fucked up, guys. There's a massive bypass on this one.
Oh, wow.
Damn you, live demos.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that happened I think on, what was the one I messed up in that? I think that might have been my wife's beaver.
Yeah, no, it was the beaver, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just quoting that because I recognized that lock from when you said that, even though you eventually got it open.
That was these guys that messed up. Or one of these. I don't know if I did the smooth one or not.
I've seen those sold in my city.
What were you gonna say, Isaac?
Shit, you can't get the key back in.
Oh, before my friend was he was referring to one of the videos you made with the 410 Lotto about why they made the core pick resistant but the body unpick resistant, and something that he actually suggested was that because he has worked in those environments before, he was saying that a lot of people, they know that there would be workers who would potentially pick the lock and then circumvent the security, turn on the machine because they don't have someone or supervisor around. So they turn on the machine, and if they could pick the lock, they'd be able to just use the machine and then close it up afterwards and no one would know. But if they break it, then people would know. So it's they make those ones more pick resistant. This was a theory, but that way workers wouldn't actually pick those locks to try to get into those work areas. And on that same note, with the master locks that are easier, I think that they know about a lot of those vulnerabilities, but they just don't care. They want their locks to be easy to pick.
Yeah, I've spoken to people who actually design it, and supposedly, I understand why it has 6 pins as far as the number of differs, which is important, but as far as having one of their best keyways, I don't know. that still confuses me, and I can't imagine. Maybe I'm wrong, but the idea that they're that concerned about picking in the middle of a factory floor, I don't know if I buy that one. That's I guess it's plausible.
I don't know if it's Master Lock themselves that are concerned, but I think it's the people who request Master Lock to make those specific locks. Originally, they're saying maybe these people are getting into these locks and able, because before the original Master Locks were the Master Lock Lottos, people use like just the regular Master Lock 1s and 2s and 3s as Master Lock Lotto, or just Lotto locks.
A lot of old number 3s that used to be used as Lotto locks in factories. So yeah, definitely they used to use very easily picked locks on
You probably can't, Brett, because I mean I have to have the chat pulled up separately on my phone whenever I join the stream. So no, unless you pull the chat up separately when you join the stream, you can't see it.
Wow, my chat just completely stopped, so I gotta turn it off and turn it back on. What a jerk. I missed all the chat.
Okay.
When that happens.
Way to
There
go,
we go.
YouTube.
Oh my gosh, my gloves are leaving crumlets everywhere on my desk. But
are the gloves?
Let's see. No, they're just old. They're like really old. I only when did I unearth those? I don't remember. But let's see. What was the point I was trying to make? Oh yeah, 4 out of the final test result, 4 out of the 5 1100s in my possession have their keyways completely unshielded, and only this one has the wafer in it.
Huh.
So
yeah, I bought a pack of 100 one time, and none of them had it.
Wow.
So that matches the statistics you told us earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Wild
Surprisingly, I've had a few that have had that on there. I just assumed the newer ones all had it, but the last, little bit, I've been finding out they don't.
Yeah.
I know that every time every Lock and Key buys a whole stack of them, he goes through them and puts wafers in himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all five of these 1100s were purchased in 2024, by the way. So make of that what you will.
New or
But then you get the one sold in
new.
Europe. One Lock Thunder was
New.
just done. He did an out the pack pick of it, and it had a wafer in it. The camo one. So maybe it depends on where they're actually selling and whether they actually put the wafers in or not.
Oh, Rhino, dinner time. I'll check back in if it's still on. I didn't even know you showed up, Rhino. Hello and goodbye. Jeez.
Yeah, take it easy, Rhino.
Have a good one.
Hey, LPL, this is Knoxs. I just want to say first, thanks for help getting me into Locksport. How I got into it was my brother actually did a video with Demolition Ranch, shooting the 50 caliber at the padlock. I believe it was a master lock. And yeah, obviously it does. Oh, it's Squire. Okay, so obviously it does open. The 50 caliber does work. Yep. So in watching that one, that was my introduction to Locksport. So YouTube algorithm just kind of, did its thing from there. Started running with your videos, and then eventually the Bosnian Bills. And a week later, my brother came home, and I had my Vice and my Amazon kit, and I was off to the races. So thank you for that. That was. And second, would you ever be open to an interview? I've written questions for Lockpicker 1969 and for Lock Noob. So I like to do like deep dive, nothing personal, as far as your name or nothing like that, but just all lock related questions.
The best questions, by the way.
Just as far, like who got you into Locksport, as far everybody has their favorite pick, and I kind of brought this up to Lock Noob, so his tends to be the Peterson Gem. And every year it's been consistently the Gem, where I've changed every year. So every year that you've asked me in the 3 years, I could tell you a different answer every year. As I've learned and progressed, I tend to get pointier and pointier. But just things like that, I'd like to ask you as far as how your progressions went. What were your milestones? Would you be open to an interview?
Like his thing dropped.
Oh, where'd he go? Did he hear you? Or did he drop?
Yeah, it looks like a trap.
Yeah.
I just noticed in the background, LockHeat has happy birthday music playing.
So I think you got disconnected there.
Yeah, connection might have been lost.
Yeah, it looks like he was picking when it happened.
Yeah, right, Terry? Yeah, that's a no.
There he is. Yeah,
That's a hard no. I'm out. Oops.
He got kicked out, so it's the machine that done it to him.
Right,
Just avoid the question.
Would have been unfortunate.
Well, while he's doing that, that's a good topic to talk about because you brought up the first lockpicking lawyer video that you'd ever seen was the one where he shot the squire. So why don't we go around and see what the very first video, lockpicking lawyer video that everyone here has seen, that if they remember even. Cool. I know the first one that I ever saw was the double wrench method, the new and improved double wrench method that he did to bust open the shackle on a padlock. It wasn't even a picking video.
I think I'm back in. Can you guys hear me again?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear Knox's question, by the way?
The last thing I said was I just noticed it was birthday music. And I only noticed because it was so quiet. I didn't hear you guys anymore, but the birthday music kept going. No, what's that about Knox's question?
Go ahead, Knox.
For an interview, I've written questions for Lockpicker 69 and for Lock Noob for their personal interviews, if you will. So I mean, I would love to write questions for you to answer on any terms you see. I mean, it's nothing personal. I'm not asking about your name, where you are, nothing about that. All about locks. As far as like milestones, who encouraged you? What made you want to pick up your first pick? Where'd you order it from? Or as far as where'd you back then? What was the place to acquire it from? Who'd you look up to? Who do you miss from then? That's no longer around now.
Yeah, Knox has the best questions, so
shoot me an email, lockpickinglawyer@gmail.com.
Cool thing to see.
And if I do not respond, shoot me another email because sometimes, that's that email address. People sign me up for stupid lists. People spam me. Sometimes. Sometimes I'll go through there and I'll just look like, damn it, I have 300 new emails today, and sometimes I just skip past them. So if I don't respond to you, ping me again, but shoot me an email and we'll figure something out.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. That's cool. When he says like, "Who's your current favorite lock sporter?" I know you're gonna tell him it's me, right? Obviously, we don't have to discuss it here in front of everybody, but it's obviously.
We can just answer that one right now.
Yeah, we'll just
get that out.
Put that to rest.
Like the kind of stuff what I enjoy watching has nothing to do with what I produce on my channel. I actually enjoy watching what people do with challenge locks.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow, okay.
And
challenge locks, you said?
And that's something I regret that I really can't do anymore because people just started sending me ridiculous things.
Well, see, that'd be one of my questions. What's one of the weirdest things you ever received in a lock? Because I throw dog tags in there, I throw plastic beads in there. What's one of the weirdest things you ever got in a lock?
Tracking device.
Do you mean
a tracking device? Oh wow! Like they wanted to know where your house was, like tracking device.
I've had a couple of people who have hid tracking devices and.
Oh my gosh!
And what do you call those? Air tags in the packaging. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I remember that.
The one that was actually a cell tracking device I forwarded to the White House.
Yeah, right. Show up on their door.
Oh my god, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember.
Jen, soon you're gonna have to watch out for people tracking you too.
Yeah.
Well, no, imagine you get arrested or even worse, shot, and it's like, what are you doing here? Oh, I was picking the door of the lockpicking lawyer. And it's like, all right, you're done. Like, you have to goodbye. Like, that's man, come on.
Yeah, that's
creepy though. I mean, that's kind of I don't blame you for not accepting him anymore. That's just way too creepy.
Yeah, I wouldn't want no creep showing up at my house 2 a.m. No.
I mean, I guess you gotta watch every single thing somebody sends you, though. You know.
I've had someone from a show up at my front door with a T-shirt from a smaller lock company that I featured.
What the hell?
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll probably, eventually I realize my anonymity may not be sustainable long term. If and when my name ever comes out, I'll probably come public with some of the crazier stories.
Yeah, I'd move. I'd be moving around a lot.
Just make a secret alias or something, or like a second identity.
Pseudonym.
I
Just have it ready to go.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, there was a time I thought LPO was McNally. I swore that Bruce Wayne was Batman. I swore that. Like I was like, you know what? McNally's never said a word. So LPL is now doing covert instruments. Doesn't want to affect his channel, so he's running under McNally and just making short edited, chopped videos. Like that's what it is.
I wish I was as good at editing as he is. He's a freaking maestro.
Yeah, he's editing with, dude. Absolutely.
Yeah, he
You
is.
just have to compare their hands under like light spectrum
your support
models and stuff. Just
from
get a
your
microscope
support staff. If you know who I'm talking about, Jones, I hope. LPL.
Yeah, he. That's not his real name, but yeah.
Right, but that's what he responds to email wise. But yeah, Jones is awesome. That's in a couple situations he's helped me out. He's super cool dude. That's very
he is
very cool.
Extremely knowledgeable and and has a YouTube channel that you would have heard of.
I gotcha. Okay.
So it's not active anymore. I mean, you may have heard of it. I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions. But really good guy, really knowledgeable, and a lot of practical experience. Yeah.
Well, we were going around saying what was the first lockpicking lure video anybody saw, and I can't even remember the very first one, but I know I didn't even know that there was people that picked locks on YouTube for a while. Like I was in Facebook for a while, and then I started seeing people posting YouTube videos. I'm like, oh, there must be lock sport videos, because I just watched, random ones. The very first one I saw was a guy picking a lock for survivalist things. Like it wasn't even a lock sport video. So, I kind of didn't realize there was a whole big community full of lock sporters and there was videos, but I'm guarantee one of the first ones I watched was something stupid like a master lock something or another, because that's basically where I was at when I first started picking. But I can't even, I couldn't tell you which actually one I watched. Anybody else have specific ones?
I remember the very first picking video I ever saw, and it was Bosnian Bill. And it was one with the one of the chain key locks.
Oh man!
Oh yeah, that's a very cool one.
And I actually didn't even see it on his channel. I saw it on might have been Daily Dose of Internet.
Oh, okay.
That YouTube channel that takes kind of stuff from
different places and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and aggregates them for a daily, clip of 2 minutes of the 5 most interesting videos.
That's pretty cool.
Trucking Lock in the chat says the first one I watched was when he picked the Sentry Firebox because I used it as a tutorial to get into mine.
Oh.
Wait, lost the.
Wait, who? Which video on the Sentry?
Did you hear the one that I was saying? Is the double wrench method? Just before you pop back in.
The real double wrench method.
Not working.
Yeah.
Gosh, what's the first one I watched? I'm trying to remember now. Trucking Lock says they can't remember though.
There was a Sentry Safe one where I just cut it in half with a skill circular saw. That one was fun.
It was like 2 years ago. Okay, that makes sense.
I like watching the one
I will
who took
say-
it down to the garage.
I will
Take
say,
it down to the garage.
even though I can't remember the first video of yours I ever watched, the one that like kind of stuck out in my mind as one of the things that really got me into lockpicking and locksport was the video was the video on the original Bowley lock.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no way. Yes.
Yeah,
I picked
sure.
6 pins. Goal Z. So 1 more pin, and then I have all 7.
Oh,
That's
nice.
a carbine.
Congrats.
Dual custody. Or dual
This was a
entry
lock. This was a lock I paid a lot for originally seen on LPL. While it's not this particular lock, but I've never seen another with the dual core. I mean, I have both versions of them, one both shackled, but to see him do the dual core and one not for sale or even buyable for or purchasable anywhere for over a year and a half. When this finally popped up, it was $50 on eBay from Australia. The company's called Carbine, and I hit the purchase button, and for whatever reason there was a problem with the internet. In the morning when I went through it, the purchase went through, but it was $100 a lock as opposed to $50. But nevertheless, I got it.
Wasn't shipping?
No, yeah, right from Australia, $50.
I spent a lot of money shipping stuff from and I think I bought a bunch of stuff from Carbine at the same time just because of that. Because it was going to be a stupid expensive package.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat has an idea for a punch. That's kind of like one of those guitar pick punches, but instead of making guitar picks, it can make shims out of pieces of soda can.
We've considered that. We've talked about that in Tool, actually. So that'd be
Yeah.
for us to reproduce that to teach people how to shim stuff.
That's interesting. It's the problem is it would need to be strong. Well, I guess if you're doing it with soda cans, it's possible, but the I don't find soda cans particularly useful unless it's a really, really easily shimmable lock. And if the material is strong enough to actually shove into some place where there's a little more resistance, then you'll never be able to punch the stuff. Then there's the additional problem of if it's strong enough to actually bend that curve into it. I don't know if any of you guys have tried I don't want to shit on another lock company, but tried the Sparrow's little credit card lock shims. Almost unusable because they're flat. Interestingly enough, that was an idea that we had prototyped at Covert Instruments before Sparrow's, and it was so hard to use that we decided that it
just because you have to bend it. You mean you got to bend it yourself?
Yeah, getting
a
curve.
It needs to have that circular shape, otherwise it just gets jammed up when you try to shove it in.
Let me see. I'm actually going through a little bucket of prototypes I have next to me. And
while you do that, I just want to read what Nathan wrote in the chat. He said, "Hey LPL, I wanted to thank you for your videos. They were a gateway for me to get into lock sport and help me get into the community after I came back from Afghanistan." Thank you for your service, by the way, Nathan.
That's cool. That's really cool.
That's awesome.
I try to do as much support with veterans groups, and I was actually close to, before I moved, the Bethesda Walter Reed Hospital, and I spent a fair bit of time volunteering over there, teaching lockpicking just as a rehab for manual dexterity.
Very cool.
Oh wow!
Oh, cool.
But yeah, here was one of the earliest prototypes. I have a big bucket of prototypes next to my desk, and
oh wow!
We tried stamping curves into them, but just the problem was when they were flat and would actually fit into something. I mean, I encourage you guys, if you want to spend a little money, try the Sparrows one and see if you can actually get it to work, because
Cucumber in the chat. I like that Sparrows sent me Shackle Shims pre-rusted. Very cool, unusable, out of the box. No.
That's so.
Oh no, pre-rusted. Wait, Sparrows or us? Or
that's almost
Sparrows.
Oh, okay.
That's almost like
if you get something rusted from us, dude, give me a freaking call. We'll take care of that.
It's almost like a Peterson picks being pre-burnt for you on some edges.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those.
Okay, you were probably the one I saw the pictures of. I remember a couple of those pictures floating around.
They were burnt.
Yeah, along the edges where they cut them. Like, yeah,
Oh,
it was really
man.
interesting.
They laser cut. Yeah, I had a bunch of those too, but they asked me not to like share pictures of the ones that I had, and they sent me a bunch of new ones for free.
Oh my gosh. John Holistic says, "Don't get me started on Peterson. Just watch Sandman's video about Peterson, and that video will tell you all you need to know about them."
Yeah, I haven't watched his video about Peterson yet. I need to binge his shit. He told me about that though. We were actually joking about that the other day. That's interesting.
Okay, Elpriel, here's a question I would ask you. So rewind 2 years ago. Covert Instruments does not exist. Who's better, Peterson or Sparrows?
You only going it down to two. It's one or the other. This isn't a marry, fuck, kill situation. This is
I would prefer not to discuss competitors because.
Oh, that's
I don't.
Okay, see, I feel so. Well, my thing is okay only to give a reason. So for my example, I'd say Peterson only because of the handles. I need a wider handles. My hands get cramped with Sparrows a lot, so I need something like a bare bones handle to put on it, or Peterson, wider grip on that. So I'd give a reason why.
You got to keep in mind that it's also like a legal gray area.
Molded handles.
Oh wow!
Well, I mean, handles equals usability. You know what I mean? If I can't
wait a couple months,
that's a lot though. It shows you went through a lot before you finalized one.
Oh gosh,
Wow.
we have dozens of. We really try to get stuff right, and we put it through a lot of testing, to the point where we've actually invested in molds and then scrapped the molds and remade them, which is tens of thousands. But it's important to us to get things right.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
That's good to know, though.
Thanks for the little sneak peek.
Yeah.
Yes, that was Project Apex, right?
It is indeed.
Yes.
That's I forget how much we showed in that picture online, but
only like the very back end of the handle. That's how I recognize them, with like the hole in it.
Joel.
You know, it's something cool that you guys almost got. Instead of the Riv pick, it was this. And watch carefully.
Oh, it snaps.
Oh, it locks into place.
Locking in place.
Very cool.
We could never get it. We had tested it, over thousands of opens, and we could never get it to the durability
to stay.
Yeah. Well, the durability.
That's the annoying point of all jackknife. That little tiny slip point. That little tiny, just enough to give a false, jiggle test, or just enough for a false read. Yeah, that's huge.
The one that does stay, the Swick specifically, it's really stiff too. I could see how that would be really hard to get to stay.
Yeah. Well, the problem, we didn't do this any farther or develop it any farther just because even if we could make this perfect and it would last forever, the amount of weight on the back was just too much. And even if we put it at an angle like this, where the weight is not as much of an issue, it still would dampen feedback. I mean, I always would prefer a full-size pick.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about that in the video where you announced the Riv pick for the first time.
Did I show this? I don't remember.
Yeah, you did. You showed the original idea for the locking mechanism. And that was how I mean, I've got my slim picking set right here.
Nice.
So yeah, in the you did discuss the locking mechanism for the Covert Companion in the video where you announced the Riv pick.
Gosh, it's terrible. I don't remember that.
I mean, it's what was it? Close to 2,000 videos at this point.
I'm only around, I think, 1,500 or 1,600. Yeah, my pace of videos has gone down. I think the peak one year I did over 300, but That's
wow, that's a
just
lot.
not sustainable.
Yeah.
Well,
certainly though.
videos.
That's another long-term, in a way, question I was going to ask you. It's I call it running the gambit, meaning, okay, you teach everyone what there is to know about a lock, meaning security pins. Okay, here's spools, here's serrated, here's mushrooms, here's custom rattlesnake, whatever. Here's core mods, whatever. And you do that, once a year, a couple of times. So on the repeat, I mean, it's hard to keep something like that running on the gambit fresh. You know what I mean? Like once you kind of taught the lesson, and you could refer to it at any time, refer to my video, whatever, if you want to go back to that. It's hard to keep things, once they're taught, unique or fresh. I mean, and everybody on their channel has a running through their own version of running through the gambit, and that's where I found, where I was speaking right before you hopped on, the big three, which, obviously you're one of the big three. One of the smaller big three or the lower three was Fish Picks. And that was just with his video of, I was going to name mine what to call it, whatchamacallits, but that's not what his is called. What's it? Lock sport terminology. So he told, lets you know what each part of the lock is called and how to refer to it. And, to me, that was just a great, person that no longer makes videos. So that was another question. So that was something I'd ask you. So you've been around now for a hot minute. Who would you say you wish you could see? Wow, that might be Bosnia and Bill. But who would you love to see return to picking? Who no longer makes YouTube videos?
Love to see Bill come back.
Yeah,
he's a great guy, and obviously not everyone knows him personally, but I have the chance to meet him. We've spent time together. And I think he was a great part of the community. He got a lot of people involved, myself included.
Are you still in touch with him?
Very rarely. Maybe I talk once or twice a year. Not often.
Do you know how he's doing with his new kids and everything? I know that was that's an unimaginably tough situation, what he had to deal with. And what the kids have to deal with,
I'd prefer not to talk about any private information.
Okay.
I don't know what he would consider private or not, so I'd rather just say nothing. So, sorry.
No. I understand. The question's coming from a place of concern, but I get it. I totally understand.
Brett has a good lock question. Where is the word Bible invented from, and its relevance to locks? So how did the word Bible come into play?
That was a good question. I always wondered that.
My understanding is just the shape of the top looked like a book or a big thick book.
Okay.
That's all I know. That's how it was explained to me. Now, do I think that's a pretty shallow explanation? Yeah, and I mean, it is a massive jump from lock to book to Bible. There's a couple logical disconnects there, and somehow that became a term. Yeah, I can tell you what I've heard, but that's a term that predated my involvement in the lock community by quite a bit, and
well, because inside of the book is the secrets to the universe.
Lockpicking lawyer Chris
Depending on who
Kane
wrote
says
the
in
secret,
the chat
Gabriel.
that Slinky says g'day. Now Slinky is Chris Capine's Black Cat Lock Lab manager and has done a fabulous job since the previous Lock Lab manager Suki, the white cat, passed away at a very old age. She ran the Lock Lab beautifully, and then Slinky, the younger version, took over and often appears with her butt facing the camera, walking across the set. So Slinky says, "G'day."
I can just hear Chris just laughing right now.
I'm confused with the question.
There's no question there. It's just a statement from the chat. Slinky says, "G'day."
Okay, fair. I agree with the cats. I've seen them every now and then.
Chris had a massive Lock Lab accident last picking time. Well, the picking time before last. He opened his drawers when he was chatting to me backstage before the show started, and everything came down on top of him. He's got the old the mechanics drawers full of locks, and the whole thing came down on top of him. Took out his leg, took out his whole lock set. Hundreds of locks have hit the floor, and it's still so weighted that he can't actually lift it up. He needs a mini crane. So if anyone's got a mini crane that can head over to Chris's place to help him lift up his lockbox, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Oh, wait a second. I just remembered I have something over here that I discovered at my local Lowe's. This is a Master Lock Magnum M515. This has been sitting on the floor for a while. This is a Master Lock Magnum M515. It's basically the same thing as the M115, but for some absurd reason, no, what I meant to say was it's basically the same as the M115, but it's bigger and has a wider shackle clearance. Yet for some absurd reason, that's enough to bump it up from an 8 out of 10 to a 9 out of 10 on the security scale.
Huh.
I will never understand Master Lock.
You're not alone.
Yeah, the security scale thing is just a marketing thing. It's not like any actual rating of any, it's their own arbitrary thing.
Yeah, that is true. DMAC, that question was discussed earlier in the stream, but you might have missed it. It's a high security lock would probably be longer form content, which I forgot the exact details, but basically the best idea if LPL wanted to go back to videos on high security locks would be to create a second channel for longer form videos featuring those.
Son of a fucking Mac.
If you did that, you should make it a separate name, and then anytime you talk in that video, like talk with a deep voice so people don't recognize.
Yeah.
Or a high pitched voice. That'd be even better.
Well, see, it's because of that voice. That's why I swore he was McNally, because McNally doesn't say a word. So when LPL first disappeared, and all of a sudden McNally videos pop up.
McNally talks all the time on his videos.
Yeah, he does.
He's on a bunch of videos.
Keep in mind, I'm 85% deaf, so maybe he says a couple words that my closed captions don't pick up, and I don't hear him. But most of the time, he's throwing squares, beating locks with other locks, popping them open fast, or chop fast editing, type stuff where I don't hear words spoken, or I don't hear, I hear what I thought was audio. Like, this is a master lock, whatever. It could be open with another master lock, whatever, and smacks it open, and that's the most I hear out of him. I don't really hear.
That's totally his voice, for what it's worth.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds totally like
it's not Google AI. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those AI voices. So
there you go, Snake.
Off because
yeah.
he needs to get some rest. He's tired, so he's dropping off, guys. So everybody
have a good night,
thank you,
LockHeat.
Night, LockHeat.
We'll see you next week,
Okay, mate.
LockHeat.
Late happy birthday, brother.
Yep.
But yeah, I got this master lock the other day because I thought it was hilarious looking. Let me see if I can get my mouse to work, and I'll show you guys. There we go.
There we go.
That was for my birthday. I got a 19, and I didn't.
Oh yeah.
Did you see this thing?
Oh wow.
I've seen those little.
That is a unique looking one.
You'll be shocked how little of that is metal.
Yeah, you know what? I think it has spool pins in it. Believe it or not.
What?
For being as goofy looking and tiny, I really want to rip it apart. I think I'm going to, because I think it does have spool pins in there.
Yes, tear it up.
It kind of gave me like a false set, and I didn't realize it at first because the keyway is so ridiculous. You can't really fit much in there to pick it, so it was kind of annoying. But yeah, I thought after a while I started feeling like a little bit of a false set, and I'm like, wait a minute, this dang thing has spool pins, because obviously you stick a pick in there and it kind of pops open, but if you pick it nicely and carefully, you can feel more stuff in it. But yeah, I thought it was funny.
So
I never saw those before.
LadyLocks, I thought I would give you a bit of a hint on something.
Okay, I'll take any hints you want to get.
The lock I recently sent you.
Okay.
The one I'm picking right now is identical to it. It is identical in every way, from bidding to
That's what he's
the
saying.
modification I made that will remain unnamed.
That bidding is now on camera for you to come back and look at it later.
I sent her the cake.
Oh, okay.
Not wrapped up. So the bidding, there's
okay.
no difference.
Yeah.
I thought this was a.
No, the bidding is not a mystery. Yeah.
It's just super tricky. I'm gonna get it picked. I'm gonna try.
By the way, I was thinking if there are challenge locks that you want to try out, there are a bunch of trusted challenge lock makers that, I mean, mind you, they make hard challenge locks, but guys like Jay and Harry Bow and Picksmith, those guys aren't ever gonna put anything screwy in a challenge lock or whatever. Well, I mean, I should say that with relativity. They're not going to put trackers in your locks, but they will put screwy things in them.
They won't just give me a normal lock that they poured sand into. Because I've gotten that before.
Oh my god!
Yeah, no, they'll send you stuff that's worth picking.
Yeah, there's certain people that you can say, just reach out and say, hey, I want to try a couple of challenge locks, and they'll get you hooked up with something that's like Isaac said, might be absolutely insane inside, but it'll at least be pins. It won't be sand.
Here's a question I have for LPL.
I've been looking at Tony's hand grenade and kind of been eyeing it lately, even though I mean it's in Sandman's hands right now, but
oh, he got it.
There you go. Hey, what about the hand grenade?
It's a challenge lock made by Tony from 3D Lock Sport.
Yeah, Tony, I know.
But yeah, I've been looking at that because I've wondered like what it would be like to mess with a challenge lock. But at the same time, that one is probably like high above my pay grade or skill level or whatever you want to call it. So
well, there are challenge locks out there that you could pick that are not all of them are crazy. There are certain makers that just make crazy ones, but not everybody makes them very hard like that. There's definitely different leveled ones. So if you're ever looking for something, whatever level you're looking for, just let people know that's the ones you want, and then they'll send you ones that are
channel, I'll revisit that because it's something that gets essentially 0 views on my main channel.
Yeah, people do not watch challenge lock videos. It's crazy.
I just happen to find them fun to pick on and frankly fun to look and see what people did.
Yeah.
But they'll be.
Well, I know it would be one of the biggest honors for some of those challenge lock makers to have guys like you pick them. So that's why they make them.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know about an honor. That's taking it a little far.
Well, I mean, it's honor for anybody to pick them, but I mean, just people who are appreciative of the locks and are going to actually treat it well and give it a good picking session and potentially showcase it for other people to see. Like that's what those guys want. That's
well, I mean, also
one of the joys out of making it.
It would be an honor given
Harry
that
Bow is in the chat, by the way.
Biggest lockpicking channel on all of YouTube. So, that alone is kind of a big deal, I'd say.
If I did do them, it wouldn't be on this channel.
Yeah, that is true.
I guess it would be, what is it, RFD card from the Echelon kit.
What, from the Echelon?
From the, it's not a magic card, but the, man, hold on. I don't want to say the wrong initials here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, it's a magic card. You're right.
Okay. Well, that made me run out.
Or 5577 or whatever they're. Yeah, I forget the number.
So it made me run out and get one of these guys, the flipper here. And before I went and paid for it, I hit up Jones and I was like, hey, any chance you guys happen to have these? And he's like, not yet, but keep an eye out, wink. So you plan on carrying these anytime soon? Is it going to be available through Covert Instruments? Or
if we did do something, it would be a suite of pen testing tools meant to be very, very user-friendly and very easy to use in the field, we'll put it that way. And there would be a suite of products that would go along with it. It's something we've investigated and is not on our front burner right now. but it's a possibility going into the future.
Okay.
By the way, Jay Gabriel says if it lasts more than 1 minute, it's a win against LPL.
That's not true. Come on.
A minute 30. Come on, give it a minute 30. There you go.
What else to pick here? I'm gonna go grab some more locks.
Yes.
Jay says 5 telescoping rattlesnake pins. That's Cucumber's getting that.
Oh no.
Have fun, Cucumber.
By the way, did you talk with Paul, Lockpicking Legend, Jen?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
He
Yeah, I
emailed
think he told me he spoke to you.
Yeah, I emailed him back a couple of weeks ago, but it took him a while to get back to my first email, so I'm sure it probably just takes a while for him to get emails. But
yeah, he also has a lot going on, family stuff. And,
yeah, he was saying he wanted to do another one of those his lives, and I guess it takes a lot of planning for him. Yeah, so.
What is this? Is this?
But yeah, I think that'll be fun.
Yes, this is a rook. We'll put one of those here, and then
yeah, LPL decides to give me a challenge lock that he made. That he said there's no modifications except one mod. There's a modifications to the Bible only. Then he says he'll be very happy if I can pick it without knowing what's wrong, what he did to it. But he'll be super disappointed if I can't pick it after I do know what he did to it. So now I'm thinking, I'm probably going to end up being a huge disappointment because I do that regularly online anyway. It's just disappointments left and right.
If you need,
don't sell yourself short.
No,
Mate, sounds like he set you up. Don't do it. You've been set
the
up.
modification isn't to the Bible; it's to the plug.
Oh, to the plug. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if maybe I misspoke when we talked, but
He still set you up.
Maybe you did say plug. And I think I might have just said Bible. Okay.
He's trying to misdirect you. He's setting you up.
No, it's I think you'll find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited. I like picking challenge locks a lot. Although Trucker recently was making challenge locks and he says, I want to make you one. I said, oh, that's awesome. Don't make it hard. I had just finished like 8 of Lock Chuck's challenge locks and like 2 hairy bows, and I was over challenge locks that day.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, you're gutting a hairy bow with the magnets. Forget about it, man. It's crazy. Yeah, you got things clicking and snapping all over the place. Yeah.
I gutted one of his. I wish I could find the video because I was like, are you kidding me right now? All this shit went into one big pile in my fitting tray. I was like, it all stuck together. It was like, whoosh, and it just all come together in the middle of the tray, all out of the blue, out of the blue, because I started setting them down in their trays and it was far enough apart, but something must have, like when I set something down, it bumped into something else and it shook just enough for them to go all together. I was so mad.
Jen, here's one that would be a nice challenge lock.
Oh, it's like an Ingersoll, that one.
You ever seen? It's one of the only U.S. military dual custody locks ever made.
Wow.
So it's essentially 2 of what you find in the 951, the Medico course.
Oh, wow.
That's Medico, gross.
Is that the same as does it work in a similar way to the only Medico I really know is the biaxial?
Yeah. No, it is a form of the biaxial with a proprietary keyway.
Wow. Biaxial.
But you don't
I cannot say the word biaxial for the life of me. my brain just doesn't know whether to decide on biaxial or biaxal.
I keep saying biaxial because I don't like biaxial, but I don't think it's right.
This is an interesting lock for show and tell.
Oh, Terry, that National Lampoon.
Look at this. This goes in from the outside of the door would look like this. This key, it's a rack lock, goes in. Then you have to turn it, and you pull it that way.
Oh, that's neat. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
There's a few interesting locks out there that
I thought that was going to be a form of bully at first.
I was gonna say that looks like a bully lock before the bully lock.
Yeah, it was well before the bully lock and has a, it has some similarities in that it's a cross between an old warded lock and some more modern mechanism. And these rack locks can be pretty high security, though I don't know if anyone's familiar with the carrot exploit.
Oh yes, I think I am actually.
Just shove a carrot in it and it opens.
Oh jeez, oh man! Oh my gosh!
I was wondering where that was going.
I mean, good luck getting a carrot. Good luck getting a carrot with that U bend in it, though.
That's great.
That would be hilarious to see.
I've seen it. I've seen it demonstrated on one of these. This is an Israeli lock that I think is one of the truly high security rack locks out there.
Cool.
Interesting.
Wow. He locked up again.
Oh,
no.
Okay. He's stuck with the happy birthday music now.
Man, I want to ask if there's any lock that's never been evicted from his naughty bucket. That's one that I wanted.
We'll wait and see if he ends up getting back. I think it might be maybe the internet or something. That's wild.
Yeah, I don't want to dig into him too deep. I got a million questions. I mean, I've been watching him forever. I could ask questions that are deep into did I make that video with that lock? What are you talking about? I mean, I remember better than you
my
do.
goal Z with all 7 pins. Finally, yes.
You got it.
There you go. Congratulations.
Nice
I
job.
did it.
Luck. There you go.
Congratulations. Trucker's working
Oh,
on
it's for myself.
Black
Before he comes
belt,
back.
number 12.
I got this master lock number 19 for my birthday it's got the red bottom on it.
Oh,
It comes sealed in this, and I don't want to open it just yet unless I'm ready to play with it. So I'm just gonna let it hang out in its little protective case. But I finally got my 19.
There it is.
That's awesome.
He's back. There he is.
By the way, Trucker, you were a big inspiration for getting back into it because I saw your post and I was thinking, while he's working on it, I'll work on it.
Trucker's the gold king, dude. Are you kidding me? Absolutely.
LockChuck's here.
He's at 6 out of 7 pins himself. Like he just got 6 out of 7, so he's pretty close to getting his 7 out of 7. But yeah, that's a major relief. I've been working on this lock on and off for a while, so I actually kind of buckled down. And last week I was working on it. I couldn't even pick it with 2 pins, and now
Is that
I got
the
it with
P or
all
the
7.
Z that you're working on?
That's the Z.
Z. Okay. Cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So it was the first time getting it with all 7.
Congrats in the open.
Yeah, that's a good job.
Sorry, I hopped off for a minute.
I'll gut it and I'll show the inside.
You're fine.
Oh, no worries.
Got disconnected again.
We have issues here and there with it. It's just we expect it sometimes. Sometimes someone will talk and nobody will know that they're talking for like 5 minutes, so it comes in late. We get some wild stuff here.
It took me less time this time to figure out I was gone. And yes, I was doing exactly that. I was talking. I'm like, wow, it's awful quiet in here.
Right? No one's asked me a question in a whole half a second. Something's wrong.
He's like, man, you guys have a lot of awkward silences. What the hell?
I'm just glad that LockHeat doesn't have that song that I made playing in the background, and then he was stuck with that, listening to me shrieking and singing the weird opera.
Oh my god!
I wonder if it's on here for us to use. Hunt that down, LockChuck. That's a good one. Isaac likes to make original music with some of his videos.
Goodness. I have a lot of music that I use in my videos too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you're watching midnight, but you've got a feeling something's ain't right. You're so scared from what you've just come aware. So many locks over there, and there. Abloys to the left of me, asses to the right. Here I am, stuck in a false head with you. Yes, I'm stuck in a false head with you, and I'm wondering what it is I should do. It's so hard to keep this pile in one space. Lost control, now pins all over the place. Abloys to the left of me, asses to the right. Here I am, stuck in a false head with you.
Love it.
Very cool.
Oh my goodness.
I need to get over to your channel. I wasn't familiar with your musical prowess.
It's fun. I didn't make the original song though. I'm not Steely Wheels or whatever.
No. Give yourself more credit. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was really good. You played the guitar and sang. That was great.
Well, I have a fun one coming up here soon, but I have to get around to actually finishing the video.
I don't know if anyone here watches Real Civil Engineer.
Yeah.
Not so Civil Engineer. That's different.
Not so civil engineer, yeah.
But if you've ever watched Real Civil Engineer's Polybridge videos, during like a building montage, he will just inject in one of those a song like that. Great.
What songs?
Like, I'm just curious. Thank you for a happy birthday.
What is the? I don't know. They're all like I mean they're all like parodies of popular songs with lyrics that are bridge themes because he's playing Polybridge.
Is he the one making the music himself?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He does the singing and the beatboxing.
I'll have to check that out.
Oh, wait.
Does he do lockpicking stuff?
No. I mean, what am I trying to say? No, he just plays, he just does gameplay videos. Nothing to do with lockpicking, but,
oh, okay.
that song just reminded me of that.
Well, I know SE Lock and Key likes to come out with some music videos, lock music videos every once in a while.
Yeah, it's a couple
He's just
He
on
just
a
came
new
out with
one.
one recently. Yeah.
Yeah, Little Cowboy #2. Oh, it's a cracker.
Who's the guy who sings in it again? Who's the guy he always gets to sing?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Wait, Jason sings?
Jason, yeah.
No, Jason doesn't sing. He gets someone else to sing.
Oh, he sang last time. Then he sang in the first Leashy or one of his other songs. That was like Gangster's Paradise.
Yeah.
No, it was another guy, or maybe actually he did sing in that one. I think I'm trying to remember, but there's another guy who kind of sounds like Weird Al Yankovic. He sings for him.
His name's
I have to check that out. That's great. Yeah, Jason.
Weird
does
Al
some fun stuff.
Yankovic with a CH. Yes, he's the Russian version. Okay, I need to reset.
By the way, here's the insides of the Goal Z. If you guys want to see.
Let's see what we got. Oh, are those are long spools, right? Oh no, wait, those are what do you call them?
There's a couple of them that are gins, like pure gins, and then I think how many? 5 of them are looks like they're of the like sharp gins, and then I have these ones here that have a little bit fatter heads to them. If I can get it to focus.
About to
okay.
On the topic of that, Trucking Lock says about to set a new world record for longest punt of a Goal Z.
And then this core has both overmilling and countermilling, so
wow.
I'll show. And one thing that's weird is that it, like, they flatten out this section, which typically lowers the tolerances on locks, but on this one, it doesn't. I don't know why it's such a hard lock to pick. It's because of the overmilling and the countermilling. But there's overmilling right over here, and then underneath that there's a sharp lip.
Nice.
So it's really tricky.
Are the holes on the side for construction, Kane, or is that for
these holes are these ones I think are for Construction King, and then there's secondary holes here that are for those springs and ball bearings that help bias it towards the center.
Got it.
There's
Thank
one
you.
on each side. Yeah.
Lock is a
Yeah.
jerk.
Finally got it. And all these key pins also are like torpedoes.
LPL from the chat. Lockpicking Gal is looking forward to your April Fool's video. When can we expect that out?
April
Fool?
1st would be my guess.
Very good, very good.
In the future would be good. So a day earlier would be good. So we'd actually get it on time.
I can give you a little preview. This is a small part of it. If you can read that.
Oh, hang on.
wrong.
Not the only one who keeps it on the desk.
Oops, hang on there.
Wait, am I still there?
Oh yeah,
No.
Lockheat's
Yeah.
gonna put you up in
Yeah,
the middle.
hold on.
He keeps putting Isaac in the middle. Hold on a second. There you are.
I don't know if this is focusing all right.
King. Oh, okay.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
So I see you keep your KD on your desk as well.
This is actually a legit tool company in the UK,
Yeah.
and I have a couple of their products.
That's
What's it called?
I'll say it enough in other stuff. So, but let's just say this 4-inch version is not the only one I have.
Oh, jeez.
They get bigger than a 4-inch.
Is there a 6-inch or two?
So if you play with it, it gets a little bit longer. You'll see.
LPL, if I can ask you, what was the hardest lock you've ever either A, had to evict from your naughty bucket or couldn't evict from your naughty bucket?
Oh, I mean, there's tons of stuff there. It's hard to say what's the hardest.
What's the first one that comes to mind?
The fuck this lock thought.
I don't know. I honestly couldn't give you an answer. I mean, there's a lot of locks that are really tricky, and I think everyone here probably understands that if you spend the time on the locks or on a particular system, there was a point at the MT5 Plus where I could pick them on demand because I just spent so much time on them.
Sure, learning the
I
keyway.
haven't spent any time on them in the last year and a half. And if you put one in front of me now,
You're a little rusty.
it would be a struggle.
What's I got a good question.
How
What's
do you like
the
to go for
easiest
the
one?
side
What's the
pins on that
easiest
one?
one?
Do you like to go for the sliders first?
I'm sorry, there's a couple people talking on top. Do
Sorry.
I like to go for the sliders first? It
Yeah, that's
depends
what I
on
was
which way
asking.
You turn it and what binds up first.
Fair enough. I've
Depend
picked
on-
not too many of them, so I
Yeah,
can't really
if
speak
you-
on different versions.
My recollection is they like to bind up in the middle between the inner and outer pins if you turn clockwise, and the alpha spring will bind first if you turn them counterclockwise. But
interesting.
Again, we're going back a while, so my recollection is not great there.
No, but that's very interesting. I know Medico is kind of similar in that sense. You go counterclockwise, and the sidebar tends to bind first with the rotation.
Medico is almost like adding left, right, and center on top of up and down while turning. You know what I mean? That has a whole different. You're adding a whole different element to that. We're adding two games, stacking two games on top of each other.
We're getting into
Yeah.
making it into 4-dimensional lockpicking now. With some of those.
It's just the same way where if you don't pick it for a while, it just becomes shit to pick again later. That's why most people, they'll pick it for a little bit and then they'll just leave it alone after that.
Yeah. What's the easiest lock that you were just like, I can't believe I can't pick this right now?
Well, at first I thought it was the Master 19, but then I realized they weren't as easy as I expected them to be. I don't know. There's been a lot of unexpectedly hard locks that shouldn't be difficult, but for whatever reason, whether they be worn out, dirty, full of grit, gave me a lot of problems. But I can't say there was any lock that was systematically hard that shouldn't have been, as opposed to a particular lock that, because of some peculiarity, whether it be from bitting to dirtiness to wear.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ran into a Abus 64 that I can't pick. It's terrible. It's the
Sounds
most
like me with
ridiculous
the-
little lock ever.
Sounds like me with that one godforsaken American 1100. I don't know what it is about that particular one, but anytime I pick it up after like 10 minutes of trying to pick it and getting really close because I end up in a false set, I just give up and bypass it instead. And I'm just like, there's an open.
Love it.
Confidence building lock.
Hey, LadyLocks, just curious, did you ever get open the pack lock I made for you? I know Picksmith got it open. Did you ever get it open?
I did. I got it one time, but not on video. So I want to try to catch it on video still.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I did get it once though. But I do want to do a video for it, so it's in my pile to get on video.
John Holistic says, yeah, I got an 1100 with a 0 lift on 3 and I still haven't opened. That's kind of similar to my problem. The number 4 is not a 0 lift, but it is a very low cut. So I have to be very careful not to overset it when I try to lift 5. But no matter what tools I try using to lift 5 without touching 4, I just can't get it. And
if it's an American lock, why not use a leashy?
That is true.
That'll give you the full gambit.
I've been meaning to get one of those to try out.
I'll mention with the AM5 leashy, it does it doesn't let you turn the pick because it's a leashy, right? So you can't like angle your pick in a certain way. So I know like Fish Picks, when he got a leashy to try to pick his American 1100, it didn't help him the way that he thought it would, but after he learned how to pick it, then the leashy made it way easier.
I'm confused why you would need to turn a pick to pick an 1100.
Yeah, so sometimes I'll explain. I should explain a little bit more. But sometimes when you're lifting up on the spool, I like to push on the pin from like the left side or the right side, and I find it'll give a little bit different feedback. And sometimes the spool will actually, like if the keyway is a certain shape and it's forcing my pick to push on the pin in a certain way, and because it's a padlock, I can only tension it clockwise, it could jam up the spool tighter than if I can turn my pick just a little bit, angle it, and then push on the pin from maybe more of the center of the pin. And then I feel a little bit more defined feedback on the spool.
So in short, twisting the pick is basically to aid counter rotation.
Got it.
To some degree, yeah. Exactly.
Good night, Otter.
Yep, good night, Otter.
Take care, Otter. Thanks for hanging out.
Here we go.
I love that logo. Check it out. That is awesome.
You got it, Trucker?
Cutest logos in Lockpicking.
No, Trucker said he forgets how to pick now. He added the 7th pin and now he forgets how to pick. When I first picked that goal, well, I have a different goal Z. When I first tried to pick mine, I believe me and you were picking them at the same time, Isaac, and we were going to try to pick ours together. Well, then I just got so PO'd because every time I would get up to like 5 pins and be able to do it, I would add another pin and then same thing. I completely could not pick it. I would, and then I'd go, all right, let me go back to 5 pins and just keep practicing with 5. And then I couldn't pick it with 5. And then I couldn't pick it with 4 or 3. I'd have to take it all the way down to 2 pins and go back up again. And eventually I just said, forget it, and sent it to Picksmith to play with. And he hated it and he sent it back to me. And then I sent it to, I don't know. I can't remember, but I sent it to DQ and DQ picked it. Well, then,
right. I remember that. Yeah.
I wanted another go at the Goal Z because I really felt like I could do it. And so Trucker lent me his, and I actually picked it. So I didn't have any problems like I did the first time around, but I remember having that same problem where as soon as I would add another driver, the whole thing just became completely nuts to me. When I tried to go back a pin, I couldn't even pick it like that either. So I don't know, I guess in the meantime, I've learned a lot of different things and stuff. So by the time I was able to pick it this time around, I didn't have that kind of problems. But I remember, man, that thing drove me insane. I hated it.
That's the freaking worst.
Yeah, with this one, I had to go back to 2 pins today before I was able to pick it with, I was trying it with 6 pins and I wasn't making any progress. And I went back to 2 pins to try to isolate the ones that I knew were giving me a hard time. And then I started to get it again. Last week, I wasn't even able to pick it with 2 pins until the very end of the whole week, or the whole couple hours of the picking time or whatever. So yeah, this lock I've gone from 5 pins to 2 pins to 6 pins to 2 pins. It's definitely one of the more challenging ones that I've had to progressive pin in order to learn.
I definitely had trouble the first time. Now, I believe I hold the record for the Gold Z.
John Holistic says in the chat.
Maybe that's.
John Holistic says in the chat. So I'm curious, if LPL went for a belt rank, would he have reached 100th Dan yet?
100th Dan, yeah, right, yeah.
There's actually
LPL. You were part of the belt system, eh? I think before.
I have never requested a belt. Someone who I won't mention put a red belt on my account for reasons I don't understand. But I've never asked for one. And I think at the time I got that red belt, I qualified for black. But again, geez, I have mixed feelings about the belt system. So I've never really been a huge fan of it.
Me too. I like their slogan. Hey, remember, at the end of the day, we're all just wearing fancy pajamas.
No, it's. Yeah, but it's.
I'm interested to hear what your thoughts are on the belt system, if you don't mind sharing.
Well, I mean, it comes down to what makes you a good picker, and I think you can have a lot of definitions of that. You can have someone who specializes in trying high security or higher security locks and progressively pinning them, doing whatever it takes to learn the locks. I've taken, and that's a lot of fun. I actually really, really enjoy that and love the accomplishment of getting through getting through a difficult puzzle. And the other part of being a good lock picker is having the ability to encounter a lock on the street and reliably get through it in a reasonable amount of time. And that is what I've more
not
recently
represented in the
chosen
belt
to
system.
focus on. And it's not represented in the belt system, and it would be very, very difficult to represent that in the belt system. It's something that you'd encounter more in competitions where a lock that you've never seen before is placed in front of you, or a series of locks, and you apply your hand against other people and you see who can get into them faster. I guess it's whether or not you look at it solely as puzzles to be solved or more as a skill that has potential applications in the real world. And I fully understand why some in the lockpicking community may wish to stay away from focusing on using these skills, quote unquote, in the field.
Right.
But I find more satisfaction in looking at a lock and knowing with certainty that I can open that in a relatively short period of time, or relative certainty. There's always exceptions.
Yeah.
I would love to see a system that would focus and test things like that, though I recognize that would be very difficult without, I don't know, sending people locks from a source that they have to open on video, open the package on video, open the lock on video, and have that.
Yeah.
But wow, what a pain in the butt that would be. To administer.
And then also to be fair, Lockpickers United has what everyone always refers to as Rule 2. Don't pick locks you don't own or that are actively in use. So
in use, yeah.
Yeah, there's good reasons for that. Very good reasons.
Absolutely.
With the lockpicking competitions, you've mentioned that, LPL. I recently I was specifically curious about LockCon this year and about what locks they were picking. I saw the rundown of that through Tool, and the locks that they're picking in the competitions overseas, they're great. They're good locks. And it's crazy to think, thinking going over there, it's like, okay, I'm used to these American things. Like, no, I have to change up my practice. I'm going to go over there and actually be a decent picker to even be worth a shit in this competition. Because I've seen people doing MNC move, the list goes on, but it's good locks that they're picking over there in these competitions.
Yeah. No, and that's if you're going over there, I mean, if you're ready to see some absolute voodoo, watch the impressioning competition. Holy cow.
Yes. His last
Watch what?
The impressioning. Yas
Wires. Yeah.
Yeah, Yas Wires specifically. We have a video of it. His from beginning, starting of the key to the open was 2 minutes or less, or I think less than that.
Oh my gosh.
But we're trying to break it down here at the Seattle Locksport because we do impressioning meetups with ourselves, with our friends. We're trying to break it down a bit to okay, at the very start, what does he do? What does he skip? What does he not screw with? And the biggest thing that I've picked up on, which is very true, and it helped me last time I impressioned, was when you turn and jiggle, you only jiggle up and down once. Because the impression the mark is already made. You don't need to do it more than once because that's the tension.
That's going to leave multiple scratches. Yeah, just do it the one time.
And not even that. It doesn't even help. So maybe an extra bump will help a little bit, but it doesn't even help because you're already turning it and it's already has that bump there. So it's not going to push it in harder because it's already got some bump already there. So what he does it. He jiggles it up and down once, not even twice, hardly. He takes it off and he's already filing it. It's each time it's jiggling it one time, taking out, looking at it, and moving on with life. Wow. He is quick.
Well, you can definitely make marks more deep, but it takes first of all, it takes away from the time, and second of all, you have to do what you're saying, where you can't just keep bumping up and down because you've already lifted the pin. You have to reset the tension and let the pin come back down and then move back over and then impression more. Exactly. So
that's what.
But once you've made your main mark, the marks aren't going to get too much deeper. You're right.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that because they think turn, jiggle a whole bunch. You just need to jiggle a couple times, then either reset or start filing, and that's been a game changer for me.
Yeah,
slowing him down and watching is pretty insane.
I can't believe 2 minutes. That's insane.
You won't hear any disagreement here.
Bye. I've got to head off and pick my wife up at the airport. So I've got to rock and roll. It's been great chatting with you all, picking with you all. Good chatting with you, LPL. Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
LadyLocks, travel safe.
Have a good one.
I'm sorry, Pocket Woman, travel safe. Sorry.
Take care, lady. Or Pocket Woman.
Happy birthday, Knox. Hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday. And when I win the lock that you're gonna put in the giveaway shortly, I'll send you my email. You can send it to me. Thanks very much.
Very cool.
Take care, Pocket Woman.
Yes, take care.
So I will follow directly. In Germany, it's totally late already.
All right, Jake.
Yeah, have a good evening. And
take care, Jake.
Good night.
Have fun. Good night. Bye.
Good night. Good seeing you.
Bye, Jake.
Someone earlier had mentioned the first video they ever saw of mine was the Boley lock. And since
that was me, yes.
About impressioning, I thought I would show you a tool that I don't think I have ever shown publicly before for opening Boley locks.
Please, I got a roasted terror gnawing at my ankles. What do you got?
And that is this right here. Is a tool with a piece of brass.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, you do.
Soldered onto a normal key.
Holy shit.
And it works quite well for impression.
That's impressive.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, I think that's
very smart. Very cool idea.
I think Boley on their website stated that like that's how their original lock was open for the first time. And then somebody else was able to and then somebody else was just able to take an EPG and a bent paper clip.
Yeah.
That
I
was
think I
actually
told
paid,
Ryan,
but that was
or I'm sure I had told Ryan about it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I still want to get one. I still want to get one just to keep as like a sort of a display piece, especially because of the key. I don't know. It's just something about the key with its like funky U bend that just gets me, and I really.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. They're cool looking locks.
That's mine's in the Avis Rock, and just the fact that I made my video on it and had Boley respond on the video, I thought that was really cool because they sell it in the Avis Rock on their website. But I actually had bought it from eBay, and for mine the key sticks a little bit when you turn it, you push it in. You turn it again and you pull it out, and kind of that's when it's almost about to pop. There's a little stick in that when you pull it out, and they explained why that was, and that was the person who installed it. The actuator, there was a little stutter to it, but I mean they explained it right in the video of my my video. It's called "Holy Moly, I Got a Boley Planted in the Avis Rock."
Nice.
That's cool.
It's always fun putting unexpected high security locks in otherwise unassuming bodies.
Right.
You know, I have been thinking like in my head about how somebody could potentially pick a Rotosera for the first time, but the only idea I was able to come up with would require impossible, like mechanically impossible things, because the idea I had was basically like if a leashy tool and the pick that you and Bosnian Bill made had a baby. That's the only tool I could think of that could potentially pick a Rotosera, but it would require like because of that weird bend in the key, it would require like some sort of mechanically impossible thing to allow the little finger to move back and forth inside the lock. So with that in mind, I really don't see how. I struggle to imagine how it could work.
That person who made a self-impressioning ProTech pick, that guy could probably do it.
Is everyone else seeing? I can't see anyone else.
Yeah, we can see things.
We can all see.
Oh, really? You can't see us? Okay.
Maybe just reset your thing.
Maybe.
Everything's going smooth still. We can see it.
Let's see. Okay. I'm going to close out and come back.
So here's a question. Are all those green American locks for St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, that would be great.
That's right. It is St. Patty's.
My birthday. Oh, yeah.
Good morning to you, laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye.
Dude, I got killer questions. I just don't want to scare them away. I got killer questions.
You know what? You can say you picked with Lockpicking Lawyer for your birthday. There's not a lot of people that can say that. You know. That's
no kidding. No kidding, LadyLocks. That's a hell of a present. Absolutely.
Pretty awesome.
Guys, again.
Well, we're down to. Oh, now we're
There
back.
you go.
There we go.
Yay.
As I was signing off, I heard someone say all those green Americans something or other.
Yeah. For
are all those green American locks for St. Patrick's Day? My birthday.
Oh, no. That was just the top practice set on the pile, so I just yanked it off and
gotcha.
Figured that would be a good way to spend some time here.
Goodness. How many of those are? Oh, well, there's another. There's another one. I'm struggling with this. Inside my CI practice lock, I've put a standard and 5 mushrooms, and I'm struggling with it. Oh my god.
It comes with time.
Yeah. I mean, I figure.
Are you remembering the mental map?
But hats off for the CI practice lock. Thank you.
Yeah. It was well, I mean, I had to be Covert Instruments being the first tools I bought because, you know, I watched yours and McNally's content before finally deciding to take the plunge.
Thanks a lot. Much appreciated.
I mean, I should have you to thank for getting so many people into Locksport and, you know, starting this line.
Well, there's a lot of people on the list of names of those responsible, but
yeah,
it's certainly
you and Bill at the top of them, that's for sure. You guys are the top two kings of Locksport on YouTube. Absolutely.
Well, Bill got me involved, so I got to give him all the credit.
There you go.
Yeah, how did you decide to start lockpicking? Anyways, you what was the first thing you were like, this might be fun, and like, what did you see or do that made you decide to start picking?
I don't think it would have. I don't think I would have joined if it weren't for the fact that I had just moved to the DC area and lost all of my hobbies.
That'll do it.
I used to be a member of a club where we rented out a nice bay in an industrial park with lifts. We all worked on our cars. We would race them on weekends.
Oh, okay.
And so I moved away from my club. And my only other hobby was long-range shooting, which I don't know if you're familiar with the DC area, but there's not a lot of places where you can shoot 1,000 yards there. And then also had a baby around the same time. So
yeah, that ended some hobbies.
I needed a hobby that I could do at home. And that was the time that I'd come across Bill, decided to try my hand at things, and 6 months later, I started a channel.
Pretty
also,
cool.
I just noticed Nathan has joined in on the stream. Hello there.
Welcome, Nathan. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey.
How are y'all?
I figured it was that, Nathan. What's up, man?
It's
and
me,
LockChuck
yeah.
finally showed his face. There's LockChuck. He's been lurking behind stage watching us all. I felt you breathing down my neck, LockChuck. It was so wrong. You should be
I'm
out front
sorry.
with everybody else. No,
I've just been stalking.
Hey, LPL, let me ask you this question. For example, I'm in touch with LockNoob, and there's a couple of Facebook groups that there's this guy that claims to be, he doesn't say, hey, I'm LockNoob. He goes by a completely different name, but all of his content is whatever LockNoob posts, he posts on Facebook. Okay? Mm-hmm. So I reached out to LockNoob and was like, hey, like, obviously you don't live in New York. I know you're across the pond. Like, yeah, dude, this guy is you. Like, you know, report him. He's got all of your content, and he's like, dude, you don't understand? I'm anonymous. Like, I can't claim who, you know, I can't, in order for me to blame him, I have to say who I am. And I'm not willing to do that. So unfortunately, and I'm like, dude, this guy who's the imposter has 750 something thousand, you know, likes or, you know, followers, subscribers, whatever on Facebook, where, you know, LockNoob's thing maybe has 22,000. It's like, yo, this guy is more popular than you using your own content. Like, get on him, stop him. And, you know, because of the anonymous factor, you know, he's like, dude, I can't, you know, unfortunately, he's going to go public with it, and it is what it is. It's like, is that really, you're a lawyer. I mean, you would know. Yeah.
No, I have the exact same problem.
Okay.
Probably even greater. All the Facebook groups that claim to be me are not me. The millions of subscribers on TikTok that claim to be me are not me.
Wow.
And
wait, so that wasn't you who sent me a message the other day?
Yeah, right. So am I getting a free Genesis kit? What the hell?
Bail money, I'm sure, or something like that.
I mean, I sent you my whole bank account like you asked.
I'm sure someone in India appreciates it.
Right.
Yo, snake. Oh God, we have 2 snakes now.
Oh my God, yes we do.
Snake attack.
It's a big issue. And I've even started and transferred my IP into a Bahamian corporation to maintain the anonymity and challenge these people, and I'm still not able to make a dent with it.
That's a shame.
I mean, there's lots of content theft on Facebook already. So, like, I honestly, if I ever happen to get my content like re-uploaded to Facebook, I feel like the best course of action, if you want to maintain, anonymity and whatnot, is just pay it no heed. Facebook will do its own thing, and I don't know. I just don't think much of it because it doesn't really gain much influence outside of Facebook from my
Well, the only thing I didn't like about it is the guy was twisting words. So he was putting his own posts in written context on top of LockHeat's video. So, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I just wouldn't want anyone putting words in my... It's one thing to share my videos. Hey, this guy's cool. Check out his content. Or even, hey, I am this guy. All right, poser, you stole my thing. It's a whole nother thing to write, to rewrite history, so to speak, and hey, this is my challenge lock I made, look how cool this is, or whatever, and I'm Knoxs Locks, and it's like, whoa, no you're not, I don't live in, I'm from America, so for someone, in that case Australia or some other continent, it's like, whoa dude, you're way off, man, like, because this guy's claiming to be from New York. It's like, yeah, I'm not dude, but I live in New York, and it's like
they're doing that for everybody. They even got DMAC, and they had DMAC's videos.
Oh, no way.
My videos, yeah, they had mine and DMAC's and somebody else's all on this one channel called Captain Lockpick or something.
No way.
And
That
yeah,
guy.
it was like,
yeah, right.
do you know who that is, dude? Then yeah, DMAC was
he's
like
out in
infuriated.
Michigan or something.
Wow.
I didn't know he was doing content theft. I know he tried to.
Those videos on theirs are like mostly DMAX, but there was a bunch of mine in there too, and it was mostly my short videos, which I realized that you can do like allow video and audio remix, which is what people are doing for the short videos. But if you just change it to, but you can change that option to audio only, so they can just take your audio and not your video. So that's what I've been doing on mine, just because,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. That DMAC and somebody else, I can't remember. It was another UK picker, I think. I want to say
it was Lockpicking Legend, I think.
Was it? Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
there
the
was
other
like
one.
a couple
That's a
of
bunch
us
of
on there.
shorts.
But
Just
yeah,
look at it
was
as a rite of
ridiculous.
passage.
Yeah.
It's like, that's
Yeah, it
awesome.
just
I am
happens.
big enough and I am good enough that people are stealing my stuff.
Right. Brett Suck says people try and imitate him, but they can't pull it off because they can't get his voice quite right.
Imitation's the biggest form of flattery, right?
Brett Sucks doesn't speak in his videos. We've not heard his voice yet, so we're waiting. We're waiting for the
Apparently,
day.
content theft is the biggest form of flattery. Oh yeah. Also, OG Snake has shown themselves in the stream, but they are muted. I guess
He's talking smack on us. That's why he's like, he's had to mute that. Oh, there he is. There he is.
No smack talk here. What's up, everyone?
I was gonna say he's like talking smack, like, who is this like anime character who's taking my name?
I love your organization, OG Snake. It's like super like organized and fancy looking. Look at all that stuff.
Well, that's only because I cleaned up earlier today. It was really a mess.
Yeah, I usually do that. I'll go, oh, look how nice that looks in here, and then I sit down to like do some picking or whatever, and I mean, not even 20 minutes later, it's a freaking complete disaster, and I'm just like, what the hell did I do?
What you guys will never see is what's 6 inches off camera.
Yeah.
And then the disaster area.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you kind of get a glimpse of it with like my USB hub and SD card reader here. These are like two of the keys to some of the locks that I have just out of frame, and then my keyboard. But yeah, like everything that's outside of the frame is just
It's outside of the frame for a reason.
Yep. No one needs to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that. Yeah, that's a bigger
And then
point.
I recently just had I know some of you guys saw that one video of like just a little bit of my lock lab or my room, whatever. And I just recently put like a bigger desk, so I got that toolbox thing so I could have more space, and like it looked so nice for like about 3 days. And then I just started getting more shit, and then I just like
fills
now
up
it's
fast,
like,
doesn't it?
yeah, and now I'm like, I need a whole nother toolbox. Like I maybe don't need it, but I kind of want it. And then I'm just like, I could have like so much more stuff. I told my husband, you know, your living room's a little bit bigger than my lock lab. Maybe we might have to switch. I told him I'll put him a recliner and a TV in the hallway, and I'll just take both rooms. He didn't like that idea. I was like, it's pretty big in here. I could probably put a desk over here and like nice old lighting right here. And he's like, get out.
New community member with the same name. Now there are two. I've been known as, well, my full name is The Snake Rocks, but I've been known as Snake since like 2012, I think. That's when I uploaded my first video.
Oh, snap. He just said 2012 other Snake. What now?
Oh, OG.
Oh my gosh.
He's got me beat.
Has that really been longer? Wow, I actually did not expect 2012 to be longer ago than OG Snake.
So I've been known as Snake personally, like at work, but I've only been known as Snake on like social media for a couple of years now. So you definitely had me beat there.
Interesting. So now who's the OG Snake then?
Well,
confused.
I mean, if you wanna make things even more complicated, I did not become a VTuber until 2021 because VTubers didn't even exist back in 2012.
Well, how about when did you start picking?
When did I start picking? Yeah, that was way more recent, 2023.
Yeah, I thought we're gonna call you Snake Rocks.
Yes, Snake Rocks is a lot of people call me Snake Rocks just reading my name. Finally got it open. Okay. When they read my full name for the first time, they usually call me Snake Rocks. So that also is perfectly acceptable by my standards.
Just don't call you late to dinner, right?
Yes, don't call me late to wow, never mind, I lost my train of thought.
So what was the Snake Rocks? What's the last part of your name?
So the reason why people call me Snake Rocks is because I'll type it in chat. My full... Actually, maybe I should... Where's my editing? Here it is. Edit name and headline. I'll change my headline.
Here's a question for LPL. Whatchamacallit? I bought a lot when my first 6 months into lock sport off of eBay.
Yeah.
And the person claims to have bought it or traded it from Bosnian Bill, and the person lives in New Mexico area. That was all that they had for the post. So I had gotten it. It has a couple. Well, it has 8 ASA, it has a nice sergeant, it has a couple other locks that was well worth the money, and it worked out. But just curious, the fact that they gave a location and they said, hey, I traded a couple firearms for this. I know nothing about locks. I don't know what it was. And what happened was there was a bidding going on, and I had meant to put in $84, and I had accidentally put in $840.
Oh my gosh!
Oh no!
Yeah, no, I told this story last year for my birthday story last year, but I put in $840. So I tried to hit eBay and be like, hey, I don't mean to do that, but anyways, it ended. It only cost me, it was like $110 or something like that. Whatever, it wasn't that big a deal. I did the math beforehand. It was like, per mortar cylinder, even call it $15. It was worth it. Plus the ASA on top of it, plus whatever. Okay. And, the person in the description is like, I don't know anything about locks. I'm a gun guy. I met Bosnian Bill in New Mexico. He said this was worth over $100. I'm trying to recoup my money. Make me an offer. The bid's up for whatever, 6 days or whatever it was. So that was the one that I had won. And when I got it, I mean, the pins fell out of it, or not even the pins, the springs that were left in it fell out of it. It didn't have anything in it. It didn't have it. So the guy picked the bones clean as far as pins or anything like that. But I mean, just curious, does that hold any weight? Like if this was my cousin Vinny and you were on the stand right now, boom, okay. Does my case hold water?
The defense's case does not hold water.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Not in a good
Buyer
way,
beware.
like my cousin Vinny. No, the short answer is I don't know. But know where Bill currently lives. I know where he regularly visits to visit his family on both him and his wife's side, and I am unaware of any New Mexico connections.
Oh wow, okay.
So I'll just.
That's enough.
I can't say yes or no.
Yeah, I don't want specifics. Yeah, wasn't asking
Assuming
specifics.
you're
But that's
trading
enough.
guns, you generally want to do that in state to avoid running afoul of certain laws.
Very true. Very true.
So I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, anonymity really is a double-edged sword, especially in cases like that.
Yep.
Even if you know who the person is, a lot of times when you're buying or selling something online, it's like really gray area in terms of the description, unless you've actually given them money for the product.
It was a nice pill-shaped, the nice pill-shaped acid thing. I didn't not saying I couldn't, but between this and all the other Mortis ones that were in the in the auction, it was worth the bid. Like I said, it was worth the $84. I didn't even spend $8,400 by any means, would I? But it's just the fact that I was able to get it, whether it was bills or not. It was nice to have an ASA, a nice Sergeant, and a couple other high-end locks for under $100. So I mean, whether it was his or not, it was nice to to have one to bid. But I just always wondered in the back of my head, just that was all the description was. I traded it firearms. I live in New Mexico. Like, okay.
By the way, just so you know, go ahead.
I was gonna make the joke. You could probably go after that seller on eBay for false advertising.
I mean, that's the worst that you can do is just give them a bad rating. But for the future, whenever you make a bid on eBay, and even if you win the whole thing, you have a little bit of time that you can contact the customer service and let them know if something happened like that, where you put in a different amount than you meant to put in, and there is what you can still cancel it.
Well, that's what I was going to cancel it. Then when it ended at $84, like I said, I did a quick math of everything that was listed. I was like, hey, it's more than worth over 150, close to $200. I'll take it. And then even after taking it, when it showed up, and I've never had it before. I never had any type of ASA pins or a lock, so that was my first. So when I lifted it up, and like I said, there was no springs in it, so literally the cord just slid right out of it. There's no C-clip, no nothing. I was like, oh man, dude! It's talking about disheartening. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for this major challenge. It has here. Hold on, I'll show you the Bosnian Bill's quote unquote autograph. Hold on.
His autograph. Oh
yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
I told you they're on the locks, man. I ain't lying with you, man.
Maybe.
This is
it was probably that seller. He probably just scribbled on the lock and was like, oh, it's Bosnian Bill.
Hold on. First, I'll show you the lock, then I'll try to zoom in on the key. I have two of them. Now, I've never, ever, ever, ever heard Bill refer to his lab as Zion Lock Labs. Never, ever.
No.
But that person claims that would. Right. Okay. So,
maybe it was
that's
a different
the lock.
Bosnian Bill.
It's a Corbin. There's the bidding, wicked bidding. I mean, that is a very serious challenge lock. Like that. So when I saw that, I was like, "Ooh, like maybe the guy's really, on something here." So here's the listing tag. So it's Bosnian Bill number 2. Yeah, sorry, it's horrible. It keeps trying to focus on the background. Now here's the Zion Labs one that he also claims is in the same batch, or So this one's a Sergeant. Again, wicked bidding. I mean, whoever knows what they were, they knew what they were talking about as far as highs and lows. I have not gutted these. I do not know what's inside. Now, when it's pinned by Zion Lock Labs. So the guy's thing was, hey, that Bosnian Bill, Zion Lock Labs, he traded me this for.
That certainly could have been a challenge lock that someone who refers to themselves as Zion Lock Labs sent in, and Bill pretty much everything that comes into him, he sends back out into the world. It's the whole trading guns part that really.
I was thinking that.
that
Yeah.
makes me question the story. But
I don't
the-
know.
I hear
I
you.
love lock sport, but I don't know if I would ever trade any of my guns for a lock.
No, I hear you. But that was literally all the listing was. Hey, I traded locks in New Mexico. This guy claims he's Bosnian Bill and that these locks are quote unquote worth money. And that was all at the posting. I showed it last year on the on my other birthday bash. So I mean, if you look on there, you'll see the post is over a year old, so it's long deleted. I mean, if you look at last year's, you literally see the digital post. I showed on the on my tablet.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Should happen.
I have bought locks on eBay that they were not advertised as from Bill, but they were ones that I recognized through model and bidding of the key as ones that he had featured and that he had sent to someone, and then that person in turn listed them on eBay. I don't remember which ones they are, but I think that actually predates me knowing Bill. So like back in 2015, 16. And the only one I can think of offhand was the Hunno 80 padlock. So if you look at Bill's video of the Hunno 80 and my video, it's the exact same lock. So I've certainly found his stuff on eBay before. But the whole trading guns for it, I mean, I can see Bill trading guns, but not in New Mexico.
Yeah.
No, he's.
I wish shipping to Canada wasn't so bad, especially with eBay. Just so
I'm gonna hop out of
Who
here,
has
y'all.
the nice eBay? It's the UK eBay.
Take care,
Dave
Lockjaw.
finds the craziest locks.
No, that was Snake.
It's
Oh,
okay.
Oh, thanks, brother. Have a good night,
You guys
Snake.
have a similar voice.
Oh,
Thanks. Bye.
Yep. See you, Knox. Have a good
Take care,
one.
Snake.
Bye-bye.
Good night, brother.
Or, I think it's Dev. Sorry, not speaking Dev.
Oh,
Dev.
well,
Dev.
take care, Dev.
Oh, you're out too, Dev. Have a good night, man.
You have trouble figuring out who's who in this situation.
Well,
Yeah, Dig
Dev
finds
and
the best deals
Lockchuck
on
have
lock
similar voice,
ever.
but Lockchuck has more of that southern twang.
What are you talking about, buddy?
American beef.
Well, Satan, here's another unfortunate thing for our community here. Is I have a challenge lock, and if you look at the key, it has let me see, someone's name particular on there. And now, hold on.
It's hard to see through the potato pixels.
Yeah, I don't know how other people can see.
It's not focusing with the background, unfortunately. You're trying to read the master lock behind it. But
I can tell that's a key,
crack.
but that's about it.
It says thumper on the key. So now, if you look at it's almost important that you see the key for the rest of the story. Okay, so now the writing. Yeah,
Mr.
trying to
Inferno's
focus it
also
away
heading
from you
out.
a little bit.
Take care,
So
buddy.
now, have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate it.
See ya.
So now, when you look at the side of the lock, I'm trying to cover everything in the background. Okay, so then when you look at the side of the lock, where Thumper's name is on the sideways, unfortunately, much deeper than that. Hold on, let me use my pick so you can actually see it. I mean, this person's well known in the lock sport community. It actually says DALP right there across there. So Dark Arts Lockpicking. And it's like, wow, dude, like you've repurposed someone else's challenge lock or tried to claim it as your own and like sell it off. And,
That's
you know, yeah, I mean,
Is
yeah.
that
to
another
take-
one, or is that the one that you showed us
Yeah.
before?
Yeah, no, I've had this one for about a month now. So if you've seen it before, then it's a repeat. If you've
I
not
just
seen it
know that
within the
there's a
last
whole
month,
handful of them. It's just
Yeah,
that
no,
there's
this
more and
is-
more coming up that are saying that people are finding their names under and stuff, or other people's
yeah,
names
this is
under.
relatively new within the last month. Yep, it's just wow to claim the craftsmanship of somebody else like that. That's that's really low.
That's unfortunate.
We got a message from Cucumber in chat. Knox, you need to invest in a new phone with a camera with more than 1 megapixel.
No, I agree with you absolutely. It's because I'm literally honestly 85+% deaf, so a lot of my phone's memory or the RAM or whatever you want to call it goes to, it actually creates, like when you guys talk, I actually have subtitles underneath. So much of it goes to that. I guess it doesn't leave much room or RAM or whatever it is for the camera to work.
It's like trying to compress the video.
Yeah,
Dave
whatever
needs
it
to
is.
make a tutorial video for YouTube on how to set up cameras like how he has his, where you can zoom it in and like use OBS to stream it separately. And
Way to go, Cucumber, making fun of the hearing impaired. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
just kidding.
So I have a question. I'm not sure if it's already been
So I'm not moving. I'm sitting in the chair, GP. Okay.
Yeah, so I got a question. There's locks that go for like a lot when you're buying them online. So I was just wondering, what's the biggest blunder, like as far as price range, that you guys have bought a lock and accidentally messed it up beyond all repair?
LadyLocks.
Oh, I can take this.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go get my list.
I
No,
mean,
I'm
who
just
hasn't
kidding.
bricked a really expensive lock gutting it?
Yeah.
Better get a Ziploc bag full of parts. That's the question. Yeah.
when I was newer, I reached out to my boss before I was working as a locksmith, and I asked him about, like, I told him I was interested in picking, and he would give me these box of locks to work on. Eventually, he gave me a multi-lock, and he was like, if you can pick this, then you're hired. So I spent a while like trying to pick it, but the very first night that I got it, I took it apart and I basically bricked it, and I was like so nervous that I was like I stayed up all night trying to figure out how to fix the lock, and I did in the end, but I was like sweating all night thinking like, what am I going to tell him? You know, I bricked the lock that he gave me that he told me to pick, and you know, I was freaking out so bad.
Let me guess. A center pin dropped into a little hole on the opposite side of the core?
No, actually what happened in this case was that I didn't have all the pins. It might have, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. I think I didn't have all the pins in there properly. And you know what? I think it was probably that. It was on the side, and I had maybe an inner pin go in there or something, and I had to try to push it up or something. I can't remember at this point, but it was an inner pin got stuck in a hole that it shouldn't be stuck in.
Yeah, there's a little hole on the side that sometimes they put ball bearings in, so you don't just drill through the side and cut the core in half. I think I bricked the lock on that once. A multi-lock.
Yeah.
Those inner pins can get stuck in a lot of weird places.
I have.
I think I sent you an email about it at the time, and I was like telling you about my progress on everything that I was doing.
I dread the day. I dread the day that I actually start picking my Bowley lock, or start trying to pick it, and like I don't know, I do something stupid like a tool breaks off inside the shielding or something like that.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, you're picking the locker. Done. Yep. It happens.
On a separate note, I do want to mention, now that you're here, lockpicking lawyer, that before I became a locksmith, I was kind of in a weird place, with family and different things going on, especially with COVID. I had lost opportunity for work and stuff, and I had seen your videos a bunch, and something just drew me to it at that point in time, and that was that was the main reason I got into picking locks and all of that, and it totally changed my life. You know, I managed to get into working as a locksmith and trying to, you know, build a future for myself, whereas before that, like, it was really hard for me to figure out what to do and what I was going to do. So it's a very big inspiration to me, and yeah, I have a lot to thank you for. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's really cool. Glad I could. I don't even know what I did, but
you inspired me.
But
I mean, listen, humility can only take you so far. So
Well,
sometimes
no, it's inspiring. It's inspiring when you help others through times like that, and you don't even know you do it. Very inspiring. To Isaac was inspired.
I think COVID took us all on odd paths.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, plans for covert instruments probably got pushed forward because of that, and because of other opportunities got shut down. So,
speaking of covert instruments, I must ask for the sake of everyone who has noticed, and maybe also those who haven't noticed, who came up with the logo with like the CI that also forms the open door? Because
right here, me.
Oh, wow.
we actually paid a graphic designer. I hated what they came up with, and kind of just went online trying and looked for inspiration, and eventually came up with that. So yeah, that was, and we took my ugly hand drawings, sent it to our graphic designer, and said, make this look professional.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's
I
so
was
much more
pretty
personal
proud
too.
of that. I thought it was clever.
It really was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Here, this was something I did to try to help not brick. Learning the pathways of pack lock. So my 90A, I made it a dead core first, so it was like a lockout tag out. Then when I was done with that, I got bored with it. If you see at the bottom, there's a red nail polish, and that's the red zone. So if you turn the core past there, you're going to brick it when it goes 180, and everything falls down. So to keep you from doing that, you just have that little, red border right there. But other than that, I mean, left or right, either way. And so this is where I progressively, pin my my pack locks. So I don't have the shackle in there, but that's just to keep it from being bricked.
Viper, to answer your question straight away, the only easy way to get CI tools is if you live in the United States. Unfortunately, because everything in CI is made in the US, international shipping can be extortionately expensive.
Yeah.
LPL, can you confirm?
Yeah, well, a couple things. One, not all of our stuff is made in the U.S. A lot of it is, and that what is made in the U.S. is made by us in our facility.
Right.
But as far as shipping goes, we actually started out during COVID shipping everywhere, except for maybe Russia and China and a couple other countries where there were impediments to that. And we had so many problems with shipping overseas, with countries that would hold up our stuff, make people come pick up their packages and pay duties. Just let your stuff sit in a shipping container on a dock for 3 months. Meanwhile, we refund the customer because they haven't received their product, and then 6 months later the thing actually gets delivered.
Right.
I can't begin to tell you the number of weird shipping issues that we ran into. And eventually we had to just make a decision that there were some countries, or a lot of countries, that we just couldn't deal with because we were losing money, and not just a little money, a lot of money, because reshipping a package where shipping is $50, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Way over overhead. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish we could just flip the switch and open up shipping everywhere. But unfortunately, either because of a variety of factors, it just costs us too much money. Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was, you probably could have gotten, if you had caught us in the first year we were open, we were still optimistic and thought there would be no issues with shipping everywhere. And we got relieved of that delusion really quickly.
Yeah, shipping's a nightmare.
We actually have something. There is a binder somewhere in our office called Shipping Shitfest.
Oh, I love that.
And that is something where we lost, not we. It was, I think, over a weekend. So it was a lot of packages that went out. And the post office, and we took them to the post office. They got checked in. They got checked into a distribution center in Richmond, Virginia, and they all disappeared. Every single one of them.
Oh no!
Hundreds and hundreds of packages.
Wow.
And so this binder was essentially our notes of reaching out to every single person and figuring out, whether we're refunding, we're reshipping, and we got to reship something to Australia, and we're losing, like $50 a package or something stupid like that.
Wow.
That was, I forget what the bottom line is, but it was tens of thousands of dollars we lost on their mistake. And the worst part was 6 months later, miraculously, all those packages started being delivered.
Oh man.
So then we took out the Shipping Shitfest binder yet again. And depending on what it would cost, we either sent people, the honest people who contacted us, either sent them logos to ship the second package back, not logos, labels, or, in the case of Australia, I think Dark Arts Lockpicking was one of them. We just look, it's too much to ship back. Just give it to someone else and spread the joy.
Yeah, really. I mean, not to mention the money to ship it, but you also lose the product too, right? I mean, if it disappears and you're sending a second one, you're paying the shipping plus the loss of a second product, that you're sending for free. I mean,
and that was at a time in our development where we had supply chain bottlenecks. And, we faced the same COVID bottlenecks everyone did as far as supply chains go.
Yeah.
But, if you were looking for our stuff back then, it was hit or miss whether or not it would be in stock. So you're absolutely right about the opportunity cost of not being able to sell all the product that we had to ship to replace what was lost.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Goodness.
Yeah. Maybe someday we
props for sticking that out and ultimately coming out of that in the position we're at now. So
yeah, thanks.
Clearly, even when the situation got that bad, clearly you did something right because it didn't destroy the business entirely. So
no, and that was a big deal for us then when that happened. I mean, we were calling our congressman's office to try to get the post office to actually do a real investigation. And
yeah, that's a shame that they wouldn't do it on such a huge amount of items. That is insane. I mean, now I lose all hope that they would ever do it on a $50 package I was sending one time, let alone an entire shipment of stuff from a company. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was our whole day's worth of.
Man.
Yeah, and it was is probably over a weekend or on a sale. I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was something where it was an above average number of products we were shipping out. And
yeah, that was oh, it looks good. This looks great. Sales are great this weekend to, oh my gosh.
Yeah. That was someone was asking about Jim Jones and saying how helpful he was. He was the one on top on Shipping Shitfest. Again, not a real name. Yeah. I don't want anyone to think I'm outing people here, but
I mean, you would be surprised. You would be surprised at the number of people who don't know McNally's first name.
Oh.
Even though it's shown right on Covert Instruments' website.
Yeah, he really doesn't mind about the about people knowing who he is. He's out there.
Yeah.
But an absolute great guy, ton of fun, a passion for picking, passion for, actually probably more than picking, a passion for for producing videos, and he does such a darn good job. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, the number one thing that he does in his videos that I want to learn someday or another is the way in which he can just take any like low security like master lock like this 141 and just stab it open half a second after applying tension.
And what's funny is you'll see in the comments,
but
you'll see people in the comments listing, oh, they have it rigged or they this and that. And anybody that knows locks knows you can't take that lock apart. So even like the people that are trying to explain it will, bullshit comments of, it's rigged or, they made it that way. Like you can't take that padlock apart. I mean,
he's got a superpower, and I don't know if you see people on his channel, he bangs locks together to open it and stuff like that. In person, like he will take a lock and punch it open the same way.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking to the scene with Pai Mei and Kill Bill, where she's punching the board over and over and over again. McNally's superpower are the toughest hands of any human being I've ever heard of. He can just punch locks over and over and over again and seemingly have zero effect on him.
So the 50 caliber couldn't break the Squire, but McNally's fist might.
It wouldn't surprise me.
This, you know what? I saw his video on the where he was doing that to the chateau, and I wanted to try it on this Master 175. My hands couldn't take it after like 2 attempts.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way. He's like, hey, take a look at this, and he'll smack a lock open. I'm like, oh wow, that's cool. Let me try this, and I'll try it twice without it working, and I'll be like, this is painful.
You're like, I'll
what
try
are
again
your hands
next
made
week.
out of, dude?
Even doing that kind of thing. I mean, the way I find it in anytime I see him like throwing bladed weapons with incredible precision or like slapping locks open with his bare hands, the way I always put it whenever I comment is you can take McNally out of the Marines, but you can't take the Marine out of McNally.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anyone call themselves a former Marine. Once you're a Marine,
yeah,
you're
right,
just a Marine.
for real, yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that either.
I mean, you could also, you could probably talk to Sandman about that too, because he's also a Marine.
Yep, he is. He's got a really interesting story. I saw his recent video of talking about his background and how that played into his EDC. Lot of surprising and interesting history there.
McNally has been slapping people for years.
I don't know.
I just love how McNally incorporates things that have nothing to do with lock sport. Like the throwing of the square and like hitting the mannequin perfectly dead center. You know what I mean? Like Ninja Star style and just things like that. The tactical assault, so to speak. It's awesome. Like I just love.
Yeah,
I really need to learn how to do that stuff.
The
really
fun
wanna
part
learn
is
how to throw something.
The fun part is when our landlord comes by and drives around back and sees a mannequin with a throwing knife. 2 in the chest, 1 in
That's
the
got to be hard to
like,
explain. That's got to be real hard to explain.
Oh, I'd love to see that face he makes when he sees it.
It's like, so you were asking for our rent, huh?
You're good till next month. I'll wait.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of McNally's content, LPL, so many people. I've seen so much speculation on the identity of can toss guy.
Oh, yeah.
There's
not going
been
to confirm or deny anything. It's not. I will confirm it's not me.
Fair enough. I mean, I kind of figured, but yeah, no, I've seen so many jokes about like, can toss guy is LPL on a Friday night.
Yeah, I would let that rumor persist until they did the ones where you had to blur things out below the waist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, you can own that one. I'm not I'm not jumping on that grenade.
God, finally. This thing's a jerk. All right. Close it back up.
So LPL, what would you say is the weirdest thing anybody sent to you? As far as like along with a challenge lock or along with whatever. What's the weirdest or something you wanted nothing to do with? Like what why would you send this to me? Like what's something that arrived in your whatever PO box, your house, wherever you.
If we set aside the tracking devices, which I've received multiple of, I'd have to go with, if you just want something whimsical, rubber ducks.
Rubber ducks. Okay.
There was someone for a while who
that is cool and unique.
From China. Oh, well, let me finish this story. It's more than unique. Was shipping from China packages of 100 rubber ducks.
Oh wow, 100! Oh my god, dude! Wow.
100 at a time, and I got at least 5 or 6 shipments until the guy finally realized that I wasn't going to mention him on the channel. And
that's what he was looking for, was recognition through the ducks. Oh my god! Wow, what a weird approach! Oh my god!
Don't do it again, Knoxs.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, right. Damn, it didn't work. I knew it took too long. God damn it! It should have been 1,000.
He's caught on to me.
I was gonna say I was actually expecting a totally different answer.
So was I. I was expecting some weird like underwear, some weird like something in the lock that was something weird or something. I don't know. That's what I was expecting.
I did make a video about the underwear. I couldn't let that one go.
Yeah, that was the exact answer I was expecting.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that one. You're like, in the video, you're like, please don't do that anymore. We weren't impressed.
If
somebody did send you to Bloomers, okay.
If it's possible for something to be weirder than underwear, the rubber ducks takes the cake.
I also heard the part where you talked about that where you were mentioning that at St. Con.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat is also curious about how far you are into the script for your April Fool's video.
Oh, done. You know, people keep asking me, like, how is it that you can do this year after? Like, how is it you can do this video every year? And people who know me ask the opposite question: is how is it that you don't do that every single video?
Yeah, we have a lot of Locksport tech terms and things, the nomenclature of things that we talk about. Some of our conversations on here will all just be dead serious, talking about something, and none of us realizes like how horrible it sounds until then LockHeat will play like the XXX background music, and then we realize that we've said a couple weird things.
Oh my god, that happened during my debut on this show, and I was just that broke me. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
When I said, I think what I said was I would be demonstrating how I will use some of my tools to violate this lock.
Something, yeah.
Oh my
and LockHeat plays the you know what music, and yeah. Nathan, you keep popping in and out. You okay there?
No, yeah, no, my camera's bugging out. I'm sorry to keep doing that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We want you to have.
By the way, Trucker, I just wanted to mention the hardest thing about this lock for me, I find, is getting the first 2 or 3 pins set. Once those 2 or 3 pins are set, I know I got it.
That's what I had a rough time with too, Isaac.
Oh. All right, what next? Should I try using longer pins? Should I try using longer pins in this thing? I might just pick a bunch of pins at random. because I've been using really short pins to make sure all the like spooling does its thing in this lock, but I wonder if I should start varying the pin lengths more.
Oh, lose. Yeah.
I'll just pick bunch. I'll just pick
do
a
all
bunch
do all different types of setups, and then you'll get better at it and better at it.
I've also been meaning to look for like some more like weird and wacky driver pins, because all I have right now are like the your typical standard spool and serrated, and then also the lock noob check pins. But I'm thinking of looking into more other types for just to get a better feel for what some of the other ones are.
Start making your own.
I've thought of getting or making some gins, but there's no countermilling in this mortise, so I don't know if that would give the gins their full effect or not.
No,
No,
they would just feel
certainly
like
not.
spools.
No,
Yeah, that's what makes them so special.
Special.
I think that's still the proudest pick I've ever had in my life was with Jimmy Longs at Lock Fest in 2019. He drops the Assa 600 in front of me.
Oh, jeez.
After the two of us together had finished an entire bottle of scotch. I could barely stand up, and he's like, "Hey, this Assa, I've been having trouble with this. Do you want to try it?" I'm like, "You can barely stand up." He's like, "Hey, give it a shot." And I don't know what stars aligned. I had it open in 30 seconds.
Wow.
Oh my God.
To this day, it is the proudest pick of my life.
Yeah, I'd be proud of that one too, for sure.
Wow.
I mean, I have considered. So
is that an endorsement for drinking scotch before picking?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
How many shots was that exactly?
Like I said, what's 6 inches off screen?
I mean, I have considered bringing something to drink onto these shows every so often, especially when they extend into the evening. But at the same time, I worry that if I've had too much to drink, I will just say like some of the most wild, unhinged things, which would be normal. To be clear, would be normal in the VTuber community, but would probably be a bit of a culture shock if I bring that into launch support.
Well, feel free to join me. Today's choice is Ardbeg Corey Vrecken.
Ooh,
nice Isla single malt.
I have a 600 I have not picked yet. That one I got from Georgia Jim, and it's just horrifying. And I don't really care for it, so I don't.
I'll
I
have
keep
to see if they have that around at my local place. I don't have anything to drink though right now at my place. I'm all dried up.
I mean, the best I could do is some. Lock Kraken just said in the chat. Did somebody say drinking time?
Cheers, buddy.
Is a whole other channel. Drink drunk thing.
Which I don't know if LPL knows the story behind drinking.
I don't think I did. I mean, I know a lot about drinking time, but I don't know the story about drinking time.
Well, Kraken, the guy that said at Lock Kraken, we used to have some after picking times on one day. The next day was drinking time, where everybody was pretty well drinking and picking.
Well done.
Let's see.
I can tell you the one and only lock competition or picking competition I was ever in was well into the middle of picking time, or I'm sorry, well into the middle of drinking time.
Guys, I really enjoyed your speech for St. Con. That was very, very well given. Very good.
Yes. That was fun, and it was a risk. I was a little ambivalent about going over there because I was sure my picture would be on Twitter within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But I know some of the organizers, and they promised me that they would be vigilant and that it would be, and that the group of people could be trusted. And I think I was pleasantly surprised.
I was thinking, like, I figured, like, what probably helped things a lot was the fact that you were surrounded by, like, at St. Con, you would be surrounded by, like, security professionals. So they probably would take that kind of thing seriously.
Yeah. I think the only other time I did that was I'd given a talk at in the LPV of DEF CON. I don't remember when that was. Maybe 2019 or 20. They didn't have one. I don't remember what year it was. But we had some goons patrolling just to make sure nothing would happen, and again, people were pretty good with it. But there's something within the hacker culture where people do respect privacy. And
question for the pickers: as a novice lefty picker, is it worth finding left-handed turning tools, or should I wait until later or when I get better? If you get a pry bars are flat, fully ambidextrous. I mean, because LPL's on stream, I have to mention the Southpaw Turner set.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think like these like bottom of keyway tensioners, like this is the Covert Instruments 2-in-1, but this I could totally see this working perfectly fine for lefties.
It should.
Yeah. So I don't know if that would actually be like too big of a problem. The only thing would be like these like bent ones, like the Covert Instruments Ergo Turners. But again, there's the Southpaw Turner set for that.
And that you're usually good for if you're holding something like a mortise lock in your hand and you want to be able to tension it comfortably. Yeah, that's where it would be. I don't have any Southpaws here, so can't show you that. But that was a special request from a customer, and it was easy enough to accommodate that we made a limited run of them. And they're decently popular among lefties.
I'm a righty, and Southpaw is good for me because I don't pick upside down. Interesting. Oh yeah, wiper blades are a great way to make your own turners too. Very good point, Brett. Okay, I'm actually not going to try that because last time I tried. Interesting that you mentioned picking mortises in hand, because last time I tried that, my hand that was holding the mortise was absolutely cramping up like mad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like the flat rectangular shape like a padlock. So I just bought like a $15 vise, and that's been my method of choosing with the mortise.
I think back in the day, I used to be a big rock climber, and I've told many people that picking is, especially several hour-long practice sessions, it's one of the only things that can make my forearms burn as much as rock climbing did.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
But again, that's when you're doing like what I'm doing here, just picking locks over and over and over again for long periods of time. And I'm starting to think I'm a little out of shape because this left hand isn't feeling so hot.
Oh no.
Well, picking time is a good place to be out of shape.
Good place to practice for sure.
Yep. People are always asking what pick sets they need, and I'm always like, you need 4 picks, but you want every tensioner ever made.
No doubt about
that. Oh, no kidding. Like, even the Ergo Turners for LPL, I'm watching him use the one that he's using right now. So it's like the one that comes with the Echelon kit, which is obviously, smaller, meant for more on the go, on the fly type of deal. And then the real Ergo, the one that I prefer, I got big meat hooks. So it's a world of difference of that, just having that full finger, extension, and having the little dog ear to feed, for feedback, and then just having the straight little echelon version, which is a lot slimmer and a lot tighter.
Yeah. If you look at the 40 millimeter padlock, this is actually what it was designed off of, because I did so much practice picking on 40 millimeter locks like this. I mean, it's meant to essentially come to the very top of the padlock and move over and just keep your hand in as comfortable a position as possible.
Ooh.
I mean, and that was because I spent so much time using a flat pry bar like this, and just my hand cramping up from just being in an awkward position for an hour or two at a time. So if you're wondering how we chose exactly where to make that bend, it was because 40 millimeter padlocks are such a common choice for practice locks.
Turners from the Genesis set are amazing, best ones in my opinion. Yeah, the Turners from the Genesis.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that statement. Yeah, the Genesis ones are very universally great. Like, I mean, they're top of keyway, bottom of keyway. They flip around all types of ways.
Oh yeah. By the way, credit there has to go to the Longhorn Lockpicking Club out in Austin. That was where the design originally came from. I think we made it a little bit better by having sharp corners on all four edges, because we laser cut ours rather than start with round wire.
Right.
But the general design is, I got to give credit where credit's due.
By the way, word of advice for anyone who is using the Turners from either the Genesis or the FNG set. Whenever I would try to use those Turners for top of the keyway tension, I used to always put them in the top of the keyway and have them go to the right. And I don't know if it comes through on camera, but when I would try to apply top of the keyway tension like this, a problem I always encountered was that the Turner would kind of turn downwards like that and eventually slip out of the keyway like so. Until somebody, I don't remember who it was, but all the credit goes to them. They suggested putting the Turner in the top of the keyway on the left side and applying an upwards turning force like that. And that just fixed all of my problems.
100%.
Change the binding order.
Yeah.
It's still turning clockwise. It's just on the other side of the lock. It's
yeah.
still turning clockwise,
but putting the Turner in the top, pushing down like that, it just slips right out. Putting it going to the left and putting the upwards turning force, it's much more secure in there, and it'll actually get you through the entire pick. I mean, I can just demonstrate it on this little Master 141 right now, like so, and we got an open.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Agreed.
Yes.
That actually brings up an interesting point, and maybe since we've got a few pickers here, I can ask a question that I've always kind of wondered about. The idea of pushing down with a turning tool, I've always wondered if that opens the shear line up as opposed to pushing up and making the tolerances artificially tighter. Has anyone noticed a difference with locks being easier to pick when you tension downward as opposed to upwards? Does that make sense?
Yes, but I don't know that I've noticed.
So I've actually noticed a trend where it's mostly in older locks where you kind of need to get a little extra vantage point, and maybe they've gotten loose over the years. But that's mostly just my experience. Like, for example, this one right here, it's a dimple lock, but it's been used and abused for a long time, and the core moves very slightly. And if depending on like which way, whether I tension up or down, it actually gets a lot more feedback. But if you're just tensioning it, without a thought, you will get absolutely no feedback. So I do notice that there can be a difference depending on what you're actually going for. Same thing like with this one. It's just an old one, or especially this one. When I was at a little convention, someone handed me this one, and you can see here the core kind of visibly moves a little bit more. And I found that messing around with the tension like that actually allowed me to get some more feedback on it.
Interesting.
Well, I know with dimple locks, you've got to tension it in the opposite way you're picking. So if you're pushing them like up, you've got to tension down, whatever, left,
At least
right,
if there's
whatever it
spools
is.
or anything.
Right. Yeah. So that might be why on that one on the dimple locks, but I don't think I've ever tensioned like, well, I guess. No, I think I always tension pushing up. I think because I always tension kind of like this with these top of keyway ones that are like the flat, like these Z bars, and then the flat bars I tension it, pushing
to the right.
I guess it would be kind of upper level. So I'll have to try that. See what it.
To me, that was an excellent video that Bosnian Bill had made, where in the series he spends a weekend at Lockpicking Lawyer's house, and he goes from bottom of keyway, and then it comes back and it's top of keyway, and just from over the top strong arm opening them up, it opens them up to a whole new way of opening up locks. And watching that upon watching Bill, and it was like, oh wow, like all right, like if it works for him, let me try doing it. So I mean, just seeing, what we're used to seeing every week as far as using bottom of keyway and what feels comfortable, and to see what goes top of keyway, even though it's uncomfortable or it's whatever, that first pin might be a bitch, or might make it jump across the room a couple times, but once you get it down, it's really a way to go. That was a nice series to watch. That
I've said this a lot of times, though I don't think ever on video. I don't think there's such thing as a wrong way. If the lock opens, you're doing it right.
I think the only wrong way to do it is if you have to like really force it, you're doing it wrong. Like if your tools start to bend, you might be having a problem.
Okay, I won't disagree with that.
Thank you, Jack.
Although it's been I'm trying to think when the last time I've broken a pick was. I don't think I've broken a pick since the first couple years I've been picking. I think you learn the limits of your tools pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Or you stop using Peterson picks with built-in weak points in them.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've so been wanting to ask you a question about keeping the lock on the jaw. Exactly. Oh, I so wanted to ask you that question. All right.
They're disposables.
What question is this again?
The form of which I would have asked it. Okay, so you had a good 5 years of run with Sparrows and Petersons.
Yeah.
So between the two, which one would you say? If you only had gun to your head, you got to open the lock right in front of you. Your family, everyone you love's on the other side of it. You can only reach to the left, and there's Peterson Phoenix set. Or to the right, there's Sparrows, Monstroms, or not Monstroms, kind of weird picks. What's not weird picks? Sparrows, Vorax. So you got the Vorax to the right to you. So go ahead. You got both of them to the left or right. No covert instruments to be found in sight. Left or right. So what would you do to get through the locks? Go ahead.
I pray for McNally to come and get me.
Yeah, I was going to say, is McNally there to punch it?
Don't give him the out, God! Don't give him the out.
No.
Well, if he's not comfortable answering, we shouldn't push him to answer something
I
he doesn't want
prefer
to
not
answer.
to. Answer that, I would have to explain why I answered the way I did. And
the explanation's the best part of it, dude. That's the whole. Yeah.
No.
I prefer not to say.
Yeah,
okay.
We don't
Fair enough.
Things about either a company or the principals involved. And
fair enough. You just answered it. Thank you.
Both of those fall.
Somebody in the comments earlier said multi-pick. That was the answer to the question.
Yeah, right.
Totally different.
I'll say from personal experience, the only picks that I have gotten that have broken on me have been Petersons, but I still love my Petersons. Like, they're absolutely amazing. They give me like a lot of feedback, and I really enjoy them. But every time that someone at one of my Locksport meetups asked me like, "Hey, what's like getting up there, kind of kit that you should get?" I recommend Peterson just because I like the feedback that they get, but I do warn people that because of the type of steel that they're using.
I'd recommend you to go with the gray handle, man. Like if you're a first time ever Peterson and you've never felt the handle before and you've never whatever. Don't go for the government steel and the higher ups, purple or the 18,000s or anything. I'd say go
I'm
with
actually
the.
curious. What's the issue with government steel?
Well,
Or
these nickel.
420.
This is quote unquote nickel plated steel, so it's only $6 a pick. Where if you go with government steel, it's I believe now up to $12 a pick. So as opposed to if you've never tried a pick before in your life, that it's never been in your hands, you don't know how it feels. It might be too pointy. It might be too whatever for you. I'd say go with the $6 version as opposed to the $16 version.
Yeah. I will say the following, that within a couple of months, there will be no reason to ever buy a Peterson pick again. That's all I have to say about that.
Hey, I'll be honest with you, LPL, the whole thing that I do as a lock sporter, I end up buying some type of sparrows, some type of multi-pick, some type of whatever, and I don't have a 3D printer, so I go through bare bones. So bare bones, I actually have one named after me called the coffin handles. So literally that's them. But I go through them just to print my 3D handles. So
you make your
just having that on top of the sparrows or any other brand that I'm using makes it so I can use them, just so my hands don't cramp and whatever else, just my grip. So I mean, just having the handle alone is a game changer. So I mean, that's the way I've been running. Is buying whatever instrument I can as far as I like the hook style, but then attaching some type of bigger bare bones handle to it so that I could use it.
Yeah, I was talking to Jimmy Longs the other day for a while, and interesting. Something he told me about a request he gets a lot for is just massive handle picks. Just big,
I'm one of them.
Beefy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like basically, if you were to take like a screwdriver like this one and then just shave it down to be a lockpick, like that kind of thing.
Well, see, then you have to worry about how much of the plastic / rubber or whatever is actually going to transmit feedback. That's where Lockpicking Dev left. Lockpicking Dev has the nice aluminum whatever scales. Like they're long style scales that he's been working with or messing with. I've been curious of how those are, only because with the skulls and keys he made me, and that's just resin plastic. Like I said, I'm deaf, so I don't hear a lot of the clicks and pops that you guys hear. I really have to go on feel. So this resin type plastic transmits to feel really good. Where I can only imagine what metal on metal would be like as far as the aluminum scales with the pick in the middle. So I'm curious as to those have been the works for a minute.
And what's interesting to me is I did not remember something until you just mentioned it. I remember going to my very first tool meeting, and it was in a noisy bar, and I went from being able to open lock American locks like that on demand whenever I wanted to not being able to open any of them just because I was not able to hear them anymore. And I never realized until that moment exactly how important hearing was for me in my picking. Wow. So hats off to you for overcoming and being able to pick with such a massive handicap when it comes to picking, at least.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it is. I'll be practicing in front of my family, whatever, and they'll look at me because a lot of times we watching a movie or whatever. They look at me funny. I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, you're clicking and clacking over there. Can you stop?" And I'm like, "What?" Like, I don't hear nothing. Like, I don't hear a damn thing. Oh wait, I'm close to an open. There we go. We got it. Like, so it's only when I'm been practicing for a while. But yeah, it annoys everyone else hears it, but I don't hear it.
I mean, I think I have some insight because I'm actually, as I'm doing this right now, I actually do have headphones on, like Bear Dynamic DT770s, and like OG.
Sure, listening to music's how I deal with the tinnitus. I have hearing loss on top of that tinnitus. That's loud ringing. So how I deal with that is listening to music.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, car accident. Yep. So that's that's what happened. So yeah, no, hearing to override the sound of the tinnitus loud ringing, I listen to music. So that's a lot of times when I'm picking, a picking session goes to whatever music I'm listening to, and then whatever I'm working on. That's for sure.
Put the death metal in, and all of a sudden you're picking stuff a lot
Yeah, right.
So, quick question for the group. I assume at some point we've all taught somebody how to pick a lock. What do you find is the hardest concept to transfer knowledge on?
I know what mine would be.
Tension, 100%.
Oh yeah, tension is quite important. I've come to find that these Master 141s are good for sort of learning tension control, because if you apply way too much tension on one of these little Master 141s, it will throw the feedback off so much, and like some pin stacks won't move. Some of them will have a hard time clicking and whatnot. So if you learn to control the amount of tension you use, I mean, this maybe isn't the best demonstration. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, and now I've got it open. The other hard part for me is probably, I mean, just look at the things that people on like lockpicking videos will say are fake, like why comb picking like that works, and those are probably some of the best examples of things that are that can be like difficult for people to understand. Like for somebody who's not familiar with the inner workings of a pin tumbler mechanism, taking a little tool that looks like this and just opening the lock as quickly as you could with the key should not be possible. I mean, it shouldn't be possible regardless, let's be honest. But yeah.
With
the inner workings of
Octo
pin
Savvy
tumbler
model,
mechanism.
I've been able to explain that really easily. And more recently, I've been using Tony's stuff since these aren't really available. But this shows on video very nicely.
That is actually something that I've had an issue with the overlift attack, where I was given a talk recently where on my presentation I was trying to explain the overlift concept, and LPL, I actually had to screenshot one of your videos where you had a cutaway lock and just kind of like step by step show them how the overlift attack is done. And even then, when I took like 5 minutes to make sure that they understood it, they're just like, so like, how does that work? How do you use that tool to do that? I'm like, okay, clearly I need to start showing videos in these talks.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But I mean, once you start, get into that, it's just like you are suddenly paranoid of just what can be trusted in the modern world in a landscape where digital security is constantly adapting and evolving.
I'm coming at you with my flipper.
Yeah. But then the physical security world has managed to stay with what we've known for close to a century, if not longer than that. I don't know if the bit came across well, but I was just like rambling about that as I was just combing all these Master 141s open.
No, I hear you. I actually had a elementary school teacher who taught his gifted and talented students. They brought me and a couple other people into.
We lost LPL again.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah. Let's see if he jumps back on. But the teacher brought us in to teach his students like the basics of lockpicking, and they learned it very quickly. And at the very end, he decided to tell them, now you all understand that locks are basically polite, please keep out. Now
Right.
the decision is on you to either be good or bad and to understand what it means to ignore that. And so
Oh.
I thought that was a very nice way of teaching kids that, physical security is a choice, and just because, people's boundaries is also a choice, and it's up to you to respect them.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, LadyLocks, is that a Federal 500 you have popped open right under your hand?
It is. This is one that Paracentric gave to me.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful little lock. Why is my computer not working?
Oh, you want to be up on top? Hold on.
I have from my grandfather's locks that he left me. One of them's a Federal 500, and I've been trying to restore it. And somebody on eBay was selling one, but unfortunately, what they were selling was a Federal 500 with a little adapter. So you had to use a 6-pin sledge core with it, otherwise it wouldn't fit the actuator at the back, and it just had this little adapter, so you couldn't use the Federal core, you know what I mean, like the actual keyway.
Mhm.
So it was the outside, but it wasn't the internals. But I don't know enough or whatever to gut my grandfather's and try to put it into the one that I purchased.
Yeah.
But
I think these.
If you want, you can send me some pictures and I can look at it for you and tell you how it could all fit together potentially.
Okay.
Sorry, I backed
Were you
out
gonna
for
say
a minute,
something?
guys. Battery died.
It's all good.
Oh yeah. If you're using a
Welcome
phone,
back.
either the battery dies or it overheats.
Yeah.
I think mine just overheated. I'm going to quit the cam for just a second.
Meanwhile, me, who is doing this on my PC with like my streaming setup.
You know, one thing I gotta say, as far as advice ever given, if lock noobs, well, I'll modify it a little bit, but never pick the same lock twice using the same exact tools. And to me, that's made me grow a lot. So, like, for example, I'll have a very easy bitting Skillman here, or like I'll have the Sparrow's revolver or something like that, and something that I can get a lot of quick easy opens on, just to try to build my confidence or just try to get back into the game I haven't picked in a while. And just doing that and running through my tensioners and just running through my different picks, like instead of using the one I like the best all the time, you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
just doing that really helps you grow a lot. Like that, to me, that was a very good piece of advice that I really kind of take to heart, and still helps me grow.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I made a video a long time ago about how I practice lockpicking, and it's with sets like this. And I think it's kind of the same philosophy, but it's tricking myself into not remembering what the locks are.
Yeah.
So if you have a bunch of locks with different bidding and you can't really tell them apart, usually I keep them all the same color. You can just pick
That's a
through
good
them
idea.
and fool yourself into not remembering the lock. I mean, and that's my biggest problem is, once I pick a lock, I remember it. And if you pick it again, it's significantly easier. So,
Yeah.
You got the binding order in the back of your brain. Yep, whether you want to remember it or not. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
See, I never pay
Brett
attention
Sucks was
to
asking
binding
if
order.
anybody's ever recognized your voice in public.
No, in fact, but here's an interesting story. We've mentioned Jim Jones a couple times here, so it involves him. Him and I were in a restaurant together talking about lock picking, and someone at the next table over heard that we were talking about lock picking and asked if we ever heard of Lock Picking Lawyer.
Oh my gosh. What did
That's
you
funny.
say?
It's like, yeah, that guy's the real deal.
You were like, dude, he's awesome. I can't even say enough good
Yeah.
things about that dude.
So I actually have a personal anecdote on that same topic. So apparently, and this is hard for me to remember, but LPL, you and I apparently we had a small exchange at one DEF CON, and I shook your hand, and I went down to sit with the rest of the tool guys, and Lockpicking Dev stares at me and he says, "Oh hey, you met him, right?" And I'm like, "Who?" And he says, "Oh, that was LPL." I'm like, "Oh my goodness, nobody told me that. Was I just supposed to recognize him?"
Yeah. No, I like to fly under the radar at places like that. So I'll most likely introduce myself as Harry if you ever meet me at a place like that.
That's exactly what he said. He's like,
Yeah, I've heard Bosnian Bill. He slipped you that name in with Deviant when you guys were doing that three-way. He's like, "Oh, Harry. I mean, what's his name? Larry. What's his name? Yeah, a Lockpicking lawyer. Yeah, I caught that. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I was in the very beginning. When I really had no idea where the channel was going to go. I wasn't quite so guarded about my first name. And so if you look at the comments in a lot of the early videos, my first name will be in there. But then as things got bigger and I became concerned that it might affect my job as an attorney, I started being a little more serious about anonymity.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you comfortable if we refer to you as Harry here, or do you prefer Lockpicking lawyer?
Whatever you guys are okay with. I mean, the name's out there on so many websites at this point that.
Now, that would be a weird situation. I don't know if you're a defense attorney or a prosecutor. I have no idea. But
well, I'm not an attorney at all anymore. I've let all my bar memberships lapse.
Okay, but at one time you were a practicing lawyer.
Yeah.
So the name.
Corporate governance, mostly involved in mergers and acquisitions.
Okay.
Yeah. No defense.
Did anybody ever that you worked with? Did they ever recognize you at any point? Like, oh, you're a lockpicking lawyer.
No,
Or
but
no?
the that's why I was waiting to hear some B&E case and be like, you're B&E and you're teaching me how to what? Like I was waiting for something with that.
Your Honor, I'd like to call an expert in lockpicking.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
And then you just walk up to the stand.
My last law firm, the people knew that I ran this channel, and in fact, the managing partner's son was getting into graphic design, and I had him put together the main logo I use now, which is in retrospect very, very amateur, but I keep it kind of as for sentimental reasons.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome.
The power of the OBS virtual camera. I've returned.
Well, I wasn't looking at my screen. Who'd we lose for a minute?
The VTuber.
Oh, gotcha.
Snake. Okay.
Snake. Yeah.
I need to
Hey,
raise my
LPL, the other day you picked was it Diebold?
Oh yeah, the 175/70 or one.
Yeah, this is a 175, and it's got 05 on the back.
Oh, here comes the left field stuff. Ooh.
That's going to be significantly harder for a couple reasons, but the main one of which is that it actually has false gates.
Yeah, I can see them through. Somebody put a hole in it, and I can see the false gates in it. Okay, so I was just the tool you were using. Is that something you made?
No, that's I still got it back here.
Sorry, I'm nerding out on tools when I saw that thing.
Yeah, no, this is something that was specifically made for one. Did I get the model name right? Yeah, 175/70. Look at me.
I was wondering about that too. That is so cool.
Yeah, I think they were, and I have a number of other tools that fit in other ones. Some I've made myself. But yeah, this is Lockmasters. I don't know if they'll sell this to. Gosh, Lockmasters has their group of stuff that they'll only sell to government and professionals and stuff like that. I don't know if this is one of those things. But I have enough government friends that anything I want, they can get off their Q Tactical.
Oh yeah. Didn't Robert on like the stream where he appeared? Didn't Robert once mention actually that that Covert Instruments has some things that are only sold to like professionals and whatnot?
Yeah,
like you can't find them
100%.
normally.
We've
on
got
the
lots
website.
of cool shit.
I don't know why, but that's just so cool to me. That there's things that like I wouldn't be able to see on there unless I decided to become one of those professionals myself.
You know, yeah, become a professional. I mean, make yourself a website and and you know, and yeah, I don't think they check that closely. It's the Q tactical end of things that I think you need like a .gov on. But I gotta say, a lot of their stuff, I mean, they essentially take their normal things, put it in a Pelican case, and add 1 or 2 zeros to the price.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of depressing going through there.
So will that same tool pick the one with the false gates, or do you have to?
Yes, but that would be in a closet in another room.
Oh.
And most of the time,
tool?
if I need a tool, I just make them myself.
Well, that's, as people on here know, that's probably going to be the tactic I take.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't look all that different from something like this.
Right. The only thing I'm worried about is the way that one tinches is it's front and back of it, and I'm wondering.
Well, there's some where they where the nose is 2 pieces. And if you put too much tension on the front, it'll cam out and it'll turn by itself. So you actually have to tension it from the back. I don't think the 175.5 is one like that, but I could be wrong.
That's fine. I was just wondering if I could use the pick wire as the pivot point. Would that be better in the center versus like that one? You have a pivoting pin, you had your pick wire, and then I guess where it was actually more of a tensioner on the front.
Yeah, it's got to be, the pick wire has to be, if you were to take that apart and look at the nose, on the inside there's a place where it's to its narrowest. It would have to be right above where it's at its narrowest. I don't know if that makes sense, but when you take it apart, it will.
I'm about to find
I hope.
All right, y'all. I'm about to head out. It's been nice hanging out with y'all.
Yeah, thank you for
Take
hanging
care.
out.
Is that Snake?
For the birthday party, thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
How late do these things normally go?
We just go till
Usually
everybody
it's-
gets tired.
Yeah, usually it doesn't go this late, but because it's Knox's birthday and also daylight savings and stuff, we started later and it's going later.
I think the
We
longest
try to
we've
set a
ever
record every year of my
7
birthday
hours.
party.
Yeah.
So my birthday party tries to set a record for anybody else for the rest of the year to beat.
No one's gonna beat
last
this
year we were
record.
at what, 8 hours? 8 hours we made it. Something like that.
8
hours. No, I thought the longest we ever did was 7. I thought
Yeah,
that
that
was
was with Pocket Woman and stuff. I think that time.
Yeah.
No
I think
way.
most
Somebody
times-
beat my last year's birthday party. You better double
Yeah.
check that, dude.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pocket Woman both times pulled off 7 hours.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. If she's 7 hours, yeah, she
Oh
might.
my.
have.
Yeah, I see
What
what you're talking about.
happens is there's so many people from different time zones, and then some people just join in late, because they're just getting home from
Yeah.
work or whatever. And if we're not tired, we kind of just let it keep going, just so people can get their time in picking and hanging out, and we try.
Yeah,
to
and we like to have it so that way, like when they go to they might go to bed right when we start, but at least by the time they get up, we're still going.
Right.
What time did this stream start?
5
o'clock
Eastern
Eastern.
time, 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep, 5 Eastern. Yeah.
No, it was
Yeah,
2 o'clock Pacific. My bad.
Yeah, it's 6 hours now. So
Well, I was eating barbecue back then.
Right, Chris? That's what I thought. Coming up on the longest live soon. Soon.
So
We
yeah,
still
see
have-
what
We'll
you're
break it
saying
with 9.
about that.
Oh, okay. What you got there, Lock Chuck?
That's that. The The keyway.
Oh, there you go. The nose. Yeah. So you've got a one-piece nose. You can tension from the front, and your wire has to be right above the narrowest point.
Right, because otherwise it won't pivot.
Yeah, and you need to start in the back and try to lift all of them up, because otherwise you may not be able to slide your wire to the back because the levers are in the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
You see how they rest on that narrow waist?
Yeah.
If something doesn't make sense, tell me, because I may not remember that particular model very well. But I think I know what you're.
Have you ever seen anybody pick it? Have to pick both? I mean, pick both without the guard key?
You have to, but it's so rare that you would have to do that, because if you're picking them, it's because you're in a bank where they've, either someone's abandoned their box or they lost a key. So the
only time that you would need the guard key is if you're a robber breaking in.
Yeah.
Trying to steal money from the bank.
They usually leave the guard key in the vault.
There's a good question. What in real life scenario? Have you ever had to use your picking skills in a real life scenario? Like someone was locked out of something, and you were just like, step aside, buddy, and it's like knocked your way in, or like
100%. Yeah, it's a lot of times. It's and I'm not sure if there was the only way to. Well, the short answer is yes. Long answer is I'd be telling too much about myself to give a full answer.
Fair enough.
But on the note that you were
still here
talking...
listening from the car while she waits for the plane to land.
Oh, cool. On the note that you're talking about before with the belt system and like needing to have a specific kind of locks in order to be able to, mainly the idea that you were talking about where being able to apply the skill in a real life situation. So on that note, when I started locksmithing, I remember when my boss would give me calls to go out and pick locks in the field, and he had given me that multi-lock. By that point I had picked it, so he thought highly of my picking ability and stuff. He always thought, I'd be able to pick it, and he's confident I'd get it. But I didn't feel that confidence. I was very nervous every single time, and until a certain point that I had done enough of them that I actually knew that I would be able to do it. And if I couldn't, then it was because of something beyond my picking ability. It was that the lock was jammed or something
peculiar about that particular lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I don't know if anyone else is having this issue. I have a nasty echo, and
somebody's got their.
That
YouTube
is Mr. Inferno's YouTube. We can, just mute your YouTube, and then we won't get the echo.
I can only see Mr. Inferno and Lockchuck. Everyone else is blacked out for me.
That's not good.
That's probably your
everyone.
It's usually when it does that, that's your internet speed. Let's see.
Are we still getting the echo?
Yeah, and I heard it before, Mr. Inferno. It just wasn't as loud.
I'm going to sign off and back in, see if I can get rid of this issue.
Okay.
I don't know about the echo. I think that's from...
Oh god,
I still hear it.
Yeah,
I'm
hear
on a
it.
headset, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's you. I'm gonna mute each individual.
Yeah, it's not me. I hear the echo. Whoever doesn't hear the echo, it's probably them.
Hello? It's Snake. Nope, it's not Snake. Hello? Hello? It's Knox. It's Knox. No? I still hear it. Hello? 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 Uh-oh. I may have found a culprit.
Wait a second. Let's see.
Let's see.
Is it our host?
Is it muting? Is it doing it?
Can you
Is
hear
it me?
now? Yeah, it's you, Isaac.
Okay, let me leave and come back.
Oh yeah, you're a lot louder than everybody else. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it was Isaac.
It's gone now, isn't it?
Test,
No,
test.
it's
1, 2,
back.
3. Test, test.
No, it's still there for me.
Still
Is
there.
it me?
I still hear it.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. No,
Okay,
it's
let
not
me
you, Chuck.
try the test again.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Gone.
All good here.
It's Mr. Inferno's because I muted his and it stopped. Unmute yourself, Black Chuck. Do the test again. Test, test, test.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, it's on Mr.
It's
Inferno's.
Mr. Inferno's,
It's
unfortunately.
Did that fix it?
Yeah.
I think
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
there it is.
Yeah.
That appears to
Yeah.
have fixed it.
You're good.
All right, cool deal.
Was the
Nice.
YouTube
Well,
playing
hello.
on the back side of the phone or something?
I don't know. I turned off the volume. It was weird.
J. Gabriel said,
You can
"How
hear
was
us?
it? Blame me." Can you hear us though, still, Mr. Inferno?
Barely, but I can hear.
Okay.
Did you pause the live stream on YouTube before you clicked on the link?
I turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Greg Potter just joined us. Hi, Greg.
Okay, LPL. If there was one lock that you were like, I would never want to pick that lock again, what would that lock be? Like, if you were like, that thing was a nightmare, it was just not fun, the keyway was not cool, I didn't enjoy it even though I got it, what's that lock?
I think it'd be more a lock that wasn't necessarily inherently hard, but something that punches way above its weight. And I think I'd go with the Acid D12.
Oh,
Nice.
That keyway is a nightmare.
We were just talking about that earlier.
More so than like the
there's
Chisa
those.
or the whatever others. I'm trying to remember from your top 10 video.
Oh yeah, and I've gotten a lot more nasty keyways since then. But yeah, that would have to be a lot of those nasty keyways. There are holes in the warding, and you can get a pick in the bottom. And if you get yourself a nice steeply angled hook, you can reach through them and you can pick them pretty well, despite how aggressive they may seem.
Yeah. The
And
19
usually the
is like
bottom of the keyway is a little bit more open, just so you can have a key that won't break in your pocket. They kind of have to. But with the way the Acid D12 is, with them sitting on the shelf, or maybe even the Avis XP, where there are actually holes drilled partway into the warding, and you have to like dig under it to get those pins up. I forgot about the Avis XP.
And it's also a little bit more of like hooked warding too on that one, I think.
Yeah, there's quite a few that have just awful. I'm trying to think. There's one in the SFIC world, and I think it's maybe the WB keyway. That one comes to mind.
Yeah, that one's kind of nasty.
Is that this one?
No, I got
no, I think the WB
Oh,
kind of makes more of a turn. It makes more of a turn on the top, but I could be wrong.
I do
I
not
think-
like that keyway in the slightest.
I got those at work.
Yeah.
Those are pretty
Gross.
nasty.
Yeah.
I'm dreading the day I get my hands on a Master 410. Because if they're like, whenever I start picking like more, whenever I'm like picking a slightly more difficult lock, not that I have very many difficult ones in my collection, the thing I hate most about it is like really weird, highly paracentric keyways and whatnot. Just because like having to twist your pick around the warding and whatnot is an inconvenience. So,
Sometimes
I'm
nearly impossible.
Yeah.
but once you go down to a really, really thin pick, which gives you terrible feedback anyway, yeah, I don't know. Those aren't fun to pick because it's just a matter of slogging through. I mean, I guess it's rewarding at the end of the day, but I'd prefer to spend my time on something with a nasty sidebar and I actually get clean feedback. Oh, who's our guest?
Ori. That's
This
Ori.
is Ori.
He's picking too. Look at him.
Oh, well done. Well done, little guy. Love it.
He harasses poor Ori.
Getting stabbed with the Jimmy Long's picks.
Yeah.
Isaac, you're gonna go to look on your desk later and be missing all kind of stuff from messing with him. He's gonna be like, "Yeah, I remember you picking this lock." Whoosh, shoot across the room.
Just like bap the.
Hey, LadyLocks, who's running as far as giveaways here? Who's running the actual ship?
Chuck can run the thing for it.
Chuck.
You gonna do another one, Lock?
I was gonna say, yeah, Chuck. You want to run a second giveaway?
All right, give me a minute.
Oops.
G Key Man says all your picks are gonna get chewed up, Isaac.
So do you want to do it for the people that are hanging around?
Yeah.
So we'll do a hashtag.
Yeah, whatever you want to put for them to enter, but I'm in or whatever. Yeah, whatever it is.
All right, let me give me just a second.
I want to see. I want to try this bypass again with the 6th thou decoder. Can I?
Hold on, let's see.
Oh, Steve had a good one. Hashtag still here. I like that.
That's
one.
a good one. Yep. Hold on, let me change that.
It's adding texture to the handle, so I don't mind.
There you go, fella.
There you go. LPL Knox Bash. That's a good hashtag. Good one.
Adding texture to the handle. Jeez. Actually, I've got some interesting handles on Jimmy Long's picks. Hold on, let me see if I can find them.
I might as well.
I'm
ask
interested in
anyone.
this. Okay.
I might as well ask for anyone who knows because I'm attempting that Master 175 bypass again. I can't seem to get this decoder between the wheel and the body of the lock.
LPL would know that one. He showed me a bunch of those kinds.
Yeah, ask the master.
You're on a
that one.
175? Let me go grab one and we can go through
I
it.
say I got the cutaway right here, and I can't barely get that one, let alone the real one that we got right here.
In like 6th thou decoder. Hashtag still here. I bet.
There you go. Oh, the real still here is gonna get the fucking pack lock. That's the one that's cool. That'll be the next one. I haven't made a pack lock in a long time.
Are you going in the right or the left side of the wheel?
I'm just trying everything that my tool will fit, honestly. Is there like a specific? Is there a specific wheel that you're supposed to try to go in?
I find the left side of the third wheel the easiest.
The left side of the third wheel. Okay.
And then on the top of the wheel, and I would stick the tip right in there, and then as you move it forward, just wiggle it up and down until it goes in, and then once you feel it go in, it slides right in.
Okay.
One more time, like kind of putting the tip right in the top of the left side of the third wheel, and then kind of wiggle it back and forth until you feel it slide in a little more. Then bring it to an angle like this, slide in, push down on the shackle, put the tool down, and you should,
That's crazy.
That's the hard part for That's what's kind of the hard part for me is
What's that one called? The master what?
175.
Someone's mic is picking up their breath, just as a heads up.
Oh wait, I think I feel it's. Do I feel it's starting to slip past? It feels like there's something in the way, like physically blocking.
There is.
Okay.
Okay, so if this helps you just.
Oh, you go that far in. Okay.
I don't know which one this is though.
If you want to take the very tip and make a small bend to the left.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, just like stick the tip in here and then just move your tool over. So there's a tiny, tiny little bend in the tip. That can sometimes.
I didn't know
help
we're
you get
already
around
doing the
shielding.
April Fool's video.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just the tip.
Put it in. Oh, wait.
With a little bend in it.
Yeah, sometimes that can help direct the tool around the shielding.
That's probably what I was feeling there. That makes sense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That makes sense. Let me see. Oh yeah, the tool. Hold on.
The shielding on the right side of the wheel
wait.
tends.
I did a thing. It's gone in much farther now. Yeah, I just have to try and.
The angle before you push down should look something like this.
Oh, it should look something like that. Okay.
So then you press down on the shackle, bring your tool down, and that's when it opens.
Wait, I felt it slip past something else. Okay. There we go. I think it is. Oh god, it's starting to bend, but I have the resurrector pliers. So I just have to like keep wiggling and pushing it.
I mean, it should, once you get it past this shielding, it should slide in. Like,
oh, there it goes. Okay.
Like it
Yes.
should be.
So I just calling out Brett. May want to retype it in. You got a space in between it. I don't see.
I did the thing. I learned.
Yay!
Awesome, man.
There you go. You got it.
That's
Nice.
amazing. Congratulations.
Awesome.
Okay, and then it goes up. Oh. Hold on.
That's awesome.
There we go. Doesn't open.
We got 20 entries and we got 33 people watching.
Awesome. Great job.
21 now, Brett.
21. Okay.
We got 21 entries and 33 people watching. A few more minutes or a few more seconds. Anybody wants to get in the drawing, put hashtag still here in the comments to be entered into this next drawing.
Look at this. Has anyone seen Jimmy Long's picks like this?
Oh, yes, wow. I had a bunch of those prototypes.
Ooh, pretty.
Made out of wood. This is like from back in the day.
Oh, made out of wood. No, I haven't. No, okay. I didn't see
what
that.
you're thinking of are, hold on, are these the
Is that
plastic
walnut?
ones that look like that? These are actually
right. Yes.
Are CNC'd out of a hard. I don't even know what wood.
Wow.
Wow.
From back in the day.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love these things. He's like, this
Looks
is
like
what
either
he used to do
walnut
when
or
he was
mahogany.
making them for himself. Yeah, it looks maybe even a rosewood. It's too red to be mahogany, I think. It's an interesting
Can
something.
you adjust your mic just a little bit because we can hear you breathing?
Yeah. Does anyone know who that breathing's coming from?
I believe it's Mr. Inferno.
Probably Mr. Inferno.
Yeah, sorry, my mic was stuck in my beard.
Oh,
Beard troubles.
Yeah. All right, we're up to 24. So let me get it back on the screen and we'll do the.
Is that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
I need to get better with that because. There we go.
Alrighty. All right, here we go. John.
Congrats. Nice.
Nice. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Very cool. Very cool.
What else do we got to pick in here?
Oh, sorry, cucumber. I didn't.
Yep, those resurrector pliers are certainly working wonders on it, though.
Nice.
Straightened out quite a bit.
That was something that when I first talked to Rob about that, I remember he didn't believe a word I was saying. What are you talking about? I was like, yeah, you can bend them up and then do it as many times as you want. But yeah, those things are great because then if you do a lot of that bypass, you will run through those things fast.
Yeah.
Which is part of the reason that we came out with the 10 thou version of it as well. Because a lot of locks, you don't need something that thick. And this 10 thou one is way more durable.
Yeah, I mean, I can just feel the difference between the two of them.
Yeah.
Between the 10 thou and the 6 thou one. But I think this particular Master 175 definitely calls for the 6 thou.
Yeah, most of the Master Locks tightened up their tolerances considerably on them in the last
for sure.
5 years, maybe more than that. If you find the really old ones, I mean, you might even be able to throw a 15 thou pick through there.
If you look on my screen right there, from left to right, the left is the original zinc copy.
Yeah.
And when someone actually tried to remove the pin, I don't have the combination for it. I can't open it. But somebody tried to remove the pin and they couldn't do it and sent it to me. The one next to it, if you see that pink tag around the side, it has technically 4 digits, but they do not work to open the lock. So yeah, that's next to useless. And then this one here, I just got recently when I ordered from Schwick. I noticed they had the cutaway. The rest of these are 178s. This one's a 180, a little different. But yeah, those are the 3 that I had from overtime. So this is the oldest, the old zinc version.
Yeah.
And this one got a whole lot of other letters underneath it.
I will say the 10 thou decoder definitely works wonders on these little Brinks ones, which interestingly enough are also called the 175.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the same model number.
Yeah. And I can just stick it between each code wheel and the lock body. I mean, this is a super... I need to get one of those locks where like you actually insert the decoder and then pull on the sidebar, because those I'd imagine are a little more challenging. But yeah, it works. The 10 thou decoder definitely works wonders on this little Brinks 175.
Yeah.
So there's the first open, and I could just do this all day, honestly.
I think those Brinks are they may have been the lock I was watching McNally punch open yesterday.
I know McNally doesn't have a video on this particular lock, but I would not be surprised.
Yeah, no, he much like us, it's not about videos. It's just because he loves doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And he discovered a really interesting exploit on a well, I don't want to say what it is yet, but on a high security, on a lock from a high security company.
Oh wow!
And one that will shock you when you see it. I'll probably do a video picking the lock, and then I'll send it, and then he'll do a video opening it in 3 seconds.
That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. He came across a really interesting. Oh, it's not really interesting. It's really simple, and it's really disappointing considering what the company is. But
you can actually see where they put the disappointment.
God, you almost
at work. I discovered that you could bypass a quick set smart
I have
key
thought about
with a knife tool.
Because
Oh really?
Yeah, right behind behind the sleeve.
In the video where I
that little the switch that goes on the lock and unlock. You just poke it up right behind it, and hit that button. Unlocks the door right open.
What? Oh wow!
I mean, I feel like I could do a pretty good impression. Like, this is a Brinks model 175 4-dial combination lock. It can be opened with a Brinks model 175 4-dial combination lock.
And I don't know why, but I love the way he doesn't say Brinks 175 4-dial combination lock twice. He uses the exact same sound file.
Oh my god.
And repeats it.
When he
So
uses the single-sided jiggler to open the Cincino 30mm padlock.
Yeah, I love the jiggler video. God. Yeah, he's got a way with words and a real vision when it comes to some of these videos, and just hilarious.
Well, it's pretty cool to hear about the behind the scenes stuff with him, I have to say.
Yeah.
Like, kind of to know a bit more about his personality.
Yeah, Zeph, sorry, you're asking about what the prize is. Yeah, it's the Knoxbox birthday bag. So you get one of these body bags here with my stickers, the pin, and the keychain. That was.
He has that special sauce that just makes it work. Agreed, Jima. Agreed.
I forgot, Harry. I wanted to tell you when what's his name? I can't remember his name now. It's slipping my mind.
I have not yet done
made
the pack
all those leather pinning trays, and he actually made me one to give to you. So I have a leather pinning tray for you. It's
Okay,
really,
we'll
really
catch up
nice.
offline. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Let's see. You want to do that drawing now? You want to do the pack lock drawing? Every pack lock that I've ever given away, I've made a YouTube video for, like one of me making it. So LadyLocks, Sadistic, pretty much a lot of people in Picking Time got one. But if you haven't got one, now I guess would be the time. But
You want to do another drawing for that one, Knox?
yeah, that's what I figured. Might as well do it now at the peak while there's the most amount of people here.
All right.
So might as
It's your
well.
cucumber. It's your
You get a
chance again.
video where I make it for you, so you get to see it on my catalog, and then obviously I'll send it to you no matter where you are. So that's
Okay, so you're turning that one into a challenge lock. Okay.
absolutely yep.
All right.
Goodness. Okay.
Gotcha. So what do you want the hashtag for this one to be?
I like the idea of hot.
Yeah, you can pick it. I'll leave it on you. Go ahead.
There you go. Knox pack. There you go. Yeah, you know what? LPL, that was Random Jim. That's his name. I'm sorry, I completely slipped my mind when I was wanting to tell you that. But,
That's all right.
sorry. Viper says yes, please on the Knox.
Yeah, I saw
Knox
it's
lock.
coming
I
up.
like that one. Well, they won't be saying yes, please once they get it. They'll be saying other expletives.
An LPU Greenbelt attempts to pick a challenge lock modified by Knox locks. Well.
Zeph, the prize is a pack lock that Knox will modify into a challenge lock. So, and it's got his logo on it. It's pretty sweet. The green one there on the screen right now. Mr. Inferno, what are you picking over there?
A Primus.
Oh, okay.
Nice. What
It's
are you
been
using to
kicking
pick
my
the finger
ass
pins?
all weekend.
Are you stuck on the top pins or the side pins?
The side pins. I can't even feel the damn things.
Yeah.
What does your pick look like?
Yeah, what do you use for that?
Go imagine.
Well, I've got the one I've used to pick the top pins is right here. That's what I'm using for
Kind of
for the top pins. And for the side pins, I've been experimenting with a bunch of crap designs, to be honest. Little mini flags.
If you want, I'll send you the dimensions of the one that I made. but it looks like this.
Hold on. I want to try something.
Oh,
and
that's
it's like
interesting.
super thin, super tiny, and in order to rotate the pins, I just go behind them or in front of them and just push and pull.
Okay.
And what's that?
I'm trying something right now. Hold on.
But I'll send you the dimensions. It's super tiny. I've sent them to a couple people before, so it's
cool deal.
Yeah, very small, basically.
Yeah, I think I picked my Primus from your old design, the old design you had, but it still worked. I mean, I got mine.
Yeah,
open
this is the one.
Is that the same one? Okay.
Yeah.
So I know it definitely works.
Yeah, the newer design was for the Everest that I was
okay.
the Primus Everest. It's a little bit longer and
hold on.
And facing the other, or no, it's no, same direction, but it's longer, and that's the main thing. It's just
I know,
a little bit
Mr.
longer,
Inferno,
not as
when
thin.
you keep trying them, eventually you'll start to feel them more and more. I know it doesn't seem like it, but the more you play around with them, the more you'll start to feel them, because you just literally can feel nothing at first. It's like nothing in there.
Basically,
Feels
focus
like
on
I'm
rotation
hitting
more
a
than
wall.
anything, because you don't want to like, they're easy to overlift, and all you need to focus on is, especially with heavy tension, if you're pushing and pulling them, a lot of them will just set right off the bat if they're low lift.
Right.
Or they'll be close that they set, and then if you go under them and just kind of nudge them bit by bit and then pull and push again a couple times, then you do that bit by bit, then you'll be able to find the right spots. Especially if you know what the bidding is already, then it makes it much easier. But if you're doing it blind, then it's also not too bad.
I'm trying something a little ridiculous. I'm trying to see if I can use this bypass driver as a dimple flag. I don't know.
Alright, so
I'm not.
we have 19 entries. Give it a few more seconds because we have
Okay, I'm suddenly
29 watching.
So would that about work?
Let's see. It's kind of hard to tell from here, but just something very thin and very small flag.
This is a key ring, one of the giveaway key rings that we got at the shop. Bent straight with a little curl at the end.
See if it can fit in. The way I measured how thin to make my pick was to see how thin it needed to be to get in under the warding.
Oh,
it's like I remember thinking
it fits
originally
straight
it
through
had
the
to
back.
be, but at the very bottom of the warding where the finger pins are.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it might work.
And I'll put it in a hand drill.
Jay, you forgot the X in Knoxs pack.
Yes, you did.
No pack.
By the way, this lock is a lock that I got off of a vending machine.
Very interesting. Okay.
The customer called us and told us that they didn't have the keys to this vending machine that they bought, and sent us pictures, and I could tell right away it was a disc detainer lock, but I didn't have, like, there's warding on it first, which I'll show in a second, but it's also the pick that I had, which is the Sparrow's tool of the lockpicking lawyer in Bosnian build pick. It didn't reach deep enough, And it was funny because I was saying to them I need to adjust it and do some modifications to the tool before I can pick the lock, but then that I need to use a grinder and stuff. And they're like, oh, well, we have a grinder back here. So that's when I was like, oh, okay, well, I just used their grinder and ground down the tensioner part a bit so that it would fit better.
I would say, why didn't they just use the grinder to grind the lock off? But then I was like, wait, maybe they they didn't want to use destructive force on it.
But again, it was a bench grinder.
Like these afterwards.
Let's see.
I don't know. Essentially, the little tensioning fingers are way longer. This is closer to what the standard looks like, and then I have a couple of tips that are way longer, depending on the lock.
The thing is, mine, I looked more like it came to a point, and
got it.
It was like it tapered to a point at the end, and it wasn't good because it kept sliding out. But I managed to pick the lock in the end anyways. And afterwards, I did another modification to it that I really like, and it works really well. I'll show you in a second. Oh, here we go. I got the lock open. So if you see what happens with these vending machine locks is that this nub goes down when you pick it.
Sure.
Then you can actually remove the lock. But here, this is the modification is that I put little hooks on the end.
They don't cam out at all?
Pardon me?
Oh, I see a hook now. I'm sorry. That's what keeps it. Why the hook and why not just longer?
Because since I made it like tapered, what happened was that it kept sliding out on me as I was putting tension. Eventually it would just lose its grip. But then once I added these little hooks, then it just locks onto the disc every time. And
you see these little collars I have? Sometimes if I'm having issues with them camming out under tension, I put whatever the appropriate collar is on it, and then I can press down really, really hard to make it impossible to cam out. And there's little enough friction between these that even pressing down doesn't bind anything. Anyway, that's the solution I found for that. But obviously,
that's a cool idea.
Made it modification anyway. Yeah, sometimes it's just it just makes it easier to not have to worry about the I don't know what you call that, the y-axis. Another element of movement with your pick.
Yeah.
Speaking of disc detainers, will we I know Sparrow's already mass produces them, but will we ever see that that disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and you made on Covert Instruments?
No, but you may in the not too distant future find one that is improved in several respects.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
And that's all I have to say about that.
And this was the tricky warding that this cylinder had at first. That made me kind of question if it was even a disc detainer, but I thought that's what it was.
Sorry,
and
I
then
can't see. Oh,
is
yeah,
that
that is. What brand is that?
Is that an AVA?
I don't know. I have no
Looks
idea
like
what brand it is.
I think I've got an AVA that had that.
Looks like a kryptonite bike lock I had.
But it's just a spinner plate. What's that?
I said it has some similarities to the new kryptonite one, but I was just agreeing with, I don't know who said that in the background.
That's Knox.
Knoxs. Yeah. So, all right,
Nice.
Knoxs, here we go.
Hashtag Knox pack.
All right, LPL. While we're waiting for the 20th person. All right, here we go. Winner coming in.
Congrats, Blake.
Congratulations, Blake.
Congratulations. Get a hold of Knoxs to get your prize.
That's Locks, the number 4 Knox at Gmail. Let me know where to send it to. Let's see, where did I have that written down? There you go.
Oh my gosh, why can't I get this one? I literally got this like last week. My pokey thing is letting me down.
Your pokey thing?
I'm trying to pick this tubular lock. Oh yeah, all of these tubular locks, the bottom pin in like the 6 o'clock position,
is dead.
It doesn't do anything. Like if I touch it, I'm gonna overset it. And it's the same as the case on all of them. I like don't even need to interact with it. Is that a thing?
Are you sure it's overset, or it's just there's nothing behind it at all?
Because
there's a fair number of locks that I've seen that in the number 4 position there is literally nothing behind it.
Oh, actually, now that I poke at it again, you're right. There's just nothing.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything.
Is that the spinner on top? Lockjaw?
Isaac. Yeah, Isaac. Is that the same keyway?
It looks similar. Yeah.
That's you can get them all day long on Amazon or eBay. They're the ABAs.
Oh, shoot! I might have one of those. Let me check that out.
Very cool.
And as you can tell, they're not gullible, but they are now.
They are now.
Well, we can always rely on you to get a lock open if we ever need to see on the inside.
Yeah. Or it pisses me off one at a time.
I can see you swearing cutting open a lock.
It's like you won't do it again.
I don't know. I get a 6 satisfaction of cutting open locks.
It is. I might not have to make a pick tool for this lock.
I wonder if I could tension it like this, actually. Instead of doing the other way.
I just had this and I just messed it up. Oh my goodness.
Chuck, was that you saying you may not have to make a pick tool?
Yeah, I'm using a pick wire.
Let's see, LBL, are you still with us?
Right
here.
He was going to break something. Lock to show, I think.
What's that?
Oh, you're beyond float picking over there.
Did you end up having one of
we were
those?
talking about that disc detainer with the tricky warding.
Yeah, because I had made a small pick wire. Let's see, I'll flip it right here. And because I had made it for this lock, which is just a regular. So I was like, well, I can try it, and I've just basically I stuck a tensioner to give me a backer, and then I have another tensioner applying the torque. So
it's been a while since I made one, but this is like the junk drawer of ones that I've made in the past.
Holy
wow! Yeah, wow. I don't have quite that many. I just got a small collection right now.
It's just
Very
like
cool.
over time you make so many and you save them that there's always one to fit whatever lock you're working on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Hey, LBL, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what you got?
Okay. Every year from August to October, I do a thing called Knoxtober, where I ask a would you rather question. And it's normally, would you rather receive a new lock every day in the mail or a new pick every day in the mail? Would you rather, something of that sort, okay?
Okay.
So, long story short, boil it down when you come to Halloween, when it comes to a head. Okay, there's one lock. You wake up in a place and you're chained to a wall. There's one lock that when you look at your wrist, whether it's a chain, a handcuff, whatever it is, you would know better than I would. Mm-hmm. You're afraid. When you open your eyes, you're, oh, holy shit, that lock of all locks I got to pick. You have all the tools in front of you. What's the one lock you're deathly afraid of?
I will get the handcuffs.
The handcuffs. Okay.
I think I mean, I can already, I mean, there are many possible answers for that for me.
Yeah, it could be an athlete, it could be whatever it is that locks you behind, whatever. It's the worst thing that you fear. What's the hardest thing that you don't think you can pick, that you don't think you can get past? What's your biggest?
The Miwa U9. I hate that thing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
For me,
I picked it, but I don't like it.
For me, the Bully 543, hands down.
That's what I was gonna say. A bully. That's hands down. That's what I was gonna say. For my nightmare scenario, if I woke up, I'm chained to a wall, and I got any of the bullies, it's or even M-Hearts. Anything that's double. That's between the bully or M-Heart. Anything that's like dual layered like that, where I got to pick either pin and tumblers or go advanced beyond. One layer of.
We're not talking about handcuffs.
Oh, anything. That's what I'm saying. No, anything. Restraints. Yes, any restraints. Yes, please, anything. Yes,
so
yes.
If it's restraints, it has to be one of these three. We either got the
wow,
with the Medico cores. We got
there we go. There we go.
Or
that's an answer. Oh my god, dude! Look at those.
Are you gonna lock them to your wrists and then take them off?
That's probably not gonna happen.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Handcuffs with medical cord. That's gross.
Yeah, that's like the next level evil.
That's some well stuff right there.
What do you do with?
See, this is why I have Knoxtober, man, for answers like this, man. Ooh.
Well, sorry, say that again, Harry.
I say, what do you do with people who have a history of breaking out of restraints?
Yeah, that's
you got to take it up to the next level. These I don't think they make anymore, but these are actually, I have these are Smith & Wesson, but I have them built on Peerless as well. It's just a riveted on clamshell on top of standard handcuff. So the actuator on the back of this actually looks like a normal handcuff key.
So interesting.
So it's still double locks too.
Yeah, you can get the double lock in there.
The lock is a key.
So you wouldn't be able to slip it with a shim then, and
if it was
just
double
pull it
lock,
back.
no, you can't shim it.
Okay, wow.
If it's not double locked, you can still shim it.
Wow.
What about that? What about that method where that's the Smith & Wesson one? Can't you take the double lock and push it the other way and get it open?
Yeah, 100%. Well, yeah, but
okay.
Can you really do that to get in there? Can you really get in there to do that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Real life, you're pressed.
I'm not sure.
Real life.
If you're stuck in
real life,
like a normal Smith & Wesson double lock, yeah, sure, I can take care of that with appropriate tools, and it doesn't take much. But this, I'm not so that might be rough.
I'd say give it to McNally, see if he can figure some way to get into it.
He'll probably punch them into pieces or something.
Right.
He's gonna make a video where it's like nighttime. It's like nighttime outside I don't know, Covert Instruments headquarters or wherever they film. And he like jumps into this river with a handcuff on.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a couple of nighttime videos out there.
Very cool.
Uh-oh.
He does got some cool stuff.
I want to make a video at some point because I bought this chain from the hardware store for a video I'm planning on, where I'm gonna I'm just gonna take like a master lock and use it to chain my own leg up. And the video is just gonna be titled "Why You Should Always Carry a Slim Picking Set," or like an EDC lockpick set. completely realistic scenario.
That'd be funny.
His phone may be overheating.
Yeah, he could be. He's getting it quite a workout. He's like 6 hours into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 or more.
Well, how cool is it
still
that
woke
we get to see that he's a real person and that he's actually talking with us, and that's pretty
No,
awesome.
absolutely, dude. 110%, man.
He's very nice.
Yeah, like whenever you think about like just generally anybody who has a lot of fame about them,
they're out. Yeah, staying with the community is huge.
Out of reach, but
yep, staying with the community is a huge part.
Yep.
He's trying to get back to us.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Oh,
How do you know when you got the finger pin set?
Yeah, there's only
Tell him
6
to
people
put his
here.
phone in the freezer for 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and we'll be fine.
Oh, how does he know that he got the finger pin set, Isaac?
On Primus, they'll lock up. The lock up doesn't mean that you can't push them out of that state, but with heavy tension, it'll be pretty stiff. And they'll pop into place too.
They're evil. They're just pure evil, that one.
LPL is really putting his phone through the paces, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep getting bumped out. Who was it was saying that they didn't want to see an M heart when the take off?
Yeah, that was me with the M heart. Yeah,
I thought you might like to see my my master lock with an M heart in it.
Oh my god, dude!
That's crazy.
Just for shits and giggles.
The 3 M hearts.
Yeah, look at those keys. Look at those keys. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god.
The 3 M hearts that I have were pretty not too they weren't hard to pick.
They weren't hard. So, life on the line. Do you really think you could pick that quick within minutes?
I mean,
Like,
the ones that I had weren't bad, and it's not like I had. There was one that I progressive pinned, but then I got through it very quickly, and then from there I got 2 extra ones that I didn't, that I just picked blind, and they were also pretty easy. But I don't know, I could have just fluked out with the other 2 ones as well. But it's not like I have a huge.
Have the touch. You might just have the touch with that lock,
No, just
but I mean 3.
Just do it a second.
3 isn't that many.
Just do it.
I've worked on M hearts enough this past month that I never want to pick one ever.
Yeah, everyone's got their
I got
locks
to keep
they
the
love and they
leftovers.
hate.
Yeah.
I got to keep all the
What are you
leftovers.
struggling with the M heart? Where are you struggling to feel where the pins are, or what they're at?
They're all
for me.
They're
It's
all
way up
6
here.
masters.
This is
Oh,
what
you were
I
doing it
found
with
with
master?
it, is that
That's fun. People tease me like, Knox, are you a BB? Are you a BB? Like in Discord, I mean black belt. I tease them back. It's only if you mean blue belt. So I kick way above my my weight class, but at the same time, I get stumped by blue belt or even orange locks. You know what I mean? Depending on whatever the security pins are or what the bidding is. So I mean, it's not really
I get stumped with standard pins more than anything sometimes.
I would say with your M heart, focus on trying to set the rotations before lifting anything. Just with pretty heavy tension to tell where they are, and loose tension when you're trying to actually rotate a pin. But
I ain't trying to pick them.
just
I'm
focus
just sick
on
of
the
'em.
rotating. With I found the Jimmy Long's medium round tip was a good one for that.
I've built 100 of them this past month.
Of M hearts?
Yep.
For someone who still has them in service?
For a juvenile detention center.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That's
Yeah,
Mr.
they-
Inferno, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a locksmith too, by the way.
I figured
there were a surprising amount of. I mean, back when I was new to Locksport, I was surprised by the number of like practicing locksmiths in the community, because I kind of just figured.
It's a very small world, dude. Very small world.
Yeah, because I kind of figured that like most of them just kind of just hate our guts, but
I found a lot of locksmiths don't really want much to do with lockpickers. Like, it's a 9 to 5. They do what they got to do, and they don't really care much if you can pick a lock or not. I'm just saying that's my personal experience.
I care.
Hell, that's what got me the job.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of old locks that may still be in service, has anyone seen much of the Sergeant Duplex?
Sergeant Duplex? I'm not familiar.
I can't, hold on, let me grab a couple. I'll be right back.
So that'd be a Picksmith question.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you might know.
Okay, they're like
I got that in the reverse keyway. Yep.
Think of it like a Corbin Master Ring, but while they're concentric, they're not coaxial. So you actually have a ton of room to put your mastering up here without making just an overly massive cylinder. It's a clever design, and I never see them anywhere.
Oh, I'd like to see one right on my desk.
Oh, same here. Oh, wow, those are nice.
Right.
I don't have any keys for any of them, but I mean, they pick, I won't say easy, but not hard.
So would those be what we consider corrugated as opposed to? Are those corrugated keyways?
I'm not sure I know what that term is.
Not quite paracentric, but it's like I've only seen it on eBay. Sorry, so if that's
so corrugated. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Just like corrugated, like you would use the word for corrugated metal.
Or
Yeah,
corrugated, like they're really zigzaggy, basically.
Yeah, zigzaggy. Perfect. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's zigzaggy, but I mean, there's plenty of room to pick off the wording on the left side. It's not going to create issues for a picker as far as the wording goes.
What are they
I
called?
was just wondering if
Sergeant
anyone
what?
had seen these things, because I believe they're called the Sergeant Duplex.
That's interesting, because I just wonder what that would cause when it cammed. You know, when you hit the master ring and it cams differently, how does it not slip
It creates
off?
all the same issues that you have with any dual shear line lock.
Yeah.
You know what? That does make me wonder. I need to go on LPU belts really quick.
That's
because
interesting.
I kind of want to get into I do kind of want to get into SFIC locks. Because it seems like kind of an interesting way to like go almost like a step up from this the things like this CI pack lock mortise where it's just the holes drilled at the top, but apparently SFICs are a lot more challenging.
Yeah, the second shear, the control shear, having two shear lines in a lock, in my opinion, is just a massive improvement in pick resistance.
I might have to. The only thing is, I don't know how expensive those are.
They're not too bad, just the cores themselves. With the padlock, they can be a little bit more.
Yeah, find used ones on eBay. There's lots and lots.
I mean, I have a bunch of these ones that Picksmith gave me that I can send you. I mean, I don't know that they're that interesting. They're just these. I think these are the LFICs.
Yeah, those are the LFICs.
So I mean,
one of my favorite things to do is to find keyless best padlocks that are people are selling for cheap because they don't have a key, and then getting them and then eventually trying to pick them open. And if I can actually pick it, because sometimes those locks are really, really challenging. And sometimes they're really easy, but a lot of times they are really challenging. And if you can ever pick it open, especially to control on a lock that you don't have the core for, and then it's just a really satisfying feeling.
Oh, and then once I get enough of them picked open, I
You
could
just
like
got to hook the bottom of the core.
I could like disassemble. I imagine anyway. I could like disassemble them and then just rob parts from each other to make biddings of my own.
Well, gutting SFSC locks is the whole thing.
For the best cylinders, the bottom of the control core, the control ring, is has holes punched in it, and you just hook that and use that for tension.
Yeah, I've had mixed results with those. I've only had a couple of locks that I've ever been impressed with the way that worked, but there's been a few. If you're getting, who was saying they were getting padlocks on eBay and trying to get them back into service?
Isaac.
I know this is not the lock sport way, but this is a drill jig that that will put your drill bit right on the control lug, so you can just pop it out, and probably what most locksmiths would use, but they're.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I just like doing it as kind of like a fun hobby thing. It's not for work.
I'm right there with you, 100%.
But that's really cool. That is awesome. It just lines up where to drill the thing.
Yeah, you have to put a blank key of whatever that keyway is in there, and then once you secure it in place, you can either drill the shear line or the sidebar, or not sidebar, the control lug.
Often, if you aim right between the E and the S, that will get right to the control shear as well. But I have drilled probably less locks than I can count with my hands, because I try, like, especially the company that I work for, we try really hard to avoid that. Now I probably can't say that as much because there's been all sorts of different things that we've had to do, but for the most part, we opt towards non-destructive if we can help it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's laudable. Especially considering half of the people out there today will be more than happy to drill your lock and make you pay twice retail for whatever they replace it with.
Exactly.
I have thought about like what I would do if I decided to start like if I decided to hone my picking skills further and use them to start like a freelance locksmithing business or something like that. One of the interesting ideas I've had is if the client does want me to get the lock open non-destructively first, a potential idea is that I could actually offer a discount if I like end up having to drill it, sort of as a concession of like, this, I have been bested.
I don't know, man. I say just charge for your time and use your best.
That's probably actually the opposite. Is if you have to drill it, you should be charging more, which is why if you can help to pick it and not charge as much, that's because if you drill it, then it's going to end up costing them more, at least because for the lock itself. But drilling is more dangerous,
Yep.
That is something I never.
It's just some people have different feelings about how they like to charge for drilling, but at the very least, it's going to cost the customer more money. And if you're picking
the door frames made
all that
at
stuff.
We tried to keep
What about the door frames?
Go
I
ahead.
said I'd actually look at what the door frame is made out of. Meaning, if it's a cheaper made wood, poplar, or something cheap like that. I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but I mean, real B&E. That's what, like for example, my aunt hit me. You're teaching people how to break into houses, break into whatever with your whole lock sport thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. First of all, I mean, back to my point, B&E. You put your boot through the door, or you put your shoulder through the door, or you put your whatever the blunt object is through the door. You're not sitting there for whether it's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 hours, whatever, sitting there, single picking, raking, whatever. That's not real life. You know what I mean? You're not really doing that. So I mean, the blunt object, whether you're leaving a blueprint, whether you're leaving a whatever, I mean, you're leaving evidence behind, and you're not. It's just a whole different thing between lock sport and what we're teaching people to being a big difference.
I like to think about it like martial arts. Like, people have sometimes a negative stigma about like learning martial arts because you're learning to hurt people or beat people up. But then anyone who actually does martial arts knows that it's more about discipline. And in fact, any place you train will teach you not to use that stuff in a harmful way, and just for the ability to protect yourself. And it takes a big responsibility when you learn those things.
Yeah. Actually, we'll ask you to leave if you don't.
I feel people
As
that
someone who earned
if
his
they
way
know how to do it, they won't do it because they know the consequences.
As someone who did earn his way to as someone who actually did earn his way to a black belt in martial arts, I can confirm that. It is a very disciplined art form. I mean, it's called martial arts. It's in the name. So, but even then, like what I came to discover, just the more I thought about it, because I was like, I mean, let's say you did somehow end up in a street fight and you had to use that to defend yourself. A lot of martial arts seems to be reliant on a sort of unspoken agreement. If somebody who knows how to fight dirty is coming at you, all that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna break your neck. I'm not gonna dirty blow you. I'm not gonna whatever. We're sparring. No, I get that.
Yeah. So,
what martial art do you do, by the way?
It was Taekwondo until high school, at which point things got too busy and I no longer had the free time to dedicate to it.
Cool. When I was younger, I did Taekwondo.
Yeah.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is my main thing these days.
Number one, I did it for fitness, and number two, I specifically went with Taekwondo because of my Korean heritage.
Korean heritage, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it originates there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, I guess I could say that I will. I'm hoping to go from a black belt in martial arts to a black belt in lockpicking.
There you go.
Hey, it all takes time and discipline.
Pocket woman, aren't those bare bones handles amazing?
Yeah, mate. I love them. Absolutely.
Absolutely love them.
Little skulls, bats. They're great. They're comfy. They're weighted well. They fit. The LadyLocks tools ones. They fit.
What a good camera. Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Just great. They're so comfy to use. Great feedback as well. They don't dull feedback because they're nice and stiff and.
Yeah, they make my LadyLocks handles usable. I couldn't use them before that. You know what I mean? Very short periods. You know what I mean?
I had the whatever set it was, the Valerian set for 2 years. I won it from LadyLocks 800. I had it for 2 years. I could never use the pick set. I could never use any commercial picks because of the until Bare Bones came out with their handles. Well, Bare Bones came out with all these handles to fit all the LadyLocks tool stuff because Mark wanted to make me some handles to fit all my LadyLocks tools ones because I had 5 different style handles from them, and I bought individual picks at times. And
he is awesome.
No, it's too much work. No, don't bother. Thanks for the offer, but don't. Well, within 2 months, he brought out handles for every LadyLocks tools.
How big are those handles?
They are. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I was gonna say it depends on where you are and.
So this one is
exactly which handles you're looking for.
That one's 90 mil by.
That's the rib bone, if I believe. That's the rib bone.
Yep, by 16 mil by 5 mil, and the other one is 100 mil.
Here we go.
The highest point suits the LadyLocks tools, which is 80 mil, and I buy looks like 6
I
mil.
think Zeph wants in the chat. I think Zeph wants an.
And then you got these ones. Then you got
Well, the
these
reason
ones.
I'm asking how big they are is because
yeah.
I had to modify one of my picks into one of my steak knives into a pick because these picks are just too damn small.
Oh wow.
Yeah, these are 120 by. These are the bat wings. These are awesome. They're 120 by the widest
Oh, they're
point
pretty.
would be 18 mil by. What's that?
We got a question
Uh,
for
5 mil.
LPL in the chat. How often do you pick for fun or for practice?
Every day.
Every day. That's good.
Yeah. It's rare that a day goes by I don't do at least some picking.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Keeping your skills sharp, I see.
I don't know. They're keep them okay.
Yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it.
That's very true about lockpicking. Jeez.
Oh yes. Also,
very true about life. Yeah.
News from Nathan in the chat. He finally got that Dom IX Twin Star. I don't know what that
Nice.
is. Finally got
It's a hard lock.
Congratulations.
That's definitely a hard lock. Jen, you have one of those, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to show
together,
show
Jen?
us? Or show us the key or
Let's
something?
see. Oh, here we go.
I tell you what, this picking in a vice really puts strain on muscles that you're not used to using, like my shoulder muscles, my what do you call them? The triceps. They're getting a workout.
Got that right.
Oh,
there you are.
Getting used to this stuff is hard.
Oh my word!
It
That
looks
is
like a mouth with like 2 teeth sticking down in the middle, like a vampire.
Yeah. Terrifying. Staring right at you. Yep.
It looks like it's gonna eat me, which is probably accurate given how the difficulty of the
That key.
Yeah. What is up with this? What is?
So what about the interactive element in the back? So how do you pick that? Just
I can't
go
remember.
through
I
the
think
middle
that
and
one's
lift it?
up. There's one on the bottom in the. I want to say there's one on the bottom and there's one on the top in this one. I think.
Oh.
Oh,
I
false.
think there's 2 in here. I cannot remember. Yeah, there's one on the bottom and then there's one on the top. So the one on the bottom is like it's like a little mini sidebar underneath the keyway. It's really wild.
Oh, that felt like an overset.
It's like spring loaded and everything. That the spring lays flat and it kind of pushes on this other pin that pushes up and pushes that little thing through the back. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it.
You're gonna try and
There
gut
it is.
that leg lock?
No. No. This has 40 pieces when you have
Oh,
it
come
apart.
on.
Oh,
You got it.
there. There's a pin right there, and then there's one right there at the top.
It's been a long time since I picked one of those. They have the curved shear line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. And I think I did a pick and gut on that a long time ago. It's been a lot of years, though.
I didn't realize. Well, I picked it for black belt, but I didn't realize that once you got your black belt, you didn't have to gut the locks to show everything. So I picked it before for my black belt, so I had to gut it. And man, that one made me cry real tears like 5
That's a black
times.
belt lock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, the Saturn's red belt, and I actually just picked mine the other day, and the
But there's
current
the-
record on that one is 11 minutes, and I picked mine in 1 minute and 40 something seconds or something like that. Yeah, but I bricked it when I put it back together, so I sent it off to Retep, and he's gonna drill a hole in the back and fix it for me. So, yeah. I have it all on video, so you guys can crack up at the breaking.
Oh no.
Another lock
Speedrun.com, but for
by LadyLocks.
Lockport. Let's go.
One more lock needs rescuing from LadyLocks. You must be in triple digits by now, LadyLocks.
For what?
Stuffing up locks.
Oh yeah, it's got at least be. It's got at least be in this at least above 60. No, I don't know. I don't know that it's that many, but it's a lot. But
you know, actually, I do have an example of my first lock that I think I can officially declare to be quite messed up. The key still works, but lately when I've been trying to pick this is the this is actually the American Lock 5100 that I picked for my green belt. So the lock's not completely bricked because the key still works in it like normal, but lately when I've been trying to pick it, it has not been giving me the same feedback that I would normally expect, and I cannot pick it with the right feedback unless I apply so much tension that my turning tool starts to bend. So this lock has been, because of that, this lock has been pretty much decommissioned, and I no longer pick it open.
So
on gutting it, I didn't see anything wrong with the core or the pins, but who knows?
Is it the actuator that's giving you issue? Did you misclock it or something?
No, the actuator's not misclocked. I think it's just because I've picked it so darn many times, something about the core and the pins is messed up in a way such that they don't interface with each other the same. That's my
Sounds like the
guess,
pin
anyway.
barrels are a little warped.
Yeah, the pin chambers are probably messed up at the
You're
shear
blowing
line,
them out.
if I had to guess.
So I just looked back through the channel history, and
Thanks,
it appears that last year's Knoxtober was 4 hours.
So we've way past that.
That one, the longest episode that I could find was 7 hours.
Yeah.
We are at 7 hours and 23 minutes.
Going for a record.
Oh, nice. So 7 hours and how many minutes on the other one?
It was 6 hours and like 58 minutes.
And how many seconds?
31 seconds.
Wow. I'm just kidding.
You asked.
Let's try. What is this? Hold on.
So 7 hours, almost 8 hours. So we just passed the 7 hours. We have another hour that we have to try to go before we at least break the record.
No. We have exceeded it by 25 minutes.
Pardon me?
It was 6 hours, 58 minutes, and some seconds. We are at 7 hours and 20.
Oh, so we actually
we
this is officially the longest one now?
Yeah. We are
Awesome.
officially on
That's
the
awesome.
long taking time.
We need a woohoo from the soundboard.
We don't have that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. My he's not here.
Give us
Yeah.
a woohoo, guys. Woo! There you go.
I got my head checked. It is a legend. I don't actually know the lyrics. Something,
That's
something.
good because we get a copyright strike if we do.
These things driving me nuts. These things
Rhino Lock says 24 hour challenge. Should be a challenge.
I say, Rhino, you get on next Saturday and you host it, and you should do it.
You call it out, you bring it. Careful what you wish for, Rhino. You might just.
Rhino packed me with a super, very cool surprise for
Oh my god.
Joe Pick's pass around the joint custody.
Oh, there we
In there, he had one of the Yale, very similar to the one that LadyLocks has out in front of her, right there with the Yale symbol. So
Nice.
there was one of those. There was a goal. God, I don't know the number, but I mean, whatever it is, high up there, 18, 20, something like that. Like, I mean, there's more dimples than I can count on, you know, all 3-4 sides of the keys. So, I mean, I really don't even know what goal it is. But, yeah, he literally packed you like Christmas. So, I mean, Rhino was an ace on that one for passing it along. That was a super sweet one.
Rhino. He says he thinks it was a V18.
There you go. Yeah, it's still a monster.
Yeah,
I have a random question.
Yes.
Shoot.
Have you ever has anyone ever rizzed someone up with their lockpicking skills?
There we go.
I'm sorry, rigged someone up.
Yeah, it basically God, how do I describe it? Well, first off,
intentionally.
If you've been on the internet long enough, you would or if you haven't been on the internet long enough, Riz is just short for charisma.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I had a very interesting case with someone I was in their server, and I just randomly decided to post a video of God, what was it? I think it was me like raking open a lock in 2 seconds or something like that. Yeah, I don't think I was single pin picking it, and the response I got was someone saying, "I wouldn't mind being that lock though."
Oh my god!
Yikes!
No, can't say that's been
time to switch servers.
Of mine.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like I said,
I'm not part of those kid servers myself.
Like I said,
That
welcome to the
kid's not my
VTuber community. We are all quite unhinged. Because it was.
I resemble that remark.
It was a VTuber server I was in.
Yeah.
Okay. What is?
I don't know about that, but I owe Ryan a prank, so I'll be locking something of his up soon.
Totally do. And you're going to film it too, remember? You're going to
Revenge for your gnome.
Revenge for the gnome.
Get him.
You need to get the Revenge of the Gnome going.
I want to find a way to lock up his keyboard. I don't know how yet, though. I've got to figure something out.
He's gonna break out the destructive force. I just know it.
Nah, not if it. He might not.
I know how
He
you
might
could do
not.
it. Get a
I mean,
lockout
if you've
lock
ever
thing that goes over a plug. So they
I
can
was
lock
thinking
out
the
his
exact
power
same
cord.
thing. Yep.
What is it?
It's a lockout, tag out, like a thing that goes out over the power plug. And it's a lock. It goes over the power plug. It's a lockout, tag out device. And he can't plug it in until he picks it. Or unless he pays his lovely LadyLocks figure to pick it open for him.
Oh, that's a good one. I love that. I'm gonna have to find one
He's
of
not in
those.
the chat still, is he? He's gone to sleep by now.
No,
hasn't he?
he's in
not
bed.
listening?
Yeah, he don't.
That's LadyLocks' evil laugh.
I mean, if you've watched LPL's video where he put that lock on Mrs. Lockpicking Lawyer's ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know that one.
I was lucky she didn't hit it with a hammer and just break it open.
Yeah, Ryan loves ice cream too. What did you do to that? How did you lock up ice cream?
Hold on,
'Cause
I
he
think
would
I still
kill
got it.
me.
I'll grab it.
Yeah, he would kill me for that. He loves his ice cream, man. Holy shit. It's bad. He loves it.
You could do both. Lock up the keyboard, lock up the ice cream. Do
Yes.
a double whammy on him.
Yes,
How
I
dare he
could.
attack your gnome?
Revenge for the gnome.
Oh shit, that's good.
Yeah, and put the key for the keyboard one in the ice cream one.
Yeah. Hey, I like how
Okay.
you think.
Oh, what is
There
that?
it is.
This is the. Hold on, let me see if I can decode this. There we go. Not hard. You can decode it by feel really easily. You put this around the bottom of a pint of ice cream, and then this on the top.
Oh.
Lock
I'm
it
surprised
up
you
and,
I'm surprised you didn't come back and find a hole in the side of the ice cream.
oh, she just cut it in half.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
She's took the taste testers approach. I see.
That is not a fluke.
Yeah.
I remember.
I was lucky she didn't take that knife and cut me in half.
Right. Right. Oh, that's so good. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
If you want it, it's yours. You can.
Yeah. Yeah, he's owed for what he did to my gnome.
I was thinking you could lock up the fridge door and then lock up the freezer door too, and inside the freezer put the key for the fridge door, but like in water so that it's frozen. So that when they get into the freezer door, then they have to like thaw out the key before they can.
There's some truly evil people on this chat.
Sounds like you used to be a Marine.
And this is what happens when a stream goes for more than 7 hours.
Yeah.
Our brains start to go to the extreme.
I'm inspired by the other evil people here.
We're bad influences.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to know what people are really like, come to an end of the 6-hour stream.
Those are some good ideas, though. He deserves something.
That gnome needs to be revenged. And in a good way.
I'll have to pick a
Messed with
decent
the
lock
gnome.
to put on there too, though, because he can pick a couple locks. He's not too terrible at it, so he might actually be able to get through any like easier ones that I would use. So that's one thing. He is pretty decent with that.
Did you happen to have taught him that?
I don't think
know
I've
that.
taught him, like, other than he's watched me, and he'll sit here and watch me picking forever, and he'll be like, "Let me try that." And you know, if I'm just picking like a simple something or whatever, he'll still try it, and even if he can't get it, then I'll give him something easier because I know he could probably get that, you know. So then I'll give him the easier one. And
just put a distatainer lock on it. And you're good.
Oh no.
Yeah, that would be pure evil.
I mean, picking
let
distatainer
him know
is already
that.
hard enough.
Mess with
You
the
need a
gnome.
like, specialized tool for it.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I categorize tools in I at least tend to categorize tools in two varieties. I call them common tools and specialized tools. So something like this pick and turner would be common tools, but then I don't know, would a distatainer pick be a common tool or a specialized tool?
I go with specialized.
I would.
It depends on who you ask.
I'm the only one in my shop that has one.
Which one you want? I mean,
I would say, yeah, I would probably say actually that a distatainer pick would count as a specialized tool because, you know, everyone has seen the classic image of somebody like picking a lock by sticking two things inside it. I don't know how many people. I highly doubt the common person knows how a distatainer lock even works.
Yeah.
Or like they
sure.
wouldn't even suspect that the key is different.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
you can
With
borrow
your
this
lock
one.
truck, it's totally normal though, because he has every distatainer.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What the heck is that? Is that an anchor last? Is that anchor last?
Distatainer, if you're not tensioning off the first disc, don't really bother. That's what I kind of learned.
This brings up a question. What is the most interesting specialized tool everyone has here?
Ooh.
I don't think I have any specialized tools.
How about your tensioner?
What was the question?
The most interesting specialized tool you own.
This is for the Rosen
Hard to say. I have a bunch of pretty interesting things, but here I have an interesting thing.
I guess for the sake of setting a concrete definition, a specialized tool is either something custom made or something that is like, not very commonly seen.
Yeah, Joe Blow from Idaho didn't order from Sparrows. Exactly.
Yeah.
What's that? What do you got, Lock Chuck? What's
That's
that
for
thing?
That's for the Fichette F3D.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice. That counts.
Absolutely.
This is a little wiser lock removal tool that is kind of hard to find. You don't see them very often, but they're really simple. But I'll see if I have a lock here. I'll show you guys how it works.
Oh wow, very deep false set. Hold on. That means the last pin. Oh god.
I'm thinking about LadyLocks. I need to get you one of these.
Oh wow, very
It's
nice.
I love seeing the original Jaws on that.
It's the holder, but it's got the slots for the sidebar. So once you slide it in there, you can pull the key out.
That is nice, man. That's genius.
Very.
And I'm going
Love
to do
that.
another one for the I'm going to do one with the buy lock too, so you can pull the key out of the buy lock.
Oh wow.
So this tool here goes in with a key. But I don't know if I have a KW1 blank around here or WR5, but you'd put the key in, and this is thin enough that it can slide in with the key. In order to remove this lock, this back thing needs to be extended outwards, and obviously when the lock is in the door, you can't access this part. So it's a quick tool to put in the key if you have the key, and then you put this along with the key and you can turn it. I'll show here what you would need to do if you actually didn't have the tool, or if you don't have the key, how you would remove this from, I don't know, I'm using a device. I don't need a device for this.
Called a hacksaw.
Oh my god, I
But-
know this false set. I just know it.
Lift it up past your name. Isaac, lift it up past your name on screen.
Oh, sorry. I was just finding the tools, but you just pick the lock.
No.
Thank you, Lock.
I think I know which American lock this is.
That's how I feel about every
You
American
got me in
lock.
here. Definitely. Might need to spray it before I try to pick it, or I might need a deeper pick too.
It's camera shot.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it is just a basic wiser, so it shouldn't be too
Is
hard
that
to pick.
the Sparrows or the Warlock tensioner?
Usually these guys aren't too hard. Let me try a deeper pick. What's that?
Is that the Sparrows or the Warlock with the double bend for the tensioner?
There, yeah, it's just gummy. This one
The one in
or
your hand?
this? The tensioner or the pick? Sorry, I didn't hear the end of it.
Tensioner. I'm sorry. The
This
tensioner.
was a Sparrows one that I just did. bend
Sparrows.
up and-
Okay. Sparrows curved. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
That's interesting. You can bend that?
Yeah.
Huh.
Cold
Oh,
bend.
yeah. Sparrows came out with a curved set. I'll show you the whole set
No,
if you.
I'm surprised you can put that kind of bend in it without it snapping.
Yeah. Just all cold
Okay.
bend. So, yeah.
I wonder what steel they use.
And also, same thing with LadyLocks tools. Andy was saying his
Yeah, that's what I was
tensors
wondering.
can
They
bend
have
like
that. Yeah, they have that almost 4-point bend, almost like you have there. The look.
But so now that I've picked it, it's too far over, but this back part needs to be extended. Actually, it might be not too far over. I was able to extend it. But if I have it extended, now I can turn it past 90 degrees. Otherwise, it wouldn't pass that point. And when it's about at 4 o'clock or 10 o'clock, then it will be able to pop out of the face here. I can find the right sweet spot there.
I didn't like that click.
So now it's upside down, so I'll need to bring it back.
You know, the reason I got so frustrated is because I was in a very deep false set, which I was pretty sure meant that my last pin was a spool. But then once I picked it, I dropped my false set, and I was just like, ugh. So close.
It happens.
So I need to go to the wrong spot.
Isaac, that's exactly why I made these things.
There we go. So just a bit of pressure, and then this comes out. So if you look at the inside of here, that hole there has a shape that matches the shape of the tailpiece here when it's only in that 4 o'clock or 10 o'clock position.
Yeah.
So
gotcha.
Yeah, so you have to pop it out. And in order to do that, you would need to pull this out first to allow it to rotate past 90 degrees, because when this piece is in, it has this little limiter plate. You can kind of see it right there on top of the spring. And when that limiter plate is forward, it just only allows it to rotate 90 degrees. So, but when you can pull the actual whole lock back, there's a little slot for that limiter plate to go in behind, and then now the lock can turn further than 90 degrees. It can come out of that point.
And you said you made something like that as well, Mr. Inferno.
Well, the when you get it into that position, this thing here is a lock rakeout tool. And what you do is you hook it into the back right behind the last pin, and as you pull on the back, you just pull it right out.
Okay.
I got one for every keyway.
Oh wow. You made them. You made those all yourself then.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
Ha! There we go. All right.
Because those old doorknobs are not just wiser. They're in quick set. They're in Schlage, everything, and they are a royal pain in the ass to get apart.
Looks like it.
And for some strange reason, they always want to save them. They don't want to pay $10 for a new one. They want to save the ancient one.
It's an antique. It's an antique. It has value.
And does it match other stuff in the house? I mean, I could see it there, but otherwise, get the new stuff.
Yeah, tell me about it. You sneeze on it wrong, it'll turn to dust. But
besides that,
gets
I
your
mean,
customer once.
I didn't make this tool, but this is one that I actually made. Not the handle. Teray made the handle, but I made the pick and the tensioner just using a Dremel, which is I'm pretty proud of.
Nice.
Wasn't easy.
Wow, you made that using a Dremel?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's why it looks kind of like you can see like all sorts of. It's not perfect, but it works well.
Which size is that?
I think it was. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I got the stuff from
there's this classic or what's
yeah, it's for classic. It's for classic. Yeah, I think it's 0.6.
Yeah.
Remember the inner? Yeah, I think it's 0.6.
I didn't need the exact numbers. I just wondering about the something interesting.
The keyway, yeah.
About
it's classic.
if you zoom in on this one, I actually came in with I had a similar type of lock. Oxford makes a fair number of locks now. That's classic, but it's
nice.
But you've got to curve the geez. Why is this not focusing?
It does that on this. It's you got to kind of bring it further away than you'd want.
But you have to carve out the center of the tensioner. Otherwise, it won't. I don't know if you guys can see this at all.
So it's almost like the.
No, I see exactly what you're saying. Like for a profile cylinder.
Yeah, it's like the profile, but way smaller.
So it's still this 5.8 core, but it's this profile shape.
Yeah.
I think I've seen it has a little like nub on the inside, and it stops you from. It's like a spinner plate or something.
Are you talking about the ones that Abloy does? I'm talking about those I've seen. I'm talking about ones made by Oxford.
I got.
I see.
Now.
That's cool, but it's the same dimensions as the classic, so you could use that pick for a classic.
Okay, so let me get here's a blank classic key, and here's the Oxford key next to it.
Oxfords.
Okay. That makes sense.
This is the lock. It's just a beast of a motorcycle chain lock. Like, I don't know what this is, like 8-9 pounds, something stupid like that.
It's cold based.
But yeah, it's funny. The company actually sent this to me, and I saw the key, like in the pictures they sent me. So I had to modify this pick. So by the time the lock got to me, I had a pick that actually worked on it.
Oh wow. I suppose the company wasn't that impressed.
That's pretty cool. How did you modify your existing pick, or did you make one like specially
No,
for that?
I modified the existing one. Gosh, these things are such a pain to make. Yeah, even with machine tools, they're hard to make, and I didn't see any reason why I couldn't continue to use this on Classic if I hollowed it out. So
yeah,
I just went with that. Although in the future, I would just buy these off of some Chinese website and repurpose these tips.
Well, you have to.
These are pretty close to workable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to fix them when you get them.
Yeah.
Chris Capoon has done a bunch of abloys with those. He's gotten pretty good at using that tool.
Stock or modified?
Modified.
I think stock. Or is it modified that he's using?
Yeah,
you have
to.
Keyway stock.
Yeah, the tensioner's too thick, and I want to say you got to trim the picking tip down on the center shaft to. It comes about 1.2 millimeters, and really you need to get down to 0.8, and then you need to thin the tip down to about 0.4.
Okay.
Which you're talking about the. Okay, I was.
So the shaft thickness that goes out to the pick tip when it comes is a lot of times too thick. The width right there. And then the thickness of the tip is usually too thick as well.
The measurements I did, I remembered at least the one I got was okay. Yeah, this is
that one's good.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one I got was like it was like 1. It was over a millimeter, and I had to get it down to 0.8.
No bueno.
Yeah. And then the tip was too thick. It was dragging on the discs.
Yeah. Well, that's an issue almost no matter what you do. Just because if you don't have it perfectly coaxial, I guess, it's almost. I have a hard time picking those things and not dragging at least a little bit in there.
Yeah, I've got tons of tips I've gone through. You laughing
Those tips are hard to make too. Like those I've made from scratch out of tool steel, and my biggest problem is them not warping in the heat treat afterwards.
I don't know what's wrong with it. What is up with
I've recently trying to go to ejector sleeves. Trying to test those.
Ejector sleeves.
Yep. They're the same material as ejector pin. It's just a sleeve that they actually fit into in the machine. You can buy those as well.
Okay. Already hardened, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Same as
Yeah, it's like an ejector pin that's already drilled through.
Yep, it's hollow. And
the ejector
I'll look
pin.
into that.
Yeah, and it has a
I'll
fat
get-
head and everything.
I'll get some.
They're heaps more expensive. They're about 13 Aussie dollars or something, or 16 Aussie dollars just for one.
Yes.
Whereas a whole pack of ejector pins is like $10 or something. So
Yeah,
for an
but it
individual
saves
one
you
with
so
the
much
sleeve.
time, it sounds totally worth it.
Oh,
And you
totally,
can-
yeah.
And you can get 2 to 3 plastic tips out of one sleeve.
Yep.
Mm.
And it's and the precision is there because it's it's meant to be precise. So the tolerance is really good too.
That's good to
There's
know.
a
Thank you.
There's a sleeve and a pin right there.
Ah.
There's-
Oh wow.
Oh.
So this is a
I
6
definitely
millimeter.
see some of those in my near future.
Yeah, that's a 6 millimeter by 4 millimeter, and then that's a 4 millimeter pin.
Nice.
I
Thank you.
got these 2 Duke Classics with.
Mm-hmm. They look perfect for that.
A little small for the profile though.
Well, you can get bigger ones, right? I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, I've got much bigger too.
Because I need to make a new profile pic. I've been kind of muddling along with one that I'm not particularly proud of, but it's been working. It just doesn't quite get the job done.
And I'm thinking what I'm going to have to do to get the right dimensions is I'm going to have to come out of the pick with a 6 millimeter sleeve and then silver solder like a 7 millimeter sleeve on top of it, and then do the same for the tensioner shaft to get the diameter I need.
Just to build up the thickness.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And still be able to fit into my standard picks, which most of our tensioner tips are 6 millimeter, or the pick tool is 6, and the back is 4.
Oh my goodness! What?
You're reminding me of a long time ago when I made this thing as an early disc detainer pick.
Oh wow.
There is so many. I don't remember how many layers. There's at least 3 or 4 layers of tubes inside of tubes, just to build up the right. And then I finally put a brass one in the center, so it was nice and smooth when it was spinning.
Oh wow, it's been.
But yeah, there's a bunch of. This is just tubes on top of tubes on top of tubes, and it works
So
great.
you're building a
You just wanted
lightsaber.
a fidget toy.
Yeah, this was before I had a lathe, so
You just wanted a fidget toy. Tell the truth.
it works as well. I can't tell you how many times I would just sit there going like this.
But the downside is
That had a
that
pretty good
tool
spin
steel-
on it.
Yeah,
Although
tool
I
steel
think
you
my
can't
other one
lathe.
I think my other one does that all right off too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I don't know if the Sparrows ones do it quite as well.
No, definitely
not. No.
So,
But
can I ask you about that one? When
Oh,
y'all
we get the
designed
silver
that one,
sparrows too.
the what?
when y'all designed that one,
Yeah.
did y'all do a 5.5 on the tensioner, or was it a 6 millimeter on the tensioner part?
We went through a couple different. Well, here's some old prototypes. These might have been the actual ones we built on video.
Okay.
And it was since refined, or maybe these are ones before. And we started with ones that were bigger, and we ended up. See, this was 6.
So
and it ended up
6,
being
yeah.
Too big. and then I think we finally landed on about 5.5.
Okay, I was curious because, like any other manufacturer, the Sparrows is the only one I've seen that does a 5.5.
Yeah, I found this just a little on the big side. There were some smaller locks that we couldn't reach into, and we didn't think there was any reason to get it quite that big. So
yeah.
I'll tell you, there's one thing that they messed up on, and that was the tip. The tip is nowhere near the profile. Like, it just doesn't fit into a lot of locks, and this fits into everything. But is what it is.
Yeah, they know they messed up on the tip. So many of the tips broke as soon as people started using them. Plus, it wouldn't fit. People just started buying their own ejector pins, making their own stuff.
Well, I was breaking them when it was in prototype stage, and his solution wasn't to change it; it was to give you 2 of them.
Oh man. Yeah.
Somebody was telling me, I don't know if it's true, like the first ones that went out were brazed on or silver soldered on versus like now they look like they're ejector pins that are machined down.
Oh, if they did switch, that'd be nice. Because, yeah, this is definitely either brazed or laser welded or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see this pin in that one.
Whereas, yeah, this one, the prototypes that we sent were all one piece. And they kind of had to be. Actually, these are pieces of one of the first prototypes. You can see different finish on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then, I don't know if we ever talked about how we got that red in there. And that's actually my wife's nail polish.
Oh, really?
I love it.
Yeah. Just painted it. We made those grooves and then painted it on, waited for it to dry, and wiped the excess off with acetone.
Nice.
Whatever works.
Yeah. And here's one I just haven't even finished yet. Back tensioner.
That's smart instead of just painting each single slot too, individually. Just paint the whole thing and then take the excess off.
Yeah. Yeah. What was hard was because I don't have, well, I didn't then have any CNC capability. So making these longitudinal lines were a pain in the butt.
Oh, wow.
But I just literally
How did you do it?
Put a lathe tool in sideways and just dragged it across at various depths. Kind of like,
oh, cool.
Yeah. And then I would turn it to a certain angle, lock it into place, do the same thing.
Yeah,
just using like a digital angle meter to get the spacing right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did on mine. As I just put the bit in 90 degrees compared to normal and just took the carriage and ran back and forth across it.
Yeah, we're of like mind.
Yeah, you two definitely have similar brains when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, what did you say? I missed that.
I said you guys have similar brains when it comes to that sort of stuff. Or if you're talking to someone else, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's us. Trying to think of what interesting tools. Most of the interesting stuff I've either shown or never used.
Yeah, because trying to see. Yeah, mine about worn off. But
by the way, LockChuck, I was gonna take on ProTech 1 here, I think, soon.
Oh my god!
The blind pick.
Oh wow, what is that?
This like is I got this on eBay for a couple $100. It is a $1,500 flange spreader used on like oil pipelines. And
what lock did you pick with that one?
A ratchet on the back, and you stick this into a door frame, and these toes spread with about 10,000 pounds of force.
Oh
yeah, we carry those on fire trucks, but they're deemed as rabbit tools, but they're hydraulic.
I don't think
versus mechanical.
The homeless people carry those around. They just have the basic
hydraulic
crowbars.
Ones are expensive though, and they're multi-piece, and they're heavier than that. And this actually has a higher pressure ratio.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, you can get them two ways. I was on two different departments. One department, it was an all-in-one unit, and then the other department had the one you had to put the jack on the floor, and that went in the door. But it was a lot lighter.
Yeah, those are what is that called? I'm thinking
We call
like
them
rat or something like that.
Rabbit.
What's the name of the
Rabbit?
Rabbit. I'm sorry. Why did I think
Yep.
rat? I don't know.
Yeah, but it was rabbit.
Because it sneaks under the door frame, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
if
I
it's a
don't know,
steel door, that's the quickest way to spread it.
Yeah. Oh, it works really well. Like you bend, and if it's in masonry, the door just buckles. It's awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I was gonna say it looked like some sort of like extrication tool of some sort that like first responders would use.
It is. Well, it's not for vehicle extrication. It's for building forcible entry.
no, this will only give you like 2 or 3 no, actually maybe it's 4 or 5 inches of spread, but you would never need that much.
Not on
You'd
the
never
door,
need
you
much more than an inch or so.
Get the deadbolt out of it and
Yeah.
one strike. Nah, the extrication tools, they're usually about 30,000, or no, excuse me, 80,000 pounds of force, and they'll spread up to about 28 to 30 inches.
Whew. That's a lot of spread, but I guess they need it. Yeah, if you got to pull a body. If you got to pull a body through the hole.
Yeah, well, I mean, and a lot of it's because the metal on these cars gives so much.
Yeah.
You just so.
Almost there. Come on.
Cleaning up my box.
We have passed 8 hours.
Yeah, I think we
Oh.
have ran. I don't know.
That's a long picking time. That's a full work day.
Yep.
You know what, folks? I hate to be the one to
Hey,
do
I'm
it,
still on
but
the clock.
Oh no, we're calling it anyways.
I think I might need to sign off.
Yeah, we're gonna call it anyways.
Time flies when you.
We did break the record.
Yes, we did. We did.
I don't think we can see the record in the rearview mirror anymore.
Exactly. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. That was so cool of you. I hope you had a nice time and
Guys, this was a pleasure.
Yeah.
Had a great time.
awesome.
Yeah.
We'll have to
Thanks
see
for
you back
coming on. It was
sometime.
really good getting to actually talk to you and seeing the real side of lockpicking lawyer.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's good to actually talk with the guy who inspired me to do this to begin with.
Yeah, totally.
That's awesome, man. That
Yeah, we
makes me feel
appreciate you. We appreciate this very much.
Okay, folks. I've signed out a lot by accident. This time I'm going to do it on purpose. Okay. Hopefully I'll
Have
talk
a
to y'all
good
later.
night.
It was a pleasure.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
one.
Thank you for hanging with us.
Take care. Hope to see you again soon.
Cheers, man.
That was
Well,
nice.
I'm
of
So
him.
we're rounding
Glad
off.
I've been a part of 3 massive picking time marathons so far. I've broken my previous existing
you
record of
did.
7
Yes,
hours.
you did, girl.
Now if only I could. Now if only I could stream this long for my own streams. Like seriously. I think I know which lock this is. Nope, it's not this one. Is it this one?
All right.
Yes, that's what we're gonna call it, everybody. And we appreciate you all for hanging out with us. I hope you had fun with LPL today. And,
Happy birthday, Knoxs.
Yes,
happy
happy
birthday,
Happy
Knox.
birthday, Knox.
Yeah, happy
He's
birthday,
down.
buddy.
Cool birthday
I knew it.
episode.
It was this one.
Where you at, Knox? You still in there?
I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Where'd he
He's
go?
passed out at his own party.
Yeah. He's passed out at his own party. Sheesh.
That
Let's
is
see his
Knox.
And us without a Sharpie.
Everybody, let's all yell Knox at the same time, and then we'll wake him up. In 3, 2, 1. Knox!
It's no longer. It's 1 o'clock here. It's no longer his birthday, so he checked out.
Yeah, that's right. He was like, bye. Happy birthday to me. Bye.
That's funny. At least you know that he fell asleep, having a good birthday bash, and that's the good way to end your birthday is, just being so lost in it that you fall asleep before you can even say bye to everybody.
Well, it was actually his birthday in the future here in Australia, because his birthday is actually today in America. So he's actually passed out on his birthday. The beginning of his birthday is if it's 1 a.m. there.
Can't get it to work like this.
I hope he had a nice time. He'll
be happy.
Crappy. He had some crappy news literally seconds before he came on Picking Time. He had some bad news, and so I felt really bad for him. And I hope he had a good time at least with, got his mind off of things and was able to have a nice time. I think he did.
Having one of his idols come on and chat to him for his birthday, that would have made his day anyway.
Yeah, he was happy just to see he said happy birthday. He was like, oh, wow, oh my gosh, LPL wished me a happy birthday. So that was cool. He came on and that was awesome.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody had some fun.
Allow me to get the final shot.
A couple of people.
Well, that just means he has to come back on everybody else's birthday too.
Yeah, exactly. It's LockHeat's birthday. Isn't it LockHeat? Or no?
It was last week.
Cucumber is
last
coming
week,
up still, right? Yeah. Or no? Okay, so LockHeat was last week, but I thought Cucumbers had it coming up too, but I guess that was past.
Or he's back.
Yeah, Cucumber's today, I think.
Ori's gonna sign us off in Pocket
Hey,
Woman. You gotta sign us off, Pocket Woman.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting, being with us for this 8-hour marathon Picking Time. Stay legal.
Again.
Temptation is everywhere.
There we go.